Layer's a hard place to live. Real hard. Ain't no soft landing nowhere in here. You either catch on quick, or this place chew on you slow. This life don't hand out directions. Just wait. Just pressure sitting on your chest every morning. Folks think trouble kicked the door in. Nah. Trouble slick. Trouble got perfume on. Smiling at you like it already know your name, already in the room when you walk in. That's the slings and arrows, you don't hear them fly, you just feel that sting and wonder where it came from. Whole layer wrapped in dark mystery. Old magic in the walls. Wizards whispering deals they don't keep. Dragons watching from the shadows, counting bodies like loose change. Succubus love looks sweet at first, then you wake up lighter than you went to sleep. Heart tax, soul pawn. It's war out here. Quiet war. Betrayal wears silk and smile real nice. Same cats break bread with you. Be the one selling your name 2 streets over. This whole thing a stone cold trip, baby. No fair fights, no refunds. So whatever shield you walk around with, it better be battle tested. Not shiny. Not shiny. Not fresh out the armory, I'm talking chip paint. Bent edges. Blood you couldn't wash off even if you tried. Cause the layer don't care how fly you look in your armor. They care what's still holding when the smoke drifts off. If you still here tomorrow, still breathing, still standing on your square, then yeah, you's a bad mother. Shut your mouth.
Night's Layer.
Yep. What's going on, y'all? Let me see. Yeah. Let's change the Avi. We're going to go with this one. Now we got to make sure people find that I'm here. I should be going on both of them the whole time. Let me see. We're going to start this thing off with a little piece of Atlantic Star. Let me see. Add this to the thing. Brother, too cold, too clean. Let me see, what do I have over here? I'm gonna go with this. Yeah. Let's listen. Shout out to the player. Let's get that out of here. Oh, I know what's missing. Fair use. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Okay. We're going to go from that
to looking at this here. Before we do that, we want to listen to a little piece of something I was messing with a few moments ago, so I just made it. We're going to start off with this. Turn it up a bit, take it off loop. Yeah, I hope everybody find me over here while I'm on. Let's hit them.
Ruthless. The one and only. The one and only ruthless truth. I don't play around. Violence in the air, for the pressure in the town. Get down and lay down. Ain't no middle ground. Stand tall or fall quick when it's going down. The one and only ruthless truth. I don't play pretend. Loyalty or nothing. I don't do no fake friends. Get down and lay down. This the code we in. Real ones recognize when the line get thin. Late night, cold streets, mine on survival. Seen too many foes turn snake, go viral. I don't speak loud, I just move with precision. Every step calculated, life a hard decision. Dark nights, sirens sing lullabies. Truth in my eyes, you can't fake what I survived. Pressure make diamonds or it break your spine. I've been through the fire, not a flame mine. No extras, no talk, just action involved. You either stand firm or you bound to dissolve. Seen brothers switch sides over envy and pride. Now I keep it tight, only trust what's inside. Ruthless with the truth, yeah, cut like steel. If it's real, I ain't gotta reveal. When it's time, I don't hesitate. Get down and lay down, decide your fate. The one and only ruthless truth, I don't play around. Violence in the air, feel the pressure in the town. Get down and lay down, ain't no middle ground. Stand tall or fall quick when it's going down. The one and only ruthless truth, I don't play pretend. Loyalty or nothing, I don't do no fake friends. Get down and lay down, this the code we in. Real ones recognize when the line get thin. I done seen pain turn a man to a ghost. Smiling in your face, but they hate you the most. So I stay low, move silent, no sound. Every king know how to move through the ground. Heavy is the crown when you hold your own. No handouts, I built this from bone to stone. Cold heart, warm soul, but it stay protected. Every move I make, yeah, stay well checked. Ain't no halfway in this life I chose. Either 10 toes down or you bound to fold. Ruthless truth hit harder than a loaded clip. Words cut deep, make a whole world shift. I don't chase nothing, let it come to me. Real recognize real, that's the currency. When it's pressure, I don't never back down. Get down and lay down, that's the sound. Ruthless. Yeah, it echo loud, no fear in my blood. I don't blend with the crowd. Stand firm, hold weight, never back down. Get down, get down, get down, get down. Or lay down, it's the sound. Like. Comment, subscribe when you steppin'. Cash app, super chat if you reppin'. This that real, no cap, no act. Ruthless truth only. And that's a fact.
Let me see here. I declare. That's Rakim. I think he on another channel. Let me come back over here. Let me see. Trying to let everybody know where I'm is. Where we at? We're going here. That's Ruthless song. Take that out. Let's grab this one right here. I want y'all to hear Ruthless. And then I got these. That's that one. And then it's the response. So let's hear a piece of this one and a piece of that one. Then we're going to move forward. That's what's wrong. My mic is a little low. Test. Now that looks better. Let's go with this one first.
Don't get it twisted. I'm still glad. I just don't feel the same no more. I'm in my suit and tie, step but I'm cold. Heart don't freeze, I don't do what I'm told. Used to give love, now I play my role. Now I just glide, I don't lose control. I'm in my suit and tie, cufflinks tight. She wanna dance but I'm gone by the night. No more feelings, I done did that twice. Now it's slow steps with a code of life. Used to move soft, used to dance with trust. Now I step clean but it's built off dust. Every little scar turned gain of cold. Now I glide smooth but my heart on hold. She said you different, what happened to you? I said life hit hard, had to tighten my screws. Used to stay down, now I stay detached. Still got class but the love mismatched. I ain't rude, I'm just real with mine. You can feel the distance in every line. Every step got weight, every look got truth. I ain't chasing love, I just show the proof. From Oakland.
That's Suit and Tie. This is a response.
Why you dance like that? Like you here, but you not really here. I can feel it. You in that suit and tie, but your heart's so cold. Holding me close, but you don't unfold. Every slow step got a story untold. Dancing with me, but you out of my hole. You in that suit and tie, eyes don't lie. Smile real smooth, but it don't feel right. I try to reach you, you just slide by. I'm right here, but you say goodbye. You move so clean, yeah, I noticed that. But I feel the space every step we hit. Like your hands here, but your mind gone. Like I'm dancing with you all alone. You ain't rude, you just distant inside. Like you like something deep, you hide. Every turn, every glide feel tense. Like you scared to feel what this is. I try to match your rhythm and pace, but I see that wall in your face. You don't leave, you don't let me in. You just spin me once then drift again. And I don't need words, I can read your vibe. You've been hurt too deep, now you move with pride. But don't punish me for what they did. I ain't the one that broke your rib. You in that suit and tie.
So it's the original song, and then that's the response. The male version, then the lady version.
Slide through the night, engine hum low. Oakland breeze got the street lights glow. Palm on the wheel, mind on control. Heart kinda cold, but the vibe still slow. I don't say much, I just let it show. I move quiet, but I run the flow. Eyes on me when I step in the door. They don't know what I've been through before. Silk on the field, but the pressure real. Every smile got a blade concealed. Yeah, love get tricky, loyalty rare. Gotta read energy when they stare. I ain't chasing, I track instead. Keep it player while I dodge the feds. Late night calls got a different tone that come through when she all alone. Late night feels, moving through the glow. Everything smooth, but you never know. Heart stay guarded, game stay cold. Soft on the touch, but the soul been froze. Drifting real slow. City whisper secrets I already know. Love feel good, but it come with a cost. One wrong move, everything get lost. Backseat thoughts, front seat game. Different type vibe, we ain't moving the same. She say she feel how I carry the weight, but don't understand what it take to be great. I've been in corners where trust get thin, where smile outside, hide snakes within. With love turn quick to a cold betrayal, and the ones you feed try to write your failures. So I glide like that, no stress in my breath, but it's war inside. I ain't showing that yet. Every step got purpose, every move precise. Had to learn real quick how to read through life. She lean in close, like she know my pain, but she don't know storms that done hit my brain. Still I ride smooth, let the moment breathe, but I never let them get too deep in me. Late night figures, moving through the glow. Everything smooth, but you never know. Heart stay guarded, game stay cold. Soft on the touch, but the soul been frozen. Drifting real slow.
Got one more for you.
I was on shit.
Don't get it confused.
I've been on that.
Figure I was on shit, something you can't fuck with. Let's be legit, you ain't built for this tough shit. Talk slick, get flipped, that's a quick lesson. I don't bark, I apply real pressure. Figure I was on shit,
You was playing pretend. I've been moving like a problem they can't comprehend. No convo. I let actions get respect. Sophisticated gangster. Watch how I step.
yeah, you ain't cut like this. Stop hanging like you. Ay, I can see through the act. Ain't no fabric in you. All that talk for the net. That ain't real where I'm from. You the type get checked, then go silent and run. I don't do back and forth. I erase all doubt. One move, whole situation getting cleared out. Cold face, no emotion. When it go left, you be loud, I be quiet. That's a cold death. I been heavy in the field. You were watching from far, tryna mimic how I move, but you ain't got the scars. Every scar got a story. Every story got weight. You just playing with an image. I relate to the state. Figure I was on shit, something you can't fuck with. Let's be like.
Shout out to the shout outs. What up, Eater Man? We are going to the debate. It's out the way.
But we decided to let Taz go first because of the title. Yeah, so we're going to lead off with Taz in this. And see, before we get started, real quick, A9, I went over this with Taz already. I'm going to say it for you in the audience. When you hear this, when you get a minute before your round is over, you're going to hear a sound effect. Once you hear the sound effect, you're going to know that you only got a minute left. So, you know, you can wrap it up, whatever the case may be, whatever you was doing. And let's see. And yeah, that's about it. Let's see. So I guess we can get ready to start this. I want y'all to keep it clean. No arguments after the bell and no hitting below the belt. All right. So we're going to get ready to get this started with Taz. Let me know. Let me see. Let me get this clock together real quick first, Taz. Before we get started with you. 1 second. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm ready when you are. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Ready? Okay. All right. You already know. You get started right after the clip. All right. Let's get ready to get into it.
Today's debate, B1 versus Israelite. So I need y'all to understand coming through the door, this is a very important topic. And although you may believe that you've heard this debate before, you haven't. Shout out to everybody that came to the debate. Shout out to my interlocutor here for coming late to the debate. I'd like that reflected on the record. He should have been on time. Let's get to it though. So in this paradigm we live in, Black has been established as the identity that our people use. It's used daily, It's entrenched in our everyday lives. And what you'll hear tonight is a lot of Israelite talk that reflects and sounds like Black first talk, but it really isn't. It's centered around an Israelite paradigm, but it uses Black to make the reflection for Israelites. What I'm going to be showing you tonight is that Israelites operate in anti-Black propaganda, some of them. And because they are a fractured group, you can't be too sure of which ones I'm exactly talking about. So I'll just show you the evidence of the anti-Black propaganda while at the same time claiming to be Black, but dismissing it to uplift yourself as an Israelite. They're trying to convince Black people that being Black is secondary in a world where we live, where white supremacy is first and race is everything. What I'm going to be talking about is the ideology of B1 versus the doctrine of being an Israelite. The Israelite doctrine that reels in Black people has them diminish who they are as a race and uplift the religion that they're following. The difference between the ideology and the doctrine is simple. An ideology is just simply a system of ideas and ideals, especially one which forms from the basis of economic or political theory and policy, versus a doctrine being a set of beliefs that are held and taught by a church or any other group. So this could be with any church group, but it's with Israelites today. The Black community understanding of the historical culmination of our Black experience is what B1 ideology is. I'm here today to show you that and lay that out for you, because some believe that B1 is just running around talking and saying Black, 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 when it's actually more to it, and I'll show you that. What I'm also going to show you is that in this paradigm that we live within, Black Israelites are not the standard or the model in this paradigm. Considering the definition of paradigm, the debate is already over, because it would be the typical example of a pattern or something or a model which Black Israelites do not reflect. In this country, Black Israelites are considered Black identity extremists, while white Israelites are the ones who are considered the true Jews. In this paradigm we live in, it's these Black Israelites that we're going to be talking about today that try to hijack Black identity. They are actually called the so-called Jews in this paradigm today. So I don't know how it would be better for any Black person or any Black American to follow these so-called Jews as they're reflected as in today's society. Now, what I'm also going to show you, though, is that these so-called Jews of today will try to use Black people as their recruiting tool to raise the awareness of their doctrine and what Israel is for them. And so what you'll find is that the Black community begins to suffer and take L's because we get fingers pointed at us for things that don't relate to us. Because again, these are Israelites. They're only Black when they need to be, when they can benefit. But any other time, they're Israelites. And this is typically what they stand on. Many different sources will come to you today, some of them from the ADL. This one would be from the United States Census itself. This outlines who we are. We are individuals born of Black racial groups in America. Africans, African Americans, Jamaicans, Haitians, Nigerians, Ethiopians, Somalians. In this paradigm, individuals that are Israeli fall up under Middle Eastern or North African. So that does not relate to us as Black Americans. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to
So it all be confusing to me. FBA, ADOS, B1, Israelite, Islam, because it seems like they're that thing first. But that's it. That's the confusion. That's my confusion. When I hear people using these terms, I'm wondering, are they delineating and separating? Are they inclusive? What is the things that makes these Black people be separate? Whether they're, well, I guess it would be like, if you understand some of the literature, a person would be an infidel. They wouldn't be a part of it. They would excommunicate you or do whatever they do. So yeah, that's the specificity I wonder if they're gonna get to when the Israelite brother talk.
Show you that there would need to be a paradigm shift for his paradigm to work. Because in this paradigm, they are not identified as legitimate Black Americans. They are Black identity extremists in this paradigm. And as they continue.
A salute, No Chaser. I hope everybody can find me when they come up tonight. I'm locked out of the other account. I'm broke, y'all.
Continue to radicalize Black youth and place them in harm's way. We have to ask ourselves, how would that be better for Black youth, for Black people, to follow a paradigm in which you are diminished and looked at as an identity extremist, identifying with Black, but in reality, you're claiming to be an Israelite?
So it's not only that your time run out, you get dropped. There is a division that must be acknowledged. Black first versus Israelite. Acknowledge race. Wait. Acknowledging race is not as important as believing in religion in the Israelite paradigm. Every time he uses the term Black to identify, he is ignoring that fact.
Okay, all right. That's Taz's first. Excuse me. That's his opening. All right, let's bring A9 up. Let's get ready to get him in. Let me see. Let me get your clock ready, A9. All right, I'm ready when you are.
We got 5 minutes, right?
Yes. Let me know when you're ready.
You got my screen up?
What up, dirty dude?
Now I do, yes.
All right.
You let me know you're ready.
I'm trying to get this thing off of here. Let me take it out and come right back in.
You got reshare?
Yeah. Didn't do the presenter view right. Let me know if you got it, because I'm in presenter view. You got it?
No, it's not sharing.
Motherfucker. All right, you should have it now. We'll
sharing.
All right. Let's start. All right, bet. We straight.
You ready?
Yes, sir. If I can figure out my shit.
Huh?
Okay, yeah, I'm ready. Let's go.
Ready?
Start now. Yep.
Starts now. Go.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Taz verse A9. We don't even need names. We know what this is. B1 versus Israelites. Which paradigm is better for Black people? Obviously, I'm saying the Israelite paradigm. Let's get directly into my premise statement. Tonight's debate is about really getting it in. It's not about hashtags. It's not about sound bites. And it sure as hell isn't about personalities. This is about survival. It's about which paradigm can actually carry Black people forward beyond the slogans, beyond the chatter, beyond the Black identity extremist nonsense, and into a framework that sustains us across generations. B1, by the words of my brother here, it's not a movement. It's just a lifestyle. And let's be honest, lifestyles don't build nations. A lifestyle can't organize communities. It can't govern households. And it sure as hell can't pass down a legacy. At best, B1 is commentary, and at worst, it's confusion, right? What I'll show you today is let's talk about what's actually going to work, the Israelite paradigm, right? This isn't a trend. It isn't a slogan. This isn't a nonsensical conversation. It's a complete system. It builds communities. It builds communities with standards and structures. It demands political action, not political favor. It thrives on accountability, not personalities. And it is rooted in Black nationalism and international nation building, not the fleeting winds of social media, right? What I'll prove tonight is that the Israelite paradigm has already stood the test of time. It has survived hostility. It survived opposition. It has survived every challenge thrown its way, and it remains intact. That's not a theory. That's proof. Understand that. All right. So as we go forward and we want to know which is better, the answer becomes undeniable. The Israelite paradigm is not only the superior choice, it's the only choice if we want a future where Black people don't just exist, but thrive, build, and pass down a system that still works. Let's get into definitions. Tonight's debate is a double affirmative. That means both have the burden of proof to bring the affirmative as well as the negative. Notice, my opponent didn't really go too deep into these type of conversations. Let's talk about what a paradigm is. A typical example or a pattern of something to model after. He said, I died already. Actually, he died. How do you model something that's a mantra? B1 doesn't have a paradigm. B1 is an attitude. It's a lifestyle. It doesn't really even exist. And tonight, when he tries to attach it to people, I'll show you the logical fallacies that he's committed. When we deal with the B1 paradigm, it stands on Black first. It's a social media-driven mantra, not a paradigm. Its central ideal is that Black interests must come before all others, politically, economically, and culturally.
Yeah, they got to do some work to do these. They got to get all their graphs together. Yeah. A9. So right now he's just talking about what B1 is not.
There's no formal organization, leadership, or codified paradigm. B1 functions more as a hashtag, a coalition. That's not an institution. It pulls from Garveyism, Pan-Africanism, and Black nationalism, but without the structure or the governance systems that these other movements have. The Israelite paradigm is a structured system of Black nationhood and spiritual governance, rooted in the understanding that some African descendants are part of the ancient Israelite covenant. It merges Pan-African unity, Black nationalism, and the biblical law into a working model for liberation and sustainability. This paradigm teaches that freedom comes not from racial sentiment alone, right? But from building systems, families, councils, and economics, so on and so forth. Now, when we talk about Black people, we're really going to make this simple. We're talking about the diaspora. Everybody got caught up in this thing that we call the TLS, or the transatlantic slave trade. The entire diaspora. Now, when we talk about what's better, we're talking simply about something more excellent. But what it comes down today is an impact calculus. How do we determine what's better? It's one thing just to say it's better and call me a BIE, but you got to show a system that works. I'm going to show you a system this evening. And I'm going to prove to you that my brother wants to make me a BIE because he doesn't want to deal with the history. Mr. Historian.
5 points of contention: framing better, community sustainability, Israelite history, cultural preservation, political, legal, and structural accountability.
Failed to deal with the Israelite history. I have 5 points of contention. 1, how do we frame better? 2, community sustainability. 3, Israelite history, cultural preservation, and political and legal structural and accountability. All right, let's summarize this. Tonight, we're going to get all the nonsense out the way. I'm so happy that we got to get this in. I want to welcome all of y'all to my torture chamber because the brother pulled up already and made a magnanimous mistake by assuming that the only way that you can identify Hebrew Israelites is through a Black identity extremist label. He didn't go into any other type of extra explanation, but he even told you some of them operate like this. What we'll deal with tonight, and we'll explain to you this evening why the Israelite paradigm is better than the B1 mantra. I'll see you in a minute, fam.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right. That's the end of the first round. That's the end of A9's opening. Okay, we can bring Taz up here. We can get ready for the premise round. Let me know when you're ready, Taz. And I'll get your clock right.
I'm ready.
You ready? Okay. All right. Let me share your screen. Okay. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready. Wait. Oh, that's right. My fault. Wait. Okay.
So today, again, what we're going to have to realize by the end of this debate is that you're going to need a paradigm shift in order for the Israelite paradigm to be relevant. So this is what I'm here today to talk to you about. Why B1 would be ready for us to look at as the framework for how we operate. When I say individualism, some people would immediately say, nah, not individualism. But actually, there's a framework called collective individualism that describes societies and groups where individual self-development is valued but achieved within a collective framework, meaning our individual goals are pursued with the consideration of the community. See, we don't need a holy Bible or anything to recognize what's already understood. In the circles I'm from, what's understood doesn't need to be explained. So the framework of B1 is that understanding of collective individualism. Key characteristics of collective individualism is individualism within a collective. We're seen as unique, of course, but we're encouraged to use our skills and achieve our goals while also working together to achieve goals in the community. That collective individualism is the mindset that got us here today within the paradigm we live within. We didn't get here by anyone else's understanding. We got here through the understanding of our ancestors and what they did to get here, and our actions to further the cause would come through an understanding of what it was they actually went through. That's where relational individualism comes into play. This is another framework that sees us as fundamentally shaped by our social relationships, challenging the idea of a completely independent individual, because we're not. We're a community. And because we can easily point to Black people historically operating based on this mantra, it's not just a soundbite. It's not just something that you'll hear for the first time today. You've heard B1 many times in your life, I'm sure. Black first ideology exists within a lot of movements, but we need to understand that a lot of these movements today are new. It is not based on the unwritten code of our ancestors, but B1 is. This is why Malcolm X said to leave your religion at the door, Israelite. But some may not want to do that, which is why we get into conversations about confusion, back and forth, and universal codes that don't even actually apply to Israelites themselves. Like I say, some people are going to point to Israelites and say they're B1. It's because they recruit within Black spaces. It's because they go within Black circles and get Black people to follow them. But it's easy at times to do because a lot of the people they're recruiting were Black first in the first place. See, the best examples of B1 ideology come from our long history in America. Our ancestors left us a blueprint that is not written on paper, but it's certainly something that we can study, follow, and see the paths that they took, the mistakes they made, some of the things that we can do better to better ourselves, to position ourselves. For example, someone like Marcus Garvey, who just pushed Black economics, someone who we could look at again, not having to disagree, not having to agree, not having to look at anything other than the fact that this was for Black people. And if you can understand that fact, you understand what B1 is. You understand what B1 is if you understand a community needs Black people to step up and help people within that community. There's no scripture, there's no understanding greater than your own experience. And so when you see people in your community hungry and someone within your community steps up to feed those people, yes, they did that a lot of times based on race. Now, sure, some do that based on religion, but that
And that's the thing right there. We were talking about the idea of community and all that stuff the other day. That's the idea right there. Why wouldn't you help the women and children? A lot of these conversations nowadays be about individualism completely. So you may have, you have groups of people that just, I'm concerned about my family inside my house and then my small friend group. And they'll call their small friend group a community. But the collected group of people that look like you, they said it'll never work. Why?
That's not B1. And if you want to talk from the perspective of using religion to bring in Black people, I'm saying you're taking B1 out of the conversation at that point. As Malcolm X said, leave your religions at the door. Black people have historically fought for each other, whether it's the Buy Black movement or, again, some of these movements that date all the way back to Marcus Garvey. We have always been in the midst of the conversation for supporting ourselves. A man by the name of Carlos A. Cooks came from Garvey's camp. He started the initial Buy Black campaign in the 1930s. Again, putting Black people first being paramount in our understanding of that time period, because being an Israelite was not relevant. Being Black was. That's our history in this country. In this paradigm, being an Israelite is something that now you see on the internet. The internet raised the awareness. The internet raised the value of that conversation. But historically, what you'll find is that conversation centered around a Black global family. Now you have more people joining into these movements that take people away from what they truly are within a paradigm that only centers on who they are as a race. No one cares that you're an Israelite in this country. So when we start talking Black identity and cultural pride and B1, understand that B1 didn't start on the internet. It started long before James Brown. He just picked it up and ran with it. This is the history of B1. Understanding that individuals come together and do things that benefit Black people, whether it's the Green Book to help Black people when they're traveling, whether it's the Blue Book to help Black individuals in Chicago that run businesses, whether it's the B1 paradigm that was set up in Lowndes County, Alabama in 1966, where Black politicians decided to run for office. Again, putting Black people first is all B1 is telling you. There's no cult, there's no mass grouping that you have to get together and follow anything. This is an understanding that you can see all the way back from the time of the homesteads in the 1800s, when Blackdom, New Mexico was established, and a Black man went out there, established that, moved people out there, no different than they did in Louisiana and many other places where Black people use Black ideology to uplift Black people and create an ideology that told us we're important. This is why the B1 paradigm does push each one, teach one, because Black teachers teaching Black students has been studied, and it is determined that Black students do much better with Black teachers. There's no data to compare that to for Israelites. They haven't studied to see the outcome of what happens if Israelites teach our children, but we do know if Black teachers are teaching our children, yes, fam, they tend to do better. So when we look around the world and we see people start to galvanize it, for example, around Black Lives Matter and all of these different social groups, all of these people are operating with their B1 ideology. I'm not saying they B1, I don't know them, but their individual actions that I can see, yes, fam, I can stand by it. And I think you should too, because at some point, we'll have to recognize that raising awareness of what happens to us as a race is more important than trying to be an Israelite. This Israelite paradigm is rooted in belief. It's rooted in things that you can find in the Bible written in archaic times that have nothing to do with today. Meanwhile, the B1 paradigm is rooted in the experience. Something that happened yesterday could be ideologically placed into our understanding because you have to know what's going on around you. which is why we have to talk about why you should not, as a young black man, follow these Israelite movements. George Washington University did a study. The study comprised of Black Hebrew Israelites in their movements and how they started to use the internet, Facebook, to blow their camps up, to make a mockery of Black people and white people and anybody on the street that they don't like. And they put all of this into a conversation about violent extremism. So the understanding should be that no, Taz is not here to present you as a Black identity extremist. I'm not here to present you as the person who's lost and don't understand your legacy and you're running from who you are. That's what the studies say. That's what people who actually look at this, like Karen Dubin, PhD, says. The complex insecurity experienced by many Black individuals in America is deeply rooted in historical traumas, slavery, and the ongoing systemic racism. So we can assume that the Hebrew Israelites are just running from who they are because you can look in the mirror and see you're Black. But there's something here that makes you run from the understanding that you have to live within this system of white supremacy. Uplifting the Israelite paradigm has seemingly done nothing for Black America. When we look across the Israelite paradigm, we'll find the IUIC, the ISUPK, GMS, Sakari. These are not just random groups I'm pulling out the hat. These are the biggest groups of Israelites with the most members, so we'll be using them for our examples. These are not random topics. These are who these people are, right? So how many of them are there? Who are they? How many Black people are actually following this? Well, a study was done by the Manhattan Institute of 1,075 Black Americans. And yeah, we didn't get close to 50%. Roughly 26% of the Black population plausibly profess to believe that modern American Blacks descend from ancient Israelites. 26%. Roughly 9% of Blacks credibly profess these beliefs and identify as Hebrew Israelites. 9%. Yeah, fam, that's not the paradigm that we want to follow. Most of us understand the media perspective of Hebrew Israelites is negative. So the benefit is seemingly only for those who want to follow and go against the grain. If you simply want to just live life, go to work and do regular things as a regular person, you probably don't want to land on the Black identity extremist list for being part of a religion. And that is where you land based on being a Hebrew Israelite in this paradigm. That's not me making it up. It's written on the ADL website. They'll tell you that in this paradigm, Israelites are not Black Americans. Black Hebrew Israelites are not the same as Black Jews and Jews of color, according to the ADL. Not all Hebrew Israelite organizations are anti-Semitic or extremists, according to the ADL. The Hebrew Israelite movement is divided into organizations or sects that operate semi-independently across the United States. So understand that when we hear this talk of community and building and growth, these people are segmented. These people are fragmented. They're not even together. They barely agree on things. Black Hebrew Israelites believe that they are the true Israelites and the 12 tribes of Israel are the people of color. This is what the ADL says. And so again, these are not my teaching. This isn't my pushback. This is what the pushback is within this paradigm. It's normal. The ADL has been calling them hate mongers for many, many years. They said that these Black Hebrew Israelites spread hate across this country, but we have to stop and ask ourselves as Black people, why do we have to take the L for what they're doing? Why can't they just spread their hate as Israelites? Why can't they remove Black? Why does Black have to be a part of it? Maybe it has to do with the apologetic Israelite, the shame in being an Israelite. It's obviously some there because every time somebody steps to them, they apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. White Man, for saying I'm the real Jews. That's pathetic. And that's apologetically Israelite versus the B1 paradigm where the media can't make me look like no fool because I would never apologize for being what I am. I would never apologize for being Black. But these so-called Israelites in this paradigm have to bow down to the white Israelite that determines that in this paradigm, they are not Israelites. You're just simply a Black man. We don't apologize for being who we are. And so this is what I'm telling young men to be. This is what I'm telling young men that it would be better to stand on as a young Black man. being black first, standing in integrity in your race. Therefore, you don't have to apologize for who you are. B1 ain't just simply running around saying black y'all and I'm black y'all. B1 has many different elements that you can subscribe to. Just please do something in the community. Don't just look at the community like you got to get away from it by calling yourself something based on a religion or based on a group. There are many ways to stand within your community and do things for your community that many would obviously acknowledge as B1. Now, again, I'm not here to tell you that every person that claims to be B1 is. I'm telling you that the individual understanding of it based on collective and relational individualism allows us to have this topic and stand in it for what it is.
That sounds amazing. Where do you sign up? Where are these people at? Because that's the ecosystem y'all always be hearing JP talk about. That ecosystem should be able to help the elders, help the youngins, help employment still exist. Because just think about it. They say 600,000 government jobs got taken away. And they just got through saying that Oracle has some mass firings. So where do those people then go when they can't go back to a governmental job or go back to Oracle? And we didn't gotten away from nature. I remember being young, a lot of restaurants and liquor stores and everything else was black owned. Where is that at? We used to have something like the Black Pages where you could find these different places, but they all spread and who knows where. What would the bartering system be like when neighbors don't even talk to each other anymore? So it sounds amazing. Where does it exist really?
These are divisions that must be acknowledged. The Israelite paradigm goes into the black community, finds black people, and uses black people to create this understanding.
What's going on, A-Dub?
That they are the real Hebrews. In reality, black people take L's, they go to jail, they find themselves on lists. Everything works against them for joining these black identity extremist groups. And if anything, black people need to start gatekeeping and making sure that these black identity extremists at some point are called Israelite identified extremists, because not all of them claim to be black. They pick and choose when they want to be part of us. I'm black every day, so I don't believe that they should ever be able to leak over into my identity and use it when they want to.
But I will say this, like I said before, when you look at the nation, they look like a community. I think way back in the day, they used to have steak and shakes and farmland and all this other stuff. I believe they still do. They look like a real community. Same thing when I see Captain Tazariak and he be with his group. They making each other, keep themselves physically up, they function in the parameters of what looks like a community. I don't really see the name B1 anywhere. I hear about it.
My fault, I was on mute. Hey, now, can you hear me? Yeah, you sound a little muffled though, but yeah, I hear you.
Hold on, I sound muffled.
Okay, now you still sound a little muffled, but yeah.
Hold on.
You just speak up a little bit louder, everything be all right. But your screen is sharing. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, hold on. Let me fix this mic then. I didn't know it was I seen somebody else say that. Hold on.
You sound okay right there when you were just talking.
Do I sound better now?
Yeah.
Let me make sure I got this thing turned all the way up. Mic check.
You good?
Oh, there we go. I should be way better now. Okay. Let me bring this up. You still got me up sharing, right?
Yeah, your screen sharing. Yeah.
It's a premise?
Yes.
All right, let's get it popping.
All right.
15 minutes. Let's go. All right, that sounded great. I'll deal with that when I come back. But let's get to my premise. Notice the brother didn't deal with paradigm. He just spent more time talking about BIE. Let's get it. Now, resolve. The Israelite paradigm is better for Black people than B1, and I stand by that. I affirm that. Let's get it. You've already seen the definitions. We know what paradigm is. We know what B1 is. We know what the Israelite paradigm is. We know what all of this stuff is. Let's get it. Now, how do we frame what better means? He hasn't told us that. He hasn't given us an example of any of that. The first way that I'm going to deal with this today is explain to you how do we know what better is. We'll deal with liberation psychology. This is Dr. Tamar Bryant Davis, the former head or the former president of the American Psychology Association. Her main study of focus is liberation psychology. All right, so let's get to it straight. How do we frame what's better? Liberation psychology. In her article, Lessons, Liberation, and Psychology, Dr. Bryant says liberation requires healing from oppression, internalized messages, and the creation of systems that affirm cultural identity, community wellness. That's what we're going to talk about. This perspective establishes the psychological standard for what better truly means. Not merely who can raise their voice or call names or make somebody out to be a Black identity extremist, right? Rather, one who's capable of constructing sustainable systems of healing. That's what this is about. Did B1 create a system? There is no B1 system. I will show you how the Israelite paradigm for the last 50 plus years has exemplified this standard by rebuilding cultural identity, restoring self-worth, and transferring dependency into discipline. Let's go. Now, these are my 5 points of contention. We already know these. Framing the word better, community support, Israelite history, cultural preservation, and then dealing with political, legal, and structural accountability. Let's get to the Israelite history real quick. This is Wentworth A. Matthews. Matthews' movement in Harlem arose from the same stream as Garvey and Ethiopianism, asserting that African Americans were descendants of ancient Israelites and should build moral, economic, and political autonomy. I don't hear him talking about that when it comes to B1. He laid the intellectual foundation that later movements from people like Ben Amin, who you'll meet in a minute, to Abba Bivens, either institutionalized, like Ben Amin, or radicalized, like Ben Amin. This is, or Abba Bivens. This is Ben Amin, who took the Pan-Africanist and Black nationalist roots of Matthews and operationalized them into a communal nation. He actually turned this into a nation, moving first to Liberia, then to Dimona, Israel. His followers built structured governance, agriculture, health systems, and schools, proved that Israelite paradigm could produce a state-like organization, right? That's what we're talking about right now. The ability to produce a state-like organization. Let's keep it popping. Finally, this is Abba Bivens. This is who you get your One West doctrine from. A breakaway from the commandment keepers, created what became the One West school, a tradition emphasizing street preaching, militant prophecy, and exclusive theology. This splinter movement generated the public image of Hebrew Israelism, but abandoned the nation building and Pan-Africanist ideology that once was, or the paradigm that began in the Israelite movement. So this is where you get your IUIC. This is where you get your UPK. The guys who run around and follow that paradigm. The true Israelite paradigm, though, is Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and self-determination. You cannot take a fringe group and turn that into the actual Israelite movement. That's not how it happened. All right. We got 3 Bible verses that I'll use for you tonight. Isaiah 61-3, arise and shine, for your light has come. This is the conversation, meaning it's time for Israel to stand up and just be a guidance to the nation. Know this, I'm not proselytizing to anyone. Even then will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful, and my house will be a house of prayer for all people and burnt offerings. That's Isaiah 56. And we see the same thing in Isaiah 49. The concept is for us to show that the Israelite paradigm is inviting you to follow the model. That's it. There is no concept where Israelites are telling you have to become an Israelite. Even those One West fringe guys that you see on the corner are not saying you have to be an Israelite. If you keep on moving and walk away, they have nothing else to say to you. I don't even deal with the One West Israelites. I'm not sitting here saying that I hate them, because I don't hate any black person. But that's not the Israelite paradigm. Now let's get to it. Community and reclamation, right? The same Dr. Bryant says that emergent from the literature are trauma and healing informed decolonial and liberation pathways, culture and medicine, community support, spirituality and religiosity, and expressive arts and resistance. Religiosity is a part of the healing solution when it comes to liberation psychology. So let's first deal with the economics, right? When we deal with the Israelite paradigm and the Damona Israelites, they have community group economics. They've created a chain of stores called Soul Vegan. These restaurants exist in Tel Aviv, Atlanta, and Chicago, right? This is a group economic plan that you can take and utilize as a black person. That's it. You don't have to be an Israelite. Follow the paradigm. That's what we're saying. I don't see a B1 chain like this. And if there is, they're not calling themselves B1. They're just black people doing their thing. B1 doesn't have a paradigm. The Israelite paradigm on communal healthy living. Through the teachings of Ben Israel, or Ben Amin, he sought to transform or decolonize the traditional African-American diet, right? This is how they live healthy. They've eliminated most of the diseases and things that we see in our community in America. That's out of the Reese, that's the award-winning author Adrian Bronner who writes about this, saying that when we are conspiring against ourselves with this heavy carbohydrates, heavy salt diet, right? So they actually have changed their diet. They're living healthy. Let's deal with education. Community education. The African Hebrew Israelites developed a comprehensive educational system centered on moral instruction, vocational skills, and cultural identity that reject the Eurocentric models. This is what we should be doing here, using this paradigm. As I said, the Israelite paradigm seeks to guide you so you can follow it as a model. That's the whole entire premise. Those that are Israelites join, those that are not, follow the model. What about the family situation? Communal family support. The members of the Hebrew Israelite community practice polygamous marriage.
What's going on, Paro?
Man can marry several wives, and their way of life is characterized by a strong sense of community and considerable mutual support among the families. You don't have to be polygamous. Let's get that out the way, but you can be. But regardless, the whole point is to have a strong communal system of mutual support among families. Where is that with B1? All B1 does is fight. They can't even come up with the actual explanation of what the mantra is. What about agriculture, right? In Tablet Magazine, it describes the Israelite community as an urban kibbutz, complete with a health center, grocery store, and organic farm as a self-sustaining ecosystem rooted in discipline and purpose. That's the Israelite paradigm, creating farms, creating stores, creating healthy living situations. Let's get to our next point, cultural preservation. Liberation psychology emphasizes community, spirituality, and expressive arts as avenues of healing and resistance to oppression. That's your religio-spiritual conversation. Trying to tell people that it's wrong for you to identify what you want to identify with as a culture and that you still can't be black. That's a form of blackballing, right? You don't see these brothers and sisters in Damona out here standing on the corner yelling at people. As we said, that's a fringe group, right? So let's get into it. Fridays are dedicated to a festive pre-feast meal in the late afternoon, followed by the Seder Shabbat and spiritual gathering. You don't have to do this, but you should have a weekly gathering where you sit down and eat as a family and where you go over your week and go over your day. Now, they do read their Torah portions. That's not something you have to do because you're an Israelite. The whole paradigm of an Israelite, once again, is to show you how to live it out. What about entertainment? Rather than going out listening to all types of crazy music, the African Hebrew Israelites, popularity known as the Black Hebrews, adorn traditional clothes and dance and celebrate the Shavuot harvest. We have festivals, we have feast days, and we celebrate together. This is what brings us together as a people. The reason we don't see unity in the B1 movement is because you don't have any religious days that you keep together, or feast days or festivals or whatever day you want to call it. You don't know. Some of y'all keep Juneteenth. Some of you keep July 4th. It doesn't matter to me, right? I want to see us come together as a people. You can keep whatever you want to keep, but follow the model. Security and geopolitics, right? Healing requires that among our pathways to transformation, we include resistance and activism. That's the point. I'm going to show you how these people are participate in resistance and activism. The B1 model, we can't say that. You can just say a bunch of individuals are doing things, right? And I'll tell you what the problem with that is once we get to the rebuttal, right? Let's deal with security first. We see these brothers and sisters joining the military. Now, I know some of y'all say, well, why would you join the military? Well, if we're ever going to be a sovereign nation, and if we're ever going to have sovereign borders, we need to have people well trained. Any attempt to go out here and train our people right now as a separate army is going to get you arrested as a seditious person. Whereas if you join the militaries in the areas that you're in and get those skill sets and then bring them back to your community, that's intelligent. That's nation building. That's how you build warriors. What about domestic politics? In the 90s, when they received pressure from the U.S. Congressional Black Caucus, this is an actual international political resistance. Israel agreed to give many Hebrew Israelites temporary residency, which allowed them to work and receive government services. Why? Because the U.S. Congressional Black Caucus worked with them, saying that these Israelites were a beacon to the rest of the Black community to show what they can do by self-determining. This is a part of Pan-Africanism, self-determinism. I'm not saying that you have to be an Israelite. You can identify as whoever you want, but follow the paradigm. He has not given you a paradigm. Political cohesion. The U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv had no choice but to become involved when the Israeli tactics to force the Black Hebrew community to Dabate began affecting American citizens and children. They worked with the actual embassy to change Tel Aviv's policies. This is what you do when you're actively resisting. This is how you participate in liberation psychology. This is how we measure what's better. Structure and accountability. Liberation psychology calls for transformation that is sustained through collective structures, community accountability, and institutional practices. Where are the institutional practices? Where are the collective community structures? Where are the collective sustained perfection in the B1 paradigm? It doesn't exist because, as he said, it's individuals. So let's deal with this, the law and the governance conversation. Even with these brothers and sisters in Israel, they have a holy council, 12 men known as the princes, chaired by Ben Amin before he passed. God bless the dead. Constitutes a group of spiritual leaders, 12 ministers oversee the daily affairs, operations, and community, and the third tier of governance, crown brothers.
Look at that. I knew I was doing something wrong. Give me a second, y'all. I shut it now. See history. Let me see. There we go. Hope that's me. Darn it. Let me see. History. Let me see. Here we are. Okay. Pull this back over. Get right back to it. There we go.
Brothers and sisters in Israel, they have a holy council, 12 men known as the princes, chaired by Ben Amin before he passed. God bless the dead. Constitutes a group of spiritual leaders, 12 ministers oversee the daily affairs, operations, and community, and the third tier of governance, crown brothers and sisters, oversees the daily affairs of the adult community. Where is that in the B1 paradigm? None of those things exist in the B1 paradigm. I'm not telling you that you have to like me as an Israelite. I'm telling you to use the paradigm. That's what we showed. Now let's get back to this. How do we measure this? What is the impact calculus? Number one, I showed you the better framing. He didn't even define what better looks like. We talked about community support. He didn't show you one thing that they do as a collective from a B1 paradigm. He had to talk about individuals, and even all of those individuals, their movement has failed. Demona is still going strong and has been going strong for 56 years. Where is that in the B1 paradigm? Don't mistake the B1 paradigm for me hating on Black people. We're simply talking about how do you define the structure of the B1 paradigm? It doesn't exist. What about the Israelite history? This brother is a historian, and he completely ignored the fact that there is a whole other beginning to the Hebrew Israelite movement. Instead, he wanted to hold on to the actual camps that most Hebrew Israelite groups don't even affirm. What about cultural preservation? Okay, let's say he brought it up. Let's say he made a good point. That's 1 out of 5. But he didn't, because he didn't tell you how B1 actually preserves culture. Because you guys will reject FBA, you reject ADOS, you reject whoever you feel at any given point in time. And we dang sure didn't see any political or legal structure and accountability. Let me prove it. How do we frame what better means? We use liberation psychology. We gave you a framework for how.
And even with the FBA and the ADOS and all of that, I understand you got Yvette Carnell and Antoine Moore, but I don't see a bunch of ADOS stuff anywhere. I hear about it online. You do see Hebrew Israelites, you do see the Nation of Islam. And if it is somewhere, I just don't know where it is. And if it is somewhere, is that the ecosystem that's going to help people when they get behind in their mortgage, help people get education so they can get a new job and they be confident in a new job? Where are all these things?
We know how something works better, right? We dealt with community and reclamation. We showed you that community support, spirituality, and religiosity, expressive arts, and resistance. These are how we actually overcome all the oppression that we received in this horrible captivity. And the Hebrew Israelite paradigm showed you that. How? Through cultural preservation. It emphasizes community, spirituality, and expressive arts. This is what we need to do. This is what we do in the Israelite paradigm, not in the One West paradigm. One West even tells you that they are not affiliated or associated with any other group, right? Spirituality, emphasizes community, spirituality, and expressive arts. This is what we keep trying to tell you, and I'm going to keep driving at home, because we do not see that in the B1 paradigm because it doesn't exist. It's a mantra. We showed you security and politics. Healing requires our pathways to transformation. We include resistance and activism, not just individual change, but institutional structural change. As we said, these brothers operate in a vacuum. They say that they are not affiliated with any other group. How can you lay that at the feet of any other Israelites? But let's talk about the B1 community before we go. Attaching these brothers to me is like attaching Dr. Umar to Taz. I would never do it, but that's what he's doing today. The grifter who couldn't get a school off the ground. What about Malachi Z. York, a B1 brother who did all types of heinous things? That would be the same of attaching that to Taz. What about this guy? He was B1 definitely. Are we saying that that's what represents the paradigm? Or this grifter? No. This is what the Israelite paradigm is. And this is what I showed you this evening. And this is a paradigm that you can take and model for yourself. He didn't show you any of that.
Let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me get this off the screen. Okay, there we go. All right, that was the end of A9's premise. Okay, now we got a chance to listen to Taz's rebuttal. You need your screen share, Taz?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let me get your clock together real quick. All right, I'm ready when you are. Let me know. Oh, wait.
This is nice and very controlled. Nobody's running over. They're being very detail oriented. That's what community is supposed to be. And I really don't see it though. Again, I see Hebrew Israelites. I see the Nation of Islam. But in the larger picture, it's a lot of individualistic stuff. Because the church is supposed to help you like this. The church is supposed to be in the community, feeding you, helping you when you're behind on bills, getting you some education, employing you. They're supposed to be doing all of that.
Let me know if you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, right after the clip, you already know.
So we just heard a rebuttal in the intro. We just heard a rebuttal in his premise round. And finally, I can rebut. Now, again, I do need the record to reflect that I had to sit here and wait another 2 or 3 minutes while his equipment was failing because he was late. Had he been on time, he wouldn't have had to wait. That should be another L. Now, I'm sitting here looking at your slides and trying to understand what I'm looking at. And you said Adrian Broner was the author of your book there. And it did say A. Miller, so I'm assuming his name was Adrian Miller. Another failure, another mistake. You call B1 a movement. I never used that terminology. Another failure, another mistake. Again, just throwing things out there in hopes that the judges will approve of it. I hope they see it all. I hope they saw that your camera was not on during your premise round, though. Now, you said that Israelites say you don't have to be Israelite. That's not true. They say you are Israelite. They don't even give you a chance to be anything other than Israelite. Let's be honest here. You also had liberation up on the screen, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. We're talking about what's better for Black people. In terms of liberation, we're already liberated. You had you said the fringe Israelite movement is the major movement in America. The groups that are identified on paper as the largest Israelite groups are the ones you're calling fringe. That's not my problem. That's yours. Ben Ami and Damona. Let's get to that, because for some reason I knew you was going there, right? I knew you would come on here and try to make people believe that somehow this was Pan-African or for Black people, or somehow that they was over there getting it on. No, let's be honest, fam. They went over there breaking bread with non-Black people, begging to fit within the Israelite paradigm of non-Black people. And they allowed them. Quit playing, fam. These are the articles from 1977, 1981, showing you that they were never wanted there in the first place. You go over there begging based on your religion, and now you want to come back and make it seem like you was accepted over there. They weren't. They begged and begged and begged, and you know what they gave them? They gave them an old military base, 13 kilometers, 8 miles outside the city. So yeah, over in Damona, they're living next to a nuclear reactor. I wonder how he's going to make that sound like that's plausible for better, right? Because I don't have to define better. I can show you worse. You have people who were in Israelis' defense force saying that Damona might be the next Chernobyl. Everybody there might die based on a nuclear reactor located right outside the city. No, they didn't give you holy land. They give you land where didn't nobody else want to live at. They gave you land that was dangerous. So let's not make it seem like these strangers in the Holy Land, as they were referred to in the New York Times in 1981, that the door was open and they were over there doing it big. Nah, fam, they're over there in a place where you can marry underage girls. There was just a ruling last year that allows it to happen. The court allows it in Israel. And well, the Damona Israelites, the conversations go all the way back to 2005, fam. The conversations in terms of how people don't like it there, how some of them ain't happy, yeah, they go all the way back to 2005. So again, today, when we're looking at Damona, what we're finding is a bunch of people that are on the cusp of being deported. Why are you sitting here talking and making it sound like it's all good, man? They can't even be citizens. The best they can be is a permanent resident, because they don't look at you like one of theirs. You're not one of them. You're just someone from America that went over there. They just now start letting people fight in their army. These African
Hey, TMKC.
Hebrew Israelites, which again, he has to separate from the Hebrew Israelites here in America because, you know, they ain't African. They don't claim to be African. They don't like Africans. They take the 12 tribes and run with it. And, well, you know, this fragmented group, some of them don't even agree that it's 12 tribes. But he wants me to believe that we're fragmented because I'm willing to tell you honestly, yeah, fam, we operate as individuals. He wants us to believe that this paradigm is uniform of Israelites while saying that's a fringe group. No, those are Israelites. So he says he's going to define what better is, but no, fam, you're skating over the fact. You're not being honest. And so I got your premise here, and I'm going off your premise. And according to your premise, you're going to tell us everything about survival and how Israelites can survive based on what? Especially using Dimona where they're right next to a nuclear reactor. Then you got these anti-Black Israelites that don't even like Africans. How do you ignore that and just talk about African Hebrew Israelites? Dudes that sit around with Tommy, diminish Black people, shit on Black people, talk down on Africans, wouldn't even give a little African kid some food. But you sitting up here talking about our people, Black people, Israelites, all in the same breath. Nah, fam. This is why I said you got to create that division. And he doesn't want to create that division. If you listen to him closely, he's trying his best to sound B1, but just throwing the term Israelite on top of it. No, these are Israelites. The same way they like marrying little girls in Dimona, they like doing it here too. We ain't got to cherry pick examples like you said in your premise. This is the real deal. This is Stephen Carty and cherry picking. You know what they're following? They're following the teachings of Hebrew Israelites who go around and tell people when the kingdom is established, we're going to get the women when they're 12 years old. In the kingdom, we're going to get them while they're young. You have to call these people fringe because they are the reason why you're going to lose this debate. You have to separate yourself from actual other Israelites because you know if you stand with them, this is over already. But these are people within the Israelite paradigm, fam. These are individuals. The same way I'm telling you, B1 is just individuals. I can't dictate what people do. That's what you should have said. But you didn't. You want to stand with the Israelites. So stand with them. But you got to fall with them too when they start stealing money from the churches, right? Because for me, I don't care about none of your religious stuff. You go to Israel, you go to Africa, you can stay here. I don't care about your religion, you Black. But y'all are operating based on religion and trying to make it seem like it's about being Black. You want to.
And that's the thing. Everybody don't even embrace that. Everybody don't even embrace that. Remember delineation? Well, you West Indian and you Jamaican and you Haitian and you. When I was young, I thought Black folks were just Black folks. These are all new conversations.
Diminish Black and make it seem like Israelite put in all the work over the years. You want to try to label yourself an Israelite, but then talk about identity. In this paradigm, your identity is Black. In this paradigm, you are a Black identity extremist if you call yourself an Israelite. Why would you put in your premise that Israelites found their voice through the struggle of Black nationalism? Yeah, you use us. You use us to propagate your Israelite paradigm because you know Black people stand on Black principles for Black people, not Israelites. Because if we stood on principles for Israelites, we'd be standing on principles for him, right? He can call me a so-called Black man, and these Israelites will turn a blind eye. They run with him. He a white dude to me, but according to the Israelites, he a captain in God's army. This they man's in them. Israelites that follow the one West side of the Israelite paradigm, because for some reason he acts like that ain't the Israelite paradigm, they don't rock with us like that. So you have to be honest instead of using Pan-Africanism and a bunch of cold words and a whole bunch of things that you claim matter. Let's just be honest, fam. These people don't like Black people. They use black people to boost their numbers, to change themselves over to Israelites. I mean, a lot of this is documented in Congress since the early 2000s. This was 2008 when they started talking about this. So the United States government is fully aware of it, which is why they call them black identity extremists. Again, it's not me. It's the United States government using the history of the things that they've done in this country to point to them and say that group is a bad look. And I'm saying it's a bad look for black people. Because these Israelites, man. So why ain't gonna do something? It's gotta have black on it, right? These ain't our people. These the same people who killed Dr. King mama. These the same people who run up in people's houses and threaten them, and their names are Israel. Nah, fam, we don't want these people to be black. Stop claiming to be black. Just be Israel at some point, because this is what they do. They hide all of this under black. They'll say all of this is fringe. They'll say none of this is the real Israelites. But these are the real Israelites. These are the real Israelites that give us a bad name, that get us labeled hate groups, that get us labeled as separatists, that get people like Ozone locked up for standing up against itself, right? Black Hebrew Israelite ideology is an L, all the way down to that dude who was running around talking about he a Trump supporter. The black man, Michael the Black Man. Y'all remember him? The Hebrew Israelite leader that was following Trump? Yeah, fam. All of these people that stand in...
All right. That was Taz's rebuttal. Let's see. I don't see A9. A9 dropped off. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. A9 might have had some technical difficulties because he had just dropped off. He was just up here just a second ago. All right, we're going to give A9 1 second to come up. In 1 second, let's take this quick commercial break while I find out what's going on with A9. Be right back, family.
Oh, shit.
See, we still waiting for A9. I'm not sure what's going on with A9's equipment. But he's still not here. Let's see, give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
See, okay, here we go.
Respectfully. What am I doing? I'm tripping. Man, let me get this done. I'm sorry, Queen. I was captivated by the discussion, and I forgot to introduce the Queen into the house. There she is. Let's hit her with her song.
What you got going? I'm not knowing. It just ain't flowing. We not growing. Ever run and find out? Yes. Ever run and find out? We truly don't play around, boy. We do the Dougie till we get down, boy. I ain't said it's facts.
Shout out to the Queen in the building. Shout out to the Queen in the building. Let's get back to the debate.
All right. Now we got him back. Okay. A9, you there?
Yeah, man, it's just one of them nights, bro. I can't. It is what it is. Hold on, I'm bringing up the screen right now.
All right.
I have no idea what's going on. Everything just shut down.
All right. Let me know when you're ready. Let's see.
You got it?
Yeah, I got you. Let me know when you're ready to start.
I'm bringing my clock, man.
You ready?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm bringing up the timer, bro. All right, let's get it. Starting now.
Okay.
All right, let's look at all of this nonsense right now, bro. This is the part I've been waiting for. First off, you tried to say that I opened up with rebuttals. No, I didn't. Let's go back over my actual presentation. I opened up and I explained to you the definitions. I'm still waiting for him to define how we know what's better. You can sit here and talk about all this Hebrew Israelite nonsense, and we'll get to that in a minute, right? But I want to know how you define what's better. We still don't know. I mean, do you define what's better by who's blacker? And then if we say who's blacker, how do I know that? Do I got darker hair? Do I got lighter hair? How do I know what's better? Talking about I opened up with rebuttals. I haven't heard an actual explanation or framing of how we know what's better, and I'm still waiting for that. I'm also waiting to hear you explain to me what the actual paradigm is, because I showed you guys that the actual definition of a paradigm is a model that you can follow. He didn't show us one thing that we can follow. Just wake up and say, oh, I like black people. I hand out food. Well, those very French people that you talked about hand out food every weekend. Do you do it? No, you do it when you can. So that makes them more black than you? What? No, this is nonsensical. To sit here and say all of the nonsense that you said today without showing any single paradigm and without having any point to prove about what you're talking about as it pertains to why it's better is nonsensical. Now let's get to these actual rebuttals, right? I told you he didn't frame what's better. He tried to say something about Adrian Broner, if that's the way that Mike came through, but ain't nobody saying about Adrian Broner. But he didn't address liberation psychology one time. Let's talk about what he didn't rebut. Even when he talks about all of these different people, don't get me started on the person that hates Marcus Garvey. You literally hated Marcus Garvey. Now all of a sudden he's B1. That's a fallacy of reification. When you try to take something and try to make it something that it's not, to try to take the B1 paradigm and then make it, try to take the B1 mantra, try to make it a paradigm is what we call reification, right? He never showed how it's an actual paradigm. So that means he took something that didn't exist and tried to turn it into something else. This is also what we call a hasty generalization, what he's making on these Israelites, right? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. When it comes to these Israelites, right? He keeps saying that we're individuals, right? So he's saying he's an individual. Let's talk about it. So when someone does something, then they're an individual, right? So then when this group does something, they're an individual. You can't tell me then that they're not a fringe group. They are a fringe group. So because they're a fringe group, now you can try to make them the entire communication, the entire representation of a group. No, like I said, that would be the same as saying that Umar is B1. That's the same. Now, notice I didn't say it. I said it would be the same as saying these things. It's the same as saying that Jay Morrison. It's the same as saying all the things. But here's the difference, brothers and sisters. These people already delineated from the Israelite camps themselves, from the Israelite groups themselves. Read it. We are not affiliated with any other Israelite group. They delineated. We didn't have to delineate it. They did it for us. They have a completely different ideology from what we saw when it came to Ben Amin and when it came to Wentworth and when it came to Cherry. His whole argument was to argue against the Israelites without showing me a paradigm, but I clearly showed you a paradigm. I want the judges to understand this. All games and jokes aside, right? So we're going to talk about, because I got here late, because I've been having technical difficulties. I don't understand why, but this is what I did show. A paradigm, a community and reclamation project, right? Even when he talks about the brothers and sisters of Demona, which I think is completely disrespectful to tell these people who are pillars of what it looks like to bring about Marcus Garvey's dream. Since you want to talk about Garvey, Garvey's dream was to separate. They actually separated, created a community that they've been standing in for 56 years. Of course, they're going to have problems. Of course, they're going to fight. Nothing's perfect. But you're doing more than what you're doing. Show me the B1 community. Just show it to me. Show me the B1 community in the reclamation, right? Show me the B1 cultural preservation. I'm waiting. Just show it to me, right? Show me the religio spirituality that you have, any type of acceptance for anybody who wants to be a believer. There is none of that when it comes to B1. All of the nonsense that you spewed today had nothing to do with the actual debate. You didn't show a paradigm, right? Show me the actual security and geopolitics. You didn't address any of that. You didn't address how to keep our streets safe, how to keep our families safe. You didn't address what we're going to do to get out of the situation. And like I said, you didn't frame anything that shows us what's actually going to be better, right? So when we go through this and then you ignore this person and this person and this person and this person and pretend as though, oh, well, those are just individuals. Notice he kept saying individual collectivism. He kept talking about all of these words except an actual paradigm. The debate is, what is the best paradigm for Black people? And I showed that. His attempt to try to reframe and make Israelites seem as though they are anything other than people who identify, like I said, who identify as those people in the book, not everybody, and are trying to set forth a paradigm for the rest of the world to follow. His attempt to say that, oh, they want to use Black people, prove it. He actually lied and said that these people are marrying underage girls. This is a complete lie. He had no proof to say that these people are over there marrying underage girls. It can't help the laws of the land. That's like saying that you can change the age of drinking and all this stuff in the country. They have no control over that. So to try to insinuate that shows your level of disingenuous, and you're not an intellectually honest person at this point. That's horrible. You know good and damn well when people ain't over there trying to marry no underage girls. And then all of these other individuals that you kept speaking on, they're just that, individuals. Just like you have individuals in the B1 mantra, in the B1 movement, because he still didn't prove that it was a paradigm. He didn't show us anything that we can follow. I'm trying to understand at what point did we say A9 showed up for the fight and Taz showed up to try to do an argument from emotion, because that's what he gave you all night. Oh, the Israelites are this, the Israelites are that. But he didn't touch on what they've built. He just ad homed them to death. He didn't touch on the fact that they've been fighting politically. He didn't touch on the fact that they have an actual soul fuel chain that goes around the globe. He didn't touch on the fact that they built farms. He didn't touch it. He said, oh, they put them over in the desert. But he didn't touch on the fact that now they're building up a huge community, that they have different type of community projects going. He didn't touch on any of that, right? This is what we call a straw man, or the worst representation of the argument, right? He took the worst possible representations and didn't operate in good faith. He should have came with the steel man. He didn't address anything that I said, and I've addressed it all, clumped it up into one big bunch. One, he didn't give us a paradigm, so it's nonsensical. He just showed for the right debate. Two, he tried to reframe what it means to be an Israelite when I showed you the history, and he didn't touch it. He didn't touch Abba Bivens. He didn't touch Ben-Ami. He didn't touch Wentworth. He didn't touch how they were born out of Pan-Africanism. That was not what I said. That's what the article said. That's what the actual history said. And this man is a historian. So to pretend as though he didn't know is another L, a huge L on his side. And to anyone else who's failed to see this, I don't know what else to tell you. Because what we clearly see is that this brother had no idea what he was doing, right? Had no idea. He sat there the entire time and told us that the Israelites were this and the Israelites were that, but he didn't touch the group that I was talking about the entire time. So when we look at the course of the entire debate, here's what we know. The B1 community has nothing to really offer in terms of the paradigm. It's a great mantra. Yes, I teach my kids to love Black people. I teach my kids to do all of these things. But when it comes to building a nation, when it comes to building a structure, when it comes to building a system, I have to use something that's codified. And that's what the Israelite paradigm is. To try to frame us as anything else is clearly lies. You know good and damn well that most of the Israelites reject the actual One West ideology. It's just like saying that you guys agree with Sinetta. Am I allowed to put that on you? Am I allowed to just continue to put all these things on you that you don't agree with and say that that's now the major representation of B1? Not at all. Do I say that Cynthia G is a representation of you and all of this? Not at all. Right? So at the end of the day, the question still is on the table. What is the B1 paradigm? What is the model that we can follow day in, day out? I can care less whether or not you guys like that I'm an Israelite. I can care less whether or not you like the situation that I sold. It is a 56-year model, right? And on top of that, it is a global model. They have businesses and farms here as well as abroad. They showed you a geopolitical model that actually works. They're forcing the Congressional Black Caucus here as well as the embassy over in Tel Aviv to fight on their behalf. You don't get much better than that, fam. You don't get much more of a paradigm than that. An actual working system that you can use if you take the model and apply it to your life. No one told you to be an Israelite. We just told you to follow the model. Tell me when this brother shows up and gives us a paradigm so I can actually know what we're debating. That's it. It's simple.
All right, family, there you go. That was A9's rebuttal. All right. Let's see. Now we get to bring both of these men up here for the rapid fire round. It'll be Taz Q&A first. The Q&A A9 first. So let me know when you're ready, Taz, and it'll be 10 minutes. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
You ready? Okay. As soon as the clip's over, y'all get into it. Pause.
So you teach your kids to be B1?
No. What do you mean? Explain that.
Well, I'm trying to understand what it was you was just talking about when you were saying you teach your kids. It sounds like you operate race first.
I would say if you're saying race first, like Pan-Africanist, what do you mean?
Like black first. Like your kids are black, right? So are they race first?
I don't even know how to be that because that paradigm doesn't tell us what that means. What does it mean to be race first?
You know what race is?
Well, I think that race is a social construct. So explain to me what you're saying.
Okay, within this paradigm, there's a social construct that says you are black.
Mm-hmm.
Do you teach your children that?
Yeah, but that's not what B1 is. That's not what you operated B1 as.
You can't tell me what B1 is. I just asked you if you teach your kids that. So
I can tell you what B1 is because you didn't define it.
Next question I have is, how many Hebrew Israelite groups are you willing to speak for today?
I mean, there are several.
I know. How many of them are you speaking for? Because it sounded like you was trying to detach yourself from the pedos. So are you not speaking for them, but for everybody else, or which ones are you standing on?
We don't speak for any one West group, definitely. So the GMS group.
Are they not Israelites? They're not Israelites?
No, they're one West. They call themselves, I'm going to explain to you. They call themselves Black Hebrew Israelites. Israelites and Black Hebrew Israelites are two different conversations. This is why when you look on the Southern Poverty Law Center, they clearly say that there's a difference between them and the rest of these guys. Those guys clearly delineated themselves. They said that they're not a part of us.
Do you understand that within the Israelite paradigm, they fit though? They're Israelites.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. They separated. You can't say they separated from the actual paradigm.
I'm asking a question, right? If you want to separate them, right? If you want to separate them, then aren't you showing the fragment in what you're calling your community? Because they are part of your community, whether you like them or not.
No, they're not. Not if they decide to delineate. If they decide that they are no longer a part and they want to go off and do something else, then they become a different group.
Okay, so they delineated from us as Black people to become Israelites. I'm just simply a Black man acknowledging that they're Israelites. You're an Israelite unwilling to acknowledge they are Israelites. Why?
Because they say that they aren't associated with any other group. So they are something different.
But
they're Black Hebrew Israelites. There's a difference. Do you understand?
Israelites, right?
Do you understand the difference?
But they are Israelites, correct?
No, they're different in that respect. Because an Israelite is one that would stand.
They're Black Hebrew Israelites. Did you not?
They're not Israelites. No, because Israelites stand on.
Can you just say you don't like the Israelite they are?
No, I'm saying that they don't stand on Pan-Africanism or Black nationalism. That's what I'm saying.
They don't have to because they're Israelites. They stand on Israel.
No, they do have to because that's how the paradigm.
No, they don't. They're not B1. They're Israelites. Now you're
just like you don't allow me to define B1. You don't define Israelites. I showed you.
They define Israelites.
They define Black Hebrew Israelites. They define Black Hebrew Israelites. They don't have a paradigm. They don't have the actual paradigm of Black nationalism or Pan-Africanism.
You told me they were Israelites, but let's move on though.
No, I never told you they were Israelites. My entire argument was that they are a fringe group.
Israelites. Israelites.
Even in my premise. No, it's not. Even in my premise. You showed.
Listen, family.
Are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna let me talk, or do you?
You're wasting my time. You're wasting my time. You're wasting my time right now because you're not answering your running. You called them Israelites yourself. I hope the judges take note of that. So let me ask you this. So were our ancestors fighting for black people or were they fighting for Israelites?
Black people. They're fighting for rights for black people, but Israelites fall into that paradigm. So they would have been fighting for Israelites as well.
Israelite fall into what paradigm? I'm sorry.
Of black people.
Of black people? Do all Israelites fall into that paradigm?
All the Israelites that I know of, yes.
Okay, so let's move back to the ones you just said aren't Israelites. So it seems when you don't like them,
even them, they're called Black Hebrew Israelites. What do you mean? They're still black people.
You don't like them, you're going to move them out?
No, I didn't move them out. I told you, they said that they are not associated with any other group. Number one, but that doesn't change the fact that they're still black people. They're part of
that they're Israelites, though, does it?
It changes the fact that they're Black Hebrew Israelites, which is a different paradigm. It's nothing to do with the Israelite paradigm.
Israelite paradigm. You keep saying Israelite yourself. I'm glad you're saying that.
Yes, so the Israelite paradigm is different.
I hear you, bro. So in this social construct, are you recognized as a black man or an Israelite?
I'm recognized as a Black Israelite.
No. Again, the United States government, the U.S. Census, no one in this paradigm.
They would call me a black man. Yeah. I thought you were talking about how I self-determined. Yeah, most definitely.
Right. Okay. And so now are all of the Israelites black?
All the ones that I know of, yeah.
I'm saying outside of you, though. I know you don't know them all, but the ones that aren't black, can you just acknowledge that?
I would need you to show me the ones that are not black.
I did. I showed you the ones that were eating food with the children in Dimona. Remember? Did you see?
They still consider themselves black. They have celebrations on the year.
Did you see those white ones?
Those aren't Israelites. Those are people that just came to the cookout, bro.
I'm sorry. The people in Israel aren't Israelites?
No, you said the white people. I'm talking about the white people that you're talking about.
Right. Those aren't Israelites?
They just came to. Those are Israelis. If anything, those are Israelis. Completely different group.
So why are Israelites there with Israelis?
Because there's a fight over the land. And like I said, the Israelite paradigm is to set up shop in Israel and then be a beacon of hope to the rest of the diaspora. That's why.
Are you aware that Hebrew Israelites in America are called paper terrorists?
Yes. That's why they're separate.
So why would it be better for anyone to claim any part of the Hebrew Israelite paradigm?
Excellent question. Because everybody around the globe acknowledges that the Israelites of Dimona are completely different. They are recognized as the beacon of what it means to be an Israelite from America. So when I look at this and when most people look at this, they say that that's what it is. They aren't on any terrorist watch list. They aren't considered paper terrorists, anything like this. You got to
right. They aren't in America.
But even when they were, no, that's not true. That's not true. There are Dimona.
Be quiet. The question was, are you aware that Hebrew Israelites are considered paper terrorists in America? Fuck Dimona. We're not talking about Dimona.
You did bring up.
We're talking about in America. Are you aware that they're considered paper terrorists?
I answered that question already. I said yes. What they got to do with me? They don't represent.
It has everything to do with you because you too are a Hebrew Israelite. You keep running from your identity.
I'm an Israelite.
How do you separate yourself from the black identity extremists?
Can I answer that or are you going to yell at me?
I'm listening.
So the way we separate that is our ideology and our paradigm is completely different. Because we are black nationalists, because we are Pan-African, and because we don't go around saying death to all of these people and the white man kiss my boots and everybody's going to be our slave. We don't have any of that ideology. Our ideology is to be a beacon of light from the shining hill and to change the way that the world governs.
Can you show me where the United States government makes a delineation between you and Tazariak?
Yeah, because the Southern Poverty Law Center recognizes them as an extremist group. I'm not a part of that group. So
It recognizes Hebrew Israelites. Anybody claiming to be
that's not true. That's not true. They actually named the groups. They actually named groups.
Right, the largest, and they call them the largest groups in America.
So now you see that change a little bit though, right? See how that changed? They named the groups. They named the groups. You just died because they actually named the government actually named the groups.
Running from the questions, fam.
You're asking
last question, bro. Last question. Why aren't Hebrew Israelite women represented in terms of captains and all of these things in the Hebrew Israelite army?
I don't even understand their ranking system. I'm not a part of their system at all. I know in the Damona system, we have sisters that are crown princes. It even showed you. I read that. You have a crown prince, a crown system. Well, I keep telling you, you're trying to make everyone responsible for a fringe group. They have their own. They have their own system. They have their own ranking system. This is horrible, brother.
What's horrible is that you're not dealing with these Israelites in America because you want to hinge your argument on the ones.
Those aren't the only Israelites in America. You have IOG. You have Kingdom Harbinger Ministry.
All right, that was the end of Taz's rapid fire. Let's bring them back up. Let's see, bring A9 up, and let's see, let's bring Taz up, and A9, we can ready.
Yeah, we get it right now. That was horrible.
All right, clock starts now.
What's good, bro? Hey, question. So when I'm trying to figure out what's a paradigm, I showed you the definition of paradigm. What structural system did you show me that we can follow from B1?
I told you that the world we live in is a paradigm. And so the structural system we live in today is under the American government as Black Americans.
Right. So that clearly means that B1 doesn't have a paradigm. Thank you.
Let me see now. What's going on, fasting?
Thank you for finally admitting it. No, thank you for finally admitting it. Because I actually showed you a Damona paradigm that we can follow. I want the judges to understand this. He's dead already. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. So now, you didn't define.
And the ones that's living outside that nuclear facility.
You didn't define, miss with the add-ons, bro. You didn't define what better means. How do we qualify? How do we qualify better from your debate? What did you show us what better looks like?
So Black people living 8 miles outside of a nuclear reactor is
no, bro. Better. I asked you about your paradigm. Don't tell me about mine. I asked you how did you define not what's not better? I asked you what is better. Don't waste my time. How do we define what's better based on your paradigm?
Right. It's better to understand that here in America, we have a history and our history needs to be denoted. Through that denoting of that history, we actually are able to do better for ourselves as opposed to going somewhere like Damona, living next to a nuclear reactor. There's nobody there to even protect those people. Whereas here in America, as Black people, we can stand by each other and be a benefit to each other.
I.e., literally gave me nowhere to know that I'm better. Where I showed you. So let me help you. If you wanted to say it, what you should have said was some form of self-determination. But B1 can't say it. So here's why. Here's my next question, right? Is there a codified way of living the B1 lifestyle? Meaning, is it written down?
No, I said that in my premise.
Right. So we have no structure. Is it duplicable? Like how do I know if I'm being B1?
How do you know if you're being B1?
Yeah, how do I know if I'm B1?
If you're putting your race first like you do, but then you claim that you're doing it for Israelites.
Okay, so
I'm not explaining all of this, so I don't know why you
So how does that turn into a paradigm though? So some people
the world you live in is a paradigm.
Got you. So we keep going back to the same point of understanding that you have no actual paradigm. You have no explanation of what a paradigm is.
You're in a paradigm.
Right? So remember when I put paradigm. Bro, I'm still asking questions, bro. You can do all that.
I thought I was able to answer.
Okay. I was actually pontificating because you didn't give us any answer, right? So
I did. I was trying to answer.
Okay, bro. So is there an economic structure with the B1 model?
What you mean by economic structure?
So from an Israelite paradigm, we practice group economics. That's why we have the Soul Vegan restaurants. That's why they have many other different businesses where they all have things in common in the village of Demona. And actually different groups here in America actually practice that. Is there a codified economic plan from a B1 standard?
Yeah, Black people have businesses here that they actually do for the benefit of Black people.
How's that codified? I'm asking, is it codified?
I'm trying to finish my answer. The
I'm
difference
asking
between here and Demona, though, those Black people here that are doing their business and running it for Black people, they wouldn't be under the threat of deportation like they are in Demona.
So like I said, I still didn't get an explanation of is it codified. Next question. Is there a codified standard for how we do cultural preservation? Like, is there something written down that said, these are the things that we practice, these are the cultures, these are the things that are part of our community that are our cultures that we follow as customs, as B1?
Written down? No, it's oral tradition.
Where does it come from? Like, because it's all over the place.
It comes from your ancestors.
Then that's not an actual paradigm. Thank you. Thank you. So we don't have anything. We don't have anything codified.
Answering, bro, like it's crazy.
No, you've answered, and then now you're just pontificating and wasting time. So
I'm trying to
another question.
I know why.
Another
I know why. I don't have to detach from my Black people. You got to.
Now we're gonna do the game. Is there codified that we go through understanding a geopolitical understanding in the B1 movement?
Say it again.
Is there a codified way that we are to go about acting out our geopolitical paradigm in the B1 standards?
No, right. That's not written anywhere for anybody.
Actually, it is written in the Bible, right? So in our paradigm, we have ways that we work out. We have ways that we work out our geopolitical stance. Sorry that you don't read it. So,
well, I mean, I'm trying to. Well, it's your round.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. So, is there a codified way that we would heal our people? Like, so I actually put together liberation psychology, and that actually lines up with the biblical model. Is there a codified way that we will go about psychologically healing our people from our oppressed trauma?
No, there's no codified way of doing anything under a white supremacist system.
Got you. So you would agree then, though, like at some point in time, for something to be a paradigm or at least be successful, to be duplicable, we would need to write it down, correct?
No, Black people have been successful without some codified Bible. I would disagree. Black people have done so well that Black people started branching off and calling themselves Israelites.
That's great. Let me ask you this. No, okay, hold on. We're almost there. Hey, stop wasting my time. Please stop wasting my time. Please stop wasting my time. Please stop wasting my time, brother. I want to point out that the brother running now. So, question: the other night, just last night, you said that the church was almost 100% responsible for all the good that has happened to Black people.
I did. No, I don't recall.
Okay, well, do you agree with that? Do you agree that the church has had its hand heavily in the systems that have helped Black people in this country?
To some degree.
Right. Heavily, though, correct?
To some degree.
Okay, so that same church or that same Bible is where the codified standards come from. So I'm trying to understand.
They weren't Israelites.
No, but Israelites still do the same thing, and they fight it. Hold on, brother. It's okay. But the Israelites use that Bible, and they actually fight, or we actually fight racism and white supremacy. We reclaim the Bible.
You use the same code within the Bible. You keep asking about codified, but you use different interpretations under the Bible.
No, we actually use the actual indigenous codification.
According to you.
No, according to history, according to academics, it's okay, bro. So, hey, bro, relax.
I'm just saying, it's your interpretation.
So we agree that you never showed a definition of what would be better. We agree that you.
I did. I did. I didn't agree to that. I didn't show that.
We agree that you never showed the actual B1 had a paradigm. You kept calling it things like You kept calling it anything other than. You kept calling it anything other than.
Can I say it again?
No, you kept calling it anything other than that. So at the end of the day, bro, at the end of the day, I showed you all of that, right? You didn't address any of it. So is it fair to say then, now I'll move to my last little line of questioning. Is it fair to say, right, that for you, Dr. Umar is not B1?
Dr. Umar is like y'all. He presents himself as B1 to recruit black people and get over on black people. But when he get his chances to diss black people and distance himself from black people and get over on black people, just like y'all, that's
so you don't want to. So you don't want to answer it. That's cool.
I did answer.
No, you didn't.
Why would you deal with my answer?
No, you didn't. You didn't. I'm dealing with it.
Like y'all ain't B1.
Problem, bro. You gonna keep wasting my time? Hey, stop talking. Fall back.
Why you doing it?
Hey, fall back. So here's the final question, right? Here's the final line of questioning. Because I see you sweating a little bit, it's getting a little hot in that seat. I get it. If I was to walk up to just any B1 person and I asked him, what is the proper way to live out the B1 paradigm as it pertains to how do I heal our people psychologically? What would they say?
They would probably tell you they're not a psychologist if they were smart, because again, psychology is a degree in which you would go to school and actually have some mastery over before you can start being the person giving psychological advice.
Right. So I didn't ask for psychological advice. I asked from the B1 perspective, how do you live it out? So you can actually say and agree then that there is no codified way to do any of these things, right?
I'm saying there's no codified way for Israelites. That's why you got to call.
That's not true. That's why you have the Bible.
That's why you got to call the other Israelites.
No, that's why you have the Bible. And they call themselves. They call themselves
the Bible.
Tazariak said he's not a.
All right, family, and there you go. That's the rapid fire round. That's the end of that. So now we can get ready to get to their closings.
That was wild. We're going to jump to let me see. Let's jump right here. Let's see. Close up this.
This way you can get with that. Yeah, wrong nigga to have a problem.
Uh-oh.
And how many votes did we get in? Let me count. They say we had 91 votes that came in. And let's see. And as far as the judges go, we got both judges actually voted for Taz. So the winner tonight of the debate is moving forward into the tournament. Exclusives. Shout out to him. I also want to shout out 8-9 for giving a good debate tonight. See, congratulations to Taz. What's going on, 8-9? You there?
Yeah, I'm here. You can hear me?
Yeah. Shout out to
y'all. Congratulations, bro. Great debate, man. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have rather go any other way. You know what I'm saying? But I take it. I'm taking one of you. Congrats. Appreciate the judges. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Can't win them all. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, great debate, bro. We can't hear you, man. We can't hear
you. Mute, Taz. You're mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Good debate, bro. Yeah, that was that was a motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, that was.
Bro, you the truth. You already know how I feel about you. You know what I'm saying? I gotta see the truth, bro. Like straight up.
Salute. It's a good question though. Even outside of that, which is the best? FBA, ADOS, B1, Israelite, Nation of Islam. Let me see. Debates.
You ever put a baddie in a Rari, nigga? The fuck is you talking about? Live life, boy. Hey, man. You ever put a baddie in a Rari, nigga? The fuck is you talking about? Live life, boy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes.
Interrogation room. What is that about? Oh, did I put this link into the... Give me 1 second.
Any other way, you know what I'm saying? If I gotta take it, I'm gonna take one of you. Congrats. Appreciate the judges. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Can't win them all, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, great debate, bro. We can't hear.
Let me see. Yeah, that's what we forgot to do. Let's do that. You must acknowledge the folks. Now we're gonna see what this other thing is. Let's see now, where is it?
Was up to before YouTube and what led you to this spaces or whatever the case may be.
Okay. As you know, my name is Lance. I got another name, alias. Right, but I figured out that's a lie. That's a lie. I mean.
Okay, I see what that is now. Let me see. We're reacting, so we're not supposed to have looked at the thing. So we're reacting. We're reacting. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. This is something I've often thought about. Let's react to that. Let me see.
At you. Know what I mean?
Let's snatch this up. Now the thing is, I didn't put it inside my community post. Can people see that? So they should be coming here. It's gonna stop. No, then we want to add this. Bam, bam.
With another debate for the 2026 season. What's really hood out there, family? Let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure everybody can hear us clearly. before we get into all this, let's see. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let me see. Shout out to Mansa was good. B1 for Life was hood with you. G24Ds was good. Erica was good with you, sis. Q Hefner's in the building was going on. Thurman was good. By Any Means was going on. JJ, what up? One Love was good. Domo's in the building was good.
Let me see. That's past that part. Opening rounds.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, that's what's up. So yeah, so any of y'all have any questions before we get into any of this?
No.
Okay, that's what's up. All right, so family, we about to get ready to get into this right now. Let's see. So good luck to both of y'all, and let's get ready to get into Lucky's opening. Lucky, do you need to share your screen? Anything?
No, not for the opening round. It's just the opening round, right? 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's just the opening. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Nah, we good. Yeah, we good.
We good? Okay. All right. So let me know when you're ready. Let me get your clock together real quick. Okay, we good. All right. So let me know when you're ready.
All right.
You there?
I'm ready.
You ready?
Matter of fact,
Okay.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share my screen.
It says, was integration a net positive?
You gonna share your screen? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you let me know when you're ready. You ready?
Hold on 1 second. My fault. Hold up. Dang, I just went back to I just exited it out. Don't worry about it. It was some last minute. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
All right. So you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay. Your clock starts after the ring card, girl. Okay. All right. You good?
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. After the ring card, girl, your clock starts. All right. Let's get into it.
What they do. It's your boy Lucky, man. I appreciate y'all tapping in tonight. So tonight's conversation is simple, right? It's not about if integration is anything besides a net positive, right? That's the conversation. Is integration for Black Americans a net positive? And the answer is obviously and unimaginably yes. This debate is not about perfection, right? This debate is about, like I said, setting the standard of being a net positive. So the integration improve outcomes compared to segregation, right? This is what we're having a conversation about, okay? We're trying to figure out if the historical records is going to show that integration expanded legal rights, open schools, reduced poverty, increased wages, all of the above, right? This is the conversation we're getting into tonight. So where progress slowed, that's not at the hands of integration, and we're gonna look into the numbers tonight, right? But I don't want to get in too much into the first round. But before integration, Black Americans were legally excluded from major institutions, right? This is a key important factor that we're gonna get into tonight. The Civil Rights Act, right? 1964, the Voting Rights Act from 1965, the Fair Housing Act from 1968. We're gonna touch on these as well. We're going to speak actually extensively about the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act specifically, right? When access expanded, opportunities expanded. And this is what I want to paint today. This is what I want to make clear. The strongest evidence is always in the data, right? And during the Civil Rights Enforcement era, we understand that Black poverty fell from 55% all the way down to 30%. So again, this is what I want to get into. I got everything ready, sourced up. Want to make sure it's clean and precise, right? Black male wages rose significantly during the height of the integration era. So I want to focus on the numbers today. And this is not a coincidence. This is what's called measured convergence. This was called measured convergence. School integration produced long-term economic gains, right? We're going to get into the economic gains that we see from not only the students, but from the parents, right? The generational situation, right? We find that additional years in the integration and in the schools in Pacific led to higher graduation rates, higher wages, lower poverty, and lower incarceration rates. This means integration itself, like I said, just didn't just help the people who integrate. This helped the grandmothers. This helped the mothers. This helped the future generations. This created intergenerational mobility is what they call it. So in closing, I just want to say again, this debate is ultimately comes down to results, right? Integration expanded rights, reduced poverty, it increased wages, it built out the Black middle class, and it improved educational outcomes. These gains are documented across decades of research. This is historically clear. When institutions open up, outcomes improve. So I just want to thank you for your time that you're extending with us tonight. I appreciate y'all. I want y'all to stay swift. That's my time.
All right. That's the end of Lucky's opening. Let's bring up Honey so she can get her opening in. Let me get her clock together real quick. Honey, you there? Everything's good?
Yes, everything's fine.
Do you need to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me know whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. It's up there.
Okay. All right. Your clock. Wait. You ready?
1 second.
Okay.
No, 1 second. I'm sorry.
Landmarks of Justice, Fair Housing Act, Voting Rights Act, Brown versus the Board of Education, 14th Amendment, Little Rock 9, Integration, 15th Amendment. So let's see. Brown versus the Board is 1954. Civil Rights Act 1964. Voting Rights 1965. Look how recent this is. 15th Amendment 1870. Integration date. And we can't see the Fair Housing Act date. Integration legislation, equality, and justice. So are they both?
There we go. Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Your clock starts now.
Okay. Hello, everybody. So we are taught to view integration through the lens of a triumphant moral victory, a finish line crossed with the signing of legislation. But today, I ask you to look past the romanticized narrative of physical proximity and examine the hard structural reality of power. Integration is often framed as a cure-all, but true liberation requires economic and institutional autonomy, assets that the process of integration actively dismantled. The resolution asks us to evaluate if integration was a net benefit for Black people. To win this round, the affirmative must prove that the material conditions of Black Americans improved as a direct result of the policy. But a true net benefit cannot be measured merely by the legal right to sit at a lunch counter. It must be measured by who owns the counter, who controls the schools, and who holds the capital. I would prove that The method of integration acted as a structural siphon on Black communities. I will demonstrate 3 key failures. First, the economic drain. I will show how integration triggered massive capital flight, destroying the internal circulation of the Black dollar. The decimation of Black education. I'll examine how the closing of Black schools removed a generation of educators and institutional leaders, and the illusion of inclusion. I will show how the law merely replaced overt segregation with the covert violence of redlining and wealth extraction. By seeking inclusion within existing systems, the Black community was forced to trade its independent infrastructure for a seat at a table that remained hostile. This transition resulted in a net loss of communal wealth and the erosion of self-sufficiency. This is racial integration as defined by the Encyclopedia Britannica. It's the process of ending systematic racial segregation, desegregation, and removing barriers to association, allowing people of races to live, work, and study together as equals. It moves beyond merely changing laws to create a truly mixed and inclusive society with equal opportunity. The mere fact that we are having a debate about the effects of integration is about having an like just the fact that we're doing it goes against my opponent, right? Because it's not an equal, inclusive, and mixed society. We are still separate. So if we summarize the issues that came out of integration, right? We had a strong Black society with our own ecosystems, leadership, and capital. We accepted integration with open arms because we wanted a seat at that table. And we see our dollar start to go other places that weren't part of our ecosystem. It depleted our resources. We were accumulating for ourselves. We see white flight, where white people move to suburbs and redlining occurs, making sure that Black people live in certain areas where they deplete the property value. This also created education inferiority because those areas' taxes wouldn't be enough to provide the proper education. The fact that middle class people also assimilated into white society took away the leadership, money, and voting power in the society that we had. So now the Black vote and voice isn't concentrated and together, it's diluted against the majority white, and gentrification comes in and buys up the property that was depleted during redlining, hikes up the price, and drives the poverty-stricken people out, and the businesses they had created to sustain themselves in the area away to make way for high-end businesses. In any way that we measure net benefit, no issues were fixed with integration because laws cannot change the societal attitude that was a fixture in this nation since birth.
Now, this is what I always thought, that we were the best with the Negro Leagues and all that other stuff, and integration tore that apart. But since it's groups of us still that make money, see, the money alone is not enough because where's the power? And again, where's the ecosystem? Like today, as I go through things, I would prefer somebody teach me to fish than give me something, right? But where's the opportunity to learn how to fish, health, education, and all that stuff that's calculated, selected, and put around people to make sure they don't fall through the cracks? Because, you know, they say the government is supposed to have all this assistance for you. So you should be able to call 211 or go to the Salvation Army or go to the all that stuff is saying the money is depleted. They don't have funding. So then where do the people go? And what they'll do is they'll give you a bunch of referrals and different things and websites to go through and counseling and whatever else, but nothing to stop you from drowning. Or at least I haven't seen it. And I haven't seen a collective Black group. So just a minute ago when we was listening to Taz and Anonymous talking about B1 or Hebrew Israelite, I guess they do it, but they're individualistic. I don't know that they help anything outside of their group. So I can see the transformation in dudes that go to both of those groups and they become better folks, a part of that group, and I guess they uplift each other and do whatever. But outside of that group, for just the average black person,
So proximity to whiteness does not equal equality. If Black people lose institutional power and economic autonomy, the benefit is a deficit. And that's my time. Thank you.
All right. All right, family. That's the end of the opening round. Let's see. Let's bring back up Brother Lucky. Let's see. Get ready for his premise. Let me get his clock together. You there, Lucky?
Yo.
All right. What's good? Are you? Let me know you. Are you ready? I know you got to share your screen.
Yeah, hold up. 2 seconds.
Your camera working, right?
Oh yeah, my fault. Yeah, let me put my camera on too.
All right. All right. All right, there we go. All right, so let me know when you're ready. I got your clock together.
All right, yeah, you can go ahead and share my screen.
All right, your clock gonna start after the ring card, girl. Okay. Oh, you just lost your screen. I just lost your screen. It was there and it's gone.
I just try to change over. Just like that.
All right, there you go again. Make it full screen again. It's not full screen though. Okay, there you go. All right. All right, let me know when you're ready.
All right. Yeah, I'm ready.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready? All right, after the ring card, girl, your clock will start, all right?
All right, that's good.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, so I'm good to go, right? Hold on, let me make sure I'm straight. All right, yeah, bet. All right, so my argument tonight is not that integration solved every inequality in the American society. My claim is much narrower and it has empirically testable, right? When Black Americans gained access to previously segregated institutions, measurable socioeconomic outcomes improved, right? Hold up, my fault. I'm moving way too fast, right? And that's the conversation, right? That's the conversation. So this presentation is going to demonstrate three things, right? For one, there was a casual policy window in the 1960s where integration produced measurable gains. You hear what I'm saying? Not just rhetoric. There are clear mechanisms explaining why those gains occurred. And when integration policies weakened after 19
he went out.
Your sound went out. Lucky, your sound went out. Lucky, your sound's out. Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Lucky, can you hear me? All right, we got to stop this clock. I don't know what's going on. Lucky, can you hear me? He can't even hear me. Lucky.
We got to close the screen down or something.
Give me 1 second, family. I got to try to fix this. He's clearly having some issues. I don't know what's going on. Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second, family. I gotta take a quick break real quick, unfortunately. Give me 1 second, family. We'll be right back.
Let me see. He still ain't got his sound figured out.
Very important as far as the data gathering is concerned, right? Very important. Hold on, let me okay, so again, criticizing how integration was implemented is not the same as arguing that segregation was better. And we have to listen to the nuance of the conversation, right? We have to focus on the nuance of the conversation. So again, the poverty rates, undeniable, right? So I got a quote here. I got a primary from Rucker Johnson, right? Long run impacts of school desegregation and school quality on adult attachments, right? So this is where I'm getting my information from. Hang on, let me okay, so the black to white wealth ratio converged steadily during active enforcement from 1963 to 1983, and then it froze, right, when the policies reversed. That's the conversation. So active enforcement, right? Civil Rights Act, the affirmative action, school desegregation court orders, right? When these are implemented, we see direct evidence of change. So white households, the 40% housing plus 20% stock equity, right? They benefited from soaring stock market post 1980, while black households, 60% of the income was in housing, only 10% in stock equity. And so just off that alone, you'll understand, right? And you know, I don't know if people have seen the debate with Vino and Domo, but they mentioned in the 2008 how black households was significantly impacted more than white households by the 2008 crisis. So we cannot have a Monday morning quarterback approach to the conversation. We must deal with the empirical data, right? We must deal with the empirical data. Integration delivered convergence all the way up through the 1980s. Okay, that's understand, right? So hold on, give me 2 seconds. All right. So school integration is not just a mix of the classrooms. Hold on, let me jump in between. So school education is not just a mix of the classrooms. It's a redistribution of the resources, right? And let me make this. How do I switch out of my daggone PowerPoint? Hold up. Let's jump in between PowerPoints on this. It's all good. I'm gonna just rock with this one. I got two PowerPoints. I'm gonna have to get in. I'm gonna have to share a full screen on the next round. That's crazy. But so before integration, black schools were dramatically underfunded, lower teachers, fewer materials, poor facilities, and after desegregation, funding equalized, right? Access to better facilities increased and teacher qualities improved, right? So let me get, I'll try my other slide, man. So integration begins 1968, right? 0% of the black students is in the majority of the white schools, right? By 1988, we have peak integration. 50% of the black students is in the majority white schools, right? Right. And so by 2016, we're dealing with post-resegregation, right? Nearly halved from the peak, trending backwards from segregation, right? So we cannot confuse the policies from the neoliberals that have caused us to lose sight of affirmative action and the civil rights movement and confuse that with whether or not it is a positive, right? this is a net positive. Again, black students bused to former white schools, 3.4% higher adult neighborhood incomes was reported. And this is from a experiment in Jefferson County, Kentucky, right? Effects increase with years of busing exposure. Zero negative effects. Gains were pure resource redistribution, not a zero-sum situation. When implementation stopped, gains stopped, right? And that's the conversation. When implementation stopped, gains stopped, right? And so we got some cases over here, right? So Freeman versus Pitts, right, allowed districts to exit the court oversight, directly accelerating nationwide desegregation, right? And so this was after the peak of integration, when we already have the data that would suggest all of the forward mobility that's going on in Black America. It's undeniable. Yeah, I'm gonna have to shut my full screen next time. This is kind of aggravating. So
it seemed very short-lived when you start thinking about these dates. 1968. So that's just like 50 years, 58 years.
Black families in strict Jim Crow states attain 1.2 few.
And they saying that all the money will be depleted by 56, and we in 26 now. So that would mean like 100 years of whatever. Almost. Let's see, 68 to 56. Yeah.
Fewer years of education than those across the border in Texas by 1940. State-specific Jim Crow intensity drove the gap between free and enslaved Black family outcomes. Geographic concentration in the Deep South created persistent, compounding generational disadvantages. This is an institutional finding, right? The same families, different laws, different measurable outcomes, right? This is very clear to understand, right? So the Great Migration provided an early preview as to what happened when Black Americans gained access to better institutions, right? When millions of Black Americans moved from the Jim Crow South into other cities, they found higher wages, better schools, and greater political participation, right? The first large-scale Black middle class in American history, right? Coincides around the same time. We got to make sure we stick to the chronology. Access to better institutions produce better outcomes even before formal integration policies ever existed.
All right, family. That's the end of Lucky's premise. Let's bring Honey up here real quick. Let me see. I don't see her screen. Let me get a clock together real quick. You there, Honey?
Yeah, 1 second. My bad.
Okay.
Let me share my screen.
All right, there we go. Oh, nope, that's not it. There we go. All right. Let me know whenever you're ready. I got 2 screen shares. Oh, no, that's you. Okay, never mind. I'm bugging. All right. You good.
Let me get my notes. Oh my gosh, it's my nerves, y'all. I'm sorry. All right, you ready?
Let me know. You ready?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, you can't even
Your
see.
Clock. Okay, there you go. All right. Your clock starts now.
Okay, my opponent will argue that integration was a moral victory However, we must distinguish between desegregation, the physical mixing of bodies, and true integration, which implies equality of power. The historical reality of integration in the U.S. was a one-way assimilation that forced Black Americans to trade their institutional autonomy for the privilege of being in white spaces. I contend that integration, as executed, was a net loss because it destroyed the Black economy engine and undermined the Black social progress. While the legislative milestones of 1964 to 1968 dismantled the framework of de jure segregation, they did not ensure de facto equality. Instead, this era of legal integration functioned as a structural trap. By seeking inclusion within existing systems of power, the Black community was forced to trade its independence, infrastructure, and cultural autonomy for a seat at the table that remained hostile. I will just demonstrate how this transition resulted in a net loss of communal wealth, the erosion of cultural institutions, and the dismantling of Black economy and self-sufficiency. What is the capital flight? Right? In this instance, integration extracted wealth from Black neighborhoods. So during segregation, the Black dollar circulated within the community, sustaining local economies. Right? So integration allowed for Black consumers to spend in white-owned businesses, but white consumers did not reciprocate. So the money was going outside of their communities. So this led to the closure of thousands of Black-owned businesses that could not compete with newly accessible, historically subsidized white corporations. So let's look at some numbers. Okay, so Black-owned banks, it was 60 in 1985. Currently, there's 23. Black-owned insurance companies, there were 50 in the 1980s. Currently, there are 2. Okay. Black educators and administrators, 82,000 in 1954. And we know 38,000 plus that were lost when the Brown versus education came. And the black dollar circulation, it usually stayed in our community for 30 days. And right now it's 6 hours.
That's devastating. Black-owned banks, Black-owned insurance, Black educators, and that's bad. That's bad. Maybe that's the problem now. This is what we are saying about ecosystems. So 38,000 Black educators only. That's bad.
Hours, it is out of our community and somewhere else. Okay. So, like integration didn't just merge the cultures, it forced community grown businesses to compete against a legacy economy that had been subsidized by the country for generations. So the decimation of Black education is key here. So research has shown that when Black students are taught by Black teachers, they receive positive outcomes that range from cultural information to increased academic achievement.
Excuse me.
Right? Which is why integration was a devastation to Black education. Because following Brown versus the Board of Education, integration was almost entirely one-sided, and Black schools were closed, white schools remained open, and consequently over 38,000 Black teachers and administrators lost their jobs because white school boards refused to allow Black.
So you want the government to take care of you? No, I think we're supposed to be taking care of each other. What made you think I said something about the government taking care of me? They're supposed to, if you own property and paid taxes and did everything the right way, and you come upon a hardship, what did you pay those taxes for? Why do you pay into an economy that you can't go back to and ask to get you put you in a better position? What are you paying taxes for? And as far as this integration thing, uh, we hear about like the disparities in hospitals when they look at black folks as having a higher pain threshold and all that other stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess you one of those people that believe ask not what you can do for the government, or ask not what the government can do for you, do for the government. I already said it. Ask not what your government can do for you. Ask what can you do for your government. It's a one-sided relationship.
Adults authority over white children. So black students were moved into hostile environments where they were no longer seen as children to be nurtured, but as problems to be managed. And this birthed the school to prison pipeline. And psychologically, in black only schools, like students were taught that they were capable of anything. Integrated schools, they were faced the soft bigotry of low expectations in the curriculum that
This is amazing. The school to prison pipeline. Suspension, expulsion, harsh discipline, minor infractions, truancy, zero tolerance policies, funding cuts, lack of resources. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I expect the government to help the kids, to help the older people, to put people in a position to be self-sufficient. Yeah, that's exactly what we're supposed to do.
erase their history, right? So, you know, when a child is going to school in an integrated space, you know, psychologically, it does something to them because they have to constantly have their head on the swivel. They have to constantly be ready. They do not know what's coming next, and it's stressful, right? And then you're trying to learn on top of that, right? You're in an environment where you're not wanted versus an environment where you were once welcomed and where the teacher understood you culturally and everything else. And now, you know, now you're here. Okay. So, the illusion of inclusion. This is what I am calling integration. Okay. So redlining versus modern gentrification is the same thing. Redlining is something that happened during integration, right? A little bit before integration, but it happened clearly way after that too, all the way up until like 2015, and even 2020 in some places. So, in redlining from the 1930s to 1960s, they used residential security maps to label minority neighborhoods as hazardous investment. This caused property values to plummet due to a lack of access to mortgages and insurances, right? Presently, gentrification capitalizes on that same rent gap. Investors buy the property that was devalued by redlining at a low cost, renovate it, and sell or rent it to massive markup once the demographics shifts. So both processes result in the loss of cultural landmarks and social networks. And as you see, it is the same thing. So, okay, political dilution. By dispersing black populations into larger white voting districts, the collective political bargaining power of black communities were often weakened rather than strengthened. Right. So when we're all together, even different classes of black people together, you know, we can vote on things that are better for us, that aren't again, that are aligning with our interests. Versus when you assimilate into a society where the white people are the majority, because there are more of them than us, then you can't you dilute your power and your voice. Okay. So the brain drain is integration allowed the black middle class to move to the suburbs, leaving the most vulnerable members of the community behind without the social capital and professional mentorship that had previously in cross-class segregated neighborhoods, right? And this also accelerates that capital flight about the neighborhoods, right? Because you had middle class, you had your leaders there, you had everybody there in the community, right? So it's better for everybody. When you up and leave the community, right? You're leaving the disenfranchised to just be there, no leadership, no nothing, and you're gone. So that kind of messes up our whole ecosystem that we have, where we're doing the circle of life amongst ourselves, right? So the illusion of progress, integration provided a veneer of equality, made it harder to fight systemic racism. It's easier to protest a white only sign than it is to protest a bank's algorithm bias or HR department's culture fit rejection. Right. So although we're still in the same place, you can still be in the same place. It's like, oh, but we're gonna write this, we're gonna write it in. Congratulations on your progress. Oh, you guys are doing so well. Oh, look, you've got these little jobs opening up for you. Okay. And so this is what we have here is legislation doing things, but we're not seeing it. So with educational outcomes, long-term mobility and human capital, integration produced mixed test gains and often displaced Black educators, and it was uneven benefits. So yes, in some places people did well, but in some places they didn't. So to say it was a net benefit is kind of backwards because it's not. We don't see that actually happening. We still see even today disparity because of location and everything else in education. So the economic outcomes, the income, the employment and wealth accumulation, civil rights laws helped, but they did not close wealth or wage gaps. Gains were limited and regionally uneven. So we still have a wage gap now. It, I, what I'm saying? Saying something closed something a little bit, but it still is there. I don't see how that could be an argument for, right? So the political power and institutions, representation, leadership, and community control, integration sometimes reduce Black institutional power. Um, and produces like backlash, right? Cultural autonomy and social capital, community cohesion, Black institutions, and leadership pipelines were all thrown away because of integration, eroding our Black institutions and businesses that had been community anchors and pushed our leaders. Okay, that is all.
All right. That's the end of the premise round, family. All right. Let's get ready for the rebuttal round. I don't know if Lucky's there. Is Lucky there? Lucky, you there?
Yeah. My bad. I had to go charge my phone. Trying to take notes.
It's all good. It's all good. All right. So let me know when you're ready. You got to share your screen or anything?
Yeah, I'm about to it's the rebuttal, you say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to share my entire screen, so let me reshare because I'm trying to jump in between tabs and stuff. And I'm on. So yeah, let me do that.
She making a very strong, powerful argument. I wonder who's going to win this.
All right. All right. See, you straight?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. You straight? All right. So you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Clock starts at the ring card, girl.
Okay, so I wrote some notes down, right? So my opponent made some interesting assertions, right? She said white flight and education inferiority, right? She mentioned that. She said we were better off before integration. She also said that smart Blacks and middle class Blacks left the community and that there was no leadership. Sound like a little bit of causation and not correlation. You know what I'm saying? But she also spoke on integration destroying Black teachers and Black schools. So I want to touch on that, right? I want to get into that. So there's a study, right? I'm about to pull up. It is by.
Let me see. Here's that name I always have a problem with. No, I want the government to give you these programs, this educational work programs, grants until you get to this certain all this stuff is supposed to be available for people. Is it Pishinik? Bashan Ick? Well, what's going on anyway? I always mess your name up. What up, TK? Yeah, bootstrap things before. Yeah. I talked to Taz about this one time before, and he gave me the breakdown of coming out of those. I do understand, but I think somehow we lost identity when we integrated. Because, okay, integrate, but still have identity and still be, because, yeah, all the stuff she said is just a fact. Yeah, taxes pay for public services. And what do you think those public services are? So there are people who get welfare all the time, right? I'm not talking about being on welfare. I'm talking about having access to education. That where they have things where they educate you and then they find a job for you. I'm not talking about nobody giving me anything. These things are supposed to be for everyone.
Not the Stanford study. It's a research into the rise of, it's a research into 70 years later. I apologize. A research into 70 years later, right? And so what we understand is integration, right, had an upward mobility effect, right?
And even be more honest, if anybody that does YouTube, we're trying to do things, that make sense. I've been here with you 3 hours now. We making thumbnails, we making music, we doing all these different things. I don't know how you getting a caretaker. Where you get that from? Caretaker means somebody that's permanently around you, right? You trolling. You trolling. And if you're not trolling, then I don't know what's going on with you. I don't think those assistance programs that assist you is me getting on welfare. I can't get on welfare. I own property and stuff. Me talking about assistance program is not permanent. It's a temporary thing to get you to somewhere.
Hear a lot of rhetoric, but I'm not hearing any combating of data, right? So again, integration destroying black schools while implementation of programs was incomplete, as I continuously speak on, and failed practices do not overall negate positives or the overall positives of having access to more institutions, having access to more capital, right? So let me scroll down some, right?
And it's a trip because I was probably last year, a year before that, I was looking at work to, I mean, no, school to work programs for prisoners. They're teaching them IT and stuff in prison, and then they're giving them access to employment when they get out. That's a prisoner. I'm not in prison. And I know that those people that's getting that have caretakers. Y'all just be extreme with the trolling.
So, is it true that some black teachers and principals lost their position during desegregation? Yes, right. But that wasn't because integration was harmful. That's because of, like I said, the policies in certain districts. Okay. So let me pull up something from Rucker Johnson, right? Let me pull this up. I should have had this already ready, right? Right, Rucker Johnson.
Yeah. And then that means you wasn't listening to me if you saying one time is different. That means you wasn't listening to me. I'm 56. I haven't had no government assistance or welfare, nothing ever. So caretaker and what the girl said the other day, something about hospice nurse and what are y'all talking about?
Yeah. 70 years later, right? Let's see if we can get it. If not, we're gonna move on. Yeah, I don't think we can get to it. All right, so we're gonna move on. Right. So again, integrating schools didn't change classrooms, they changed lifetimes, right? I keep saying this, it was a higher wage gap, right? I mean, a higher wage increase for adults who are exposed to desegregated schools, right? We keep talking about all of these claims about some type of utopia before integration. So we're gonna have to figure out, are we arguing that segregation?
Yeah, it wasn't a utopia. It was not that. It was, like they said in the chat, it was bootstrap. The housing, everything. You had to get it out the mud for sure. It wasn't opulence. It wasn't a utopia, no.
We were better off. Are we arguing that we had more financial security? That's to be determined in this conversation, right? Right? That's to be determined in this conversation. So again, segregation. Hold on. Segregation costs money. Integration produced it, right? Despite the progress in racial wealth convergence in the decades after emancipation, the researchers show that the gap shrunk slower in this period from 1870 to 1830, right? This is directly in contrast to what my opponent is alleging, right? Right? That would be expected if Black and white Americans had enjoyed equal savings and capital gains. This suggests factors like discrimination and segregation played a role in suppressing possible progress in racial wealth convergence during these critical decades after slavery. There is only one period where the gap closed more quickly. That would be expected under an equal savings rate and capital gain scenario. The period we're talking about is during and just after the civil rights movement from the 1960s to the 80s, aka the height of the integration era, right? And I got this directly from the economics.princeton.edu, right? This was in Two Nations of the U.S. Racial Wealth Gap, right? So again, This is not symbolic. This showed up in the paycheck, right? The wage gap narrowed faster during integration when it was enforced than any other time, right? When the law changed, the numbers changed. That's simple. You can argue ideology, but you cannot argue payroll data. Black income convergence accelerated after the civil rights enforcements began. They did not accelerate before, right? That's what I just read. That's what I just got from, like I said, Two Nations of U.S. Racial Wealth Gap, 1860 to 2020. Okay. Again, right before I left, I spoke on the Great Migration. Let me touch on it real quickly, right? This is when Black Americans moved towards opportunity earnings, right? She categorized it as abandoning our communities, but we created new communities in these new places. This is how you get the Harlem Renaissance. This is how you get these different things, right? This is how you get all the great different cities, right? All the stories, all of this stuff is fabricated around real world scenarios. The Great Migration is one of those scenarios, right? Moving towards better opportunities. Income earnings immediately jump. Without institutional integration, white flight and segregation reappeared. Mobility alone wasn't enough. Integration was the answer. Integration was the answer. Again, integration worked because resources move. This is not a narrative-driven conversation. This is about real-world data. This is about income. This is about desegregation, allowing access to financial institutions and better education. Right? Court order desegregation equals funding equalizations. 5-year exposure. Right? 5 years of exposure to desegregation, it showed that major adult wages increase, poverty decrease, incarceration decrease. But somehow we have some utopian idea that the 1920s, we was living it up. We had it in every way abundantly. That's to me, that doesn't make any sense, right? That doesn't make any sense. So integration into industrial labor markets paid more. Opportunity, geography matters, right? Freedom of movement created economic opportunity. I don't understand how now this is now being argued that this is something that crippled us. What do the numbers say? What do the numbers say, right? What we're dealing with is neoliberal abandonment, right? So let's look at this Chicago case study, right? So the Chicago metropolitan area in 2010 was 36% below median black-white segregation levels, right? Projected outcomes at median segregation levels show that higher black per capita incomes, longer black life expectancy, lower black homicide rates, and improved educational attainment. How can we argue against any of those scenarios? How can we do that? We have to be able to distinguish integration from neoliberal abandonment, right? We have to be able to distinguish between the two, right? We cannot have a conflation going on, right? 1960 to 1980, that is active integration, right? And that is, again, what I quoted from, showing you that right there.
Let me see. He asking for capital for a black only school. Who? These people are having a debate about integration, good or bad. That's what they're having a debate about. What I was saying is that since it's no longer, like collectivism, like it was in segregation, that's the issue. Is when the people got out of segregation, what happened? Then I was saying that black people as a group don't have a ecosystem where they support each other like that. It's just like these YouTube streets. It's like what you say, high school. It's a favoritism thing. You know, you mess with who you mess with.
Was the time frame for the biggest, I mean, for the most acceleration, right? In the gap, right? The convergence. This is the conversation that we're having. This is what made it a net positive. My fault, I'm jumping around here. Right? Wealth gap converged faster than benchmarks, income, occupational upgrades, poverty reductions, middle class creations, political power expansion. Okay. After that, now we're talking about poverty reductions being stalled out after the height of integration and the abandonment of integration enforcement. We have to understand the actual conversation we're having. And that's time.
All right, family. And there you go. That was Lucky's rebuttal. Let's bring up Honey again. I'm not sure. Do you have to share your screen, Honey, or you could?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm confused, but I'm fine.
You could be. Oh well. Okay. All right. So let me get your clock together. Let's see. All right. I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Whenever.
Okay. All right. Your clock starts now.
I don't know what you were talking about, Lucky. I think you had some more stuff to present or something, because everything you said kind of didn't. It wasn't right. I don't know what to say to you, honey. Okay, so let's look at it. So you said in your presentation that incarceration rates dropped, right? So there was like a period of time that incarceration dropped, but it wasn't during integration. It was before integration, and I was like with the World War. Right. And so a lot of people were going to war. They were doing mass efforts to get people out and everything else. So, yeah, a lot of incarceration dropped because people were getting shipped out and everything else. But they weren't there. There's if you look at from 1980, like to the 30 years after to now, right? What? Black Americans are 7 times more likely to get incarcerated, right, than white Americans. And it's surged completely. You have to know that, right? Because we have to know that we had a whole like thing going on in the 1990s where they were just like a war on everything. So I'm confused on how you thought that was going to be cute. No, that didn't happen. So from 1950 to 1980, the racial disparity grew, right? So they did start arresting people in the 1990s. They used that war on drugs and war on everything to arrest even more of us. So it definitely went up, right? So then you're talking about the manufacturing collapse, right? So yes, you're right. From 1964 to about 1972, there was a huge rise in African Americans getting jobs, right? It was manufacturing jobs, and a lot of that happened because the white people were moving out of the area. And so they moved into the area and took on those jobs. But then guess what happened?
NAFTA.
Those jobs moved out of the area. And so then they lost those jobs. So the white flight moved jobs to the suburbs because of the housing discrimination and lack of public transit. Many Black workers in integrated urban centers were physically stranded away from the new job market, which I mentioned already. So despite the growth of Black like professional class, unemployment still remained double that of white unemployment throughout the 70s, and the gains were a lucky few. So yes, that short time period, there was a growth, and then it was a steep decline. And the reason why is because it was a decline for everybody. It wasn't just a decline for African Americans, it was a decline period in the industry, and they were the first to go. Just like with anything else, we're the first people to feel it when something happens, right? So when you're talking about the crash, and it was just like, oh, it wasn't because of integration, it's because of they didn't have this wealth. Yeah, we know, because of redlining. Right? They didn't have the wealth because they weren't allowed to get it. We're like hundreds of years behind people. So yes, because of redlining, you didn't have the wealth, which means that, of course, if anything happens, you're going to be the first one to feel everything, right? However, we did have it before we integrated. We were running our societies and we were keeping to ourselves, and we was cool. And whatever happened with them would have happened with them, and it wouldn't have happened with us because we were in our own little ecosystem. Right? I want everybody to know, no, I am not fighting for segregation. I definitely love desegregation, right? But desegregation is not integration. Okay, so he keeps saying it. Well, yeah, desegregation and mixing them together. The integration part has to deal with also the culture and the social part coming together, right? So yes, desegregation, like I said, it may have stopped the de facto, yeah, the de jure segregation, right? So yes, it stopped the laws for segregation, but it's not going to stop segregation, right? It's not going to stop people from running away. It's not going to stop them from still beating up Black people in the streets. It's not going to stop them from still feeling like these people are infringing on us. They're stealing from us. They're taking our land. They don't belong near us. It doesn't stop those feelings, right? So desegregation, yes, because nobody should be forced to segregate.
I talk about this channel all the time. SD, what's going on, Irby? Yeah. Did you see the post to say to come to the channel?
Integration, segregation is still big, right? Segregation is still a thing. And he mentioned that in his slides, that schooling went from being forced to be segregated to being forced to be integrated to being segregated again, right? Because desegregation is a thing. We don't want to integrate. We don't want to come into their culture and become part of them. Okay. What else did you mention? I was writing down so much. You keep saying that we have access to things, right? Well, yes, we do. We had access to them, but that didn't necessarily mean we were going to get it. The reason why the 1968 Act on poverty had to happen is because we had access to welfare, but we weren't getting it. We had access to housing, but we weren't getting it. We had access already, right? So them making laws did not give us this net access. It didn't do any of that. So all of these things that you're saying, I'm trying to see where this net positive is, where everything is still going back to where it was. Education is still going back to being segregated, and we're still on the low end of that stick. Where is that at? Wage gap still there. I think the biggest is the biggest difference is Black women started making a little bit more money. And even though we're leading in education and leading in everything, the wage gap is still there. We're not leading in money, even though we're leading in other stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? When we're saying that things are better, I don't know what you mean, because that's just like saying, well, we used to pay 5 cents for bread, but now I'm able to afford $1 for bread. So that means we're doing better. No, the ratio is still the same though, right? So that's not. I'm not understanding why you said that. I'm not touching anything that you touched on that was new. I'm just talking about the stuff that you said in your rounds that made absolutely no sense to me. You said that the Black male rose significantly after integration. Y'all still where like I said, for those 4 years, yes. But it's like you take that part and you don't talk about the 30 years afterwards. You take the 4 years that they did well. You didn't talk about the 30 years afterwards where they moved all of the jobs. They had the rule with the last one in, the first one out. And who were the last ones in? Well, the newly integrated people, of course, right? They kicked everybody. They didn't allow black people to come into apprenticeships and to do things like that. So therefore, our trades, the amount of trades that people were able to do that they were doing before, that went down, right? They were learning the textile industry, but then they moved the textile industry away from them. So then that went down. Okay, so yes, we can look at a spike somewhere along the line that happened, but behind those spikes is always a long line of negativity that follows. So we can't say, well, this was definitely a net positive because at some point it was doing good. I'm saying that yes, desegregation needed to happen, but integration, when you're taking yourself and you're assimilating into their culture, and then you're trying to still have some autonomy in it, it will never work that way. It will never work that way because when we went in there and did that, they just got together and decided to come against us versus us coming together and having our own stuff. Okay, that's all.
All right. All right, family. So that's the end of the rebuttal round. Let's get these two contestants back up on here for the rapid fire. Lucky will be interrogating Honey first. So let me get this clock together. All right. All right. So I'm ready whenever you are, Lucky. Let me know when you're ready.
Give me 2 seconds.
All right.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. Right at the ring card, girl. Your clock starts. All right, let's go.
Okay, so I got a question for you. So, do you believe Black Americans had better economic outcomes under segregation than after the civil rights integration? Integrity. I mean, integration. My bad. Yeah.
Do you think that happened? No, I feel like it's about the same.
You said you feel like it's about the same. So
Yeah.
you're arguing Jim Crow produced. So you're arguing Jim Crow produced equal outcomes than the
No,
civil rights
because they had
protections?
desegregation, right? So I'm for desegregation, right? Integration is it? I don't like you keep saying integration like that's
But
integration
if
is
you
more
just
than just the laws. You're talking about assimilating into their culture, right?
no, I'm talking about access to institutions, right? So I mean I understand your cultural angle,
Access
but
to
if
it.
you said yes and then you said no, so are you saying no now or are you saying yes?
No, you said that I think that Jim Crow helped them. No,
No, I asked you. So are you arguing that Jim Crow would produce or did produce equal
no,
outcomes as post civil rights?
no. It's separate from Jim Crow. Like just because Jim Crow was going on doesn't mean that it was a reason for any kind of production that we did.
Okay, but you just
Like it's
so you
not a
said
reason. It's not a cause for it. It's not a cause for it at all. The only cause it was for a cause for segregation, right? Okay.
okay, segregation okay is a part of integration, right? You do understand that desegregation is a part of integration, right? In order to be
Yeah,
integrated, there
desegregation
has to be
harder.
desegregation laws, right? So again,
Mm,
I'm trying to figure out how you say yes and then no. It's okay. Matter of fact,
desegregation
we can move
laws
on. It's
did
okay
not.
because I don't want to get bogged down in
Okay.
semantics. So the institutional access, right? Let's figure this out. So before the civil rights, many institutions legally excluded Black Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if that's the case, then how are you saying that expanding access to schools, jobs, and voting rights is worse off for Black Americans?
You keep acting like access means that they actually got in there, right? Like just because they act, that didn't mean that they actually stopped blocking them. Black people were still blocked. That's what I'm
But you
saying.
already
It's not the
conceded though.
the legal segregation wasn't there, but they still were they still were doing that because it was a
But you're
social
missing.
problem.
We're talking about the outcome though. We're not worried about
Right.
if
So
they're
the
kind of doing
outcome
it or
was
if
the
they're all the
same.
way
They
doing it. We're
still
worried about
were
the outcome.
because it was still happening despite the laws having changed. It did not change the fact that it was still happening.
Right. We're not talking about if a person is doing something in their free will. We're talking about outcomes on a market level, right? That's stuff that we can quantify with data. That's why I asked you those questions. So are you saying that expanding access to those places is somehow a bad thing because people aren't giving them to, like, what are you saying? They didn't have
What I'm
access
saying is it didn't
previously.
change. The access didn't make a change because they were not still letting them in. What did the access do?
I mean, I know plenty of people. I got,
but that don't mean that I can get in.
I got it. I went to a what they call a public white institution. A lot of us did. We got access to get into that institution. Previously, we would have had to go to Bethune-Cookman, or we would have had to go through FA. You know what I'm saying? A different thing. So, are you saying? Hold up, wait. I don't want to, because we keep getting caught up in like semantics. I feel like. I'm asking something very simple, right? I'm talking about quantifiable things, right? So, are you saying that Black poverty declined before or after desegregation?
Did I say it declined before or after?
Yeah.
Both.
At it. So
it declined before that, right? Because they were free and then they were doing their own thing while being segregated. Some of that declined. Okay. And then after integration, it probably declined some more. Was it because of integration? No.
Poverty during desegregation was at 54. It was 54%. After desegregation, poverty went down to 30%. And I showed that those numbers earlier. That was quote from Rucker Johnson. It's a direct result from enforced integration, right? Because there's a difference between just saying the words integration. What do you mean? Why? Because
I showed the reason why it wasn't right. Why things went up a little bit and then it went drastically back down. So what years are you talking about?
I'm talking about from
poverty was at that.
I'm talking about from 1960 to 1980, right? That would be the height of integration, right? That would be the height of integration, right? Expansion all the way up until 1988. Once you get outside of 1988, I showed the court case. That's when you get the court case in 1992, where it became easier for them to go back into the segregation situation, right? But that's not changing the outcomes that are already previously on the record. We're talking about data like paychecks, payroll, right? Upward mobility. That's the conversations. How are you arguing that it's down as opposed to when it was in segregation?
But I'm saying you're saying that it's down because of integration. I'm saying it can definitely be down, but not because of integration.
Okay, but during integration, it was up. And you're saying after integration was stopped being enforced, those numbers could go down, but it doesn't directly correlate. That's what you're saying? So we know that the numbers are up when they're enforcing it. The moment they stop enforcing it, the numbers start going down. You're saying that has no causation at all.
So are you counting them being on welfare? The access to welfare is that's the net positive.
Having access to welfare, I would say, is a part of being a net
that's
positive.
What they would.
Yes, that's not the only thing, but yes. That's an institution.
Okay, so they didn't count our welfare that we had for ourselves, right? They counted their own. So we wouldn't have those exact numbers actually to what the situation was before that because they didn't care. They're counting welfare. They're counting welfare in the poverty rate, right? Their welfare.
They're
but
counting.
We had a welfare.
They're counting wealth. They're counting because you brought up banks too, right? You brought up the banks. So are you saying that we had access to more capital in in segregation? We was playing with more money?
We had more capital? No, probably not. We had
because
land, we had stuff, we had our own, whatever. Then they, liquidated.
So we set up things called freedom societies and different things that were welfare institutions before we had access to them, and they were kept and categorirized, and people do know about them. Just to that, because I did.
Yeah, we had a bunch of banks that got liquidated.
But I did want to bring that back up because you said that.
Yeah, we had banks that were liquidated. We had credit unions that were liquidated. We had a lot of things that were liquidated into that, right? So you're talking about from 1959 to 1993, that area, that whole time, the poverty rate went down to 33.1%. And you're saying that it's because of integration.
I'm saying the moment integration was not enforced, we see a steady decline back to the situation we are at today. And that is directly related to
what is the situation today? Are you saying segregation? Are you saying
for them to allow, yes, for them to allow desegregation again? That is from a lack of like I said, a lack of them enforcing laws.
But the segregation today would have been on purpose, right?
The segregation in the past was on purpose.
That's right? Us. Like you're saying we're choosing to segregate.
No,
you feel like that's a problem too?
No, we're not choosing to segregate. They're choosing to not follow desegregation laws, right? They're going around it. That's what the court case was in 1992, the Peterson versus, I forgot, it's off the top of my head, right? 1992 case, right? This is after the height of what I keep calling the height of integration era. The lack of enforcement is what is causing the steady decline that we were seeing as far as the wealth gap. Like I quoted it going from.
All right, that's the end of Lucky's rapid fire, where he was interrogating Honey. So now it's Honey's turn to now interrogate Lucky. And let me get her clock together first. And okay, Honey, I'm ready when you are. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, your clock starts now.
Okay, so do you think that white institutions are more superior than black ones?
No, I don't. I don't think that white institutions are more superior.
I mean, because you said that before people had to go to Cookman College, but now you have access to a white college. So I'm trying to understand why did you?
Well, those colleges don't have access to the same capital allocations, right? They don't have the same alumni that fill their coffers. So if we're arguing if one has more resources than the other, I think everybody knows Bethune-Cookman cannot compete in resources compared to the University of Florida.
Resources?
But I'm not saying that would mean that would make it a superior or inferior. We're talking about access to.
Well, you did say that. You said now I have access to go to a PWI.
No, I have access,
and I don't have to go to an HBCU, basically. Right, but that is a higher education still. The HBCU is still a higher education.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not. Right? I don't want to get pigeonholed into HBCU versus PWI.
No, I'm just wondering because it looks like that's your argument. Your argument is that. So what problem did integration fix? What problem did it fix?
It fixed poverty, right? And a hard
Are we still
number.
in poverty? Are we still in poverty?
We're talking about. I'm talking about the height of integration, right?
Are we still in poverty?
I would argue no. I would say that no. Poverties are concentrated
You
areas.
just said that we're at 33% poverty, right? Now you're saying that it's not still there.
We're talking
Are we still
about
in poverty?
I mean, there's poverty everywhere, but it's not a poverty that you're saying. You're saying it as if it's poverty.
I asked you what problem it
as if it's relative to the past, right? It actually fixed a lot. The numbers went from 54% all the way down to 30% in just a short period of time, right?
No, it didn't. That was not a short period of time. That was 30 years. However, what I'm saying is that it didn't fix it because we're still there, right? Do we still have wage gaps?
Absolutely, we still have wage gaps.
Okay. Are we still feeling the effects of redlining?
Yes.
Most definitely, right? That's a part of the neoliberal movement I'm talking about. Absolutely.
What problem did integration fix? Where was that, like at least one problem that it fixed for us to say, hey, yeah, like this is definitely
wage increases. Wage increases. If you want, we can talk. I can show you. I can show you on.
See, I can't go with the wage increase only because we still have a wage gap. Right. So when your wage increases and their wage increases and the gap is still there, that's not the ratio is still the same. The percentage.
Hello, Deborah Leonelli.
Is still there.
The ratio is not the same. We're talking about a convergence. So the gap is not the same. That's what's important. It's a nuance in the conversation. The gap and the height we're talking about is enforcement.
Yeah.
No, but the gap is shrinking based around policy.
So you feel like if they force white people to deal with us, we might be able to do something.
It's not forcing people to deal with us. It's having access to equal opportunity, access.
We have the access. You already said that. We have funding. That. The laws gave us the access. You keep telling me that the law is not, the failure isn't integration. It's the enforcement of the integration.
Right, the neoliberal abandonment. That's what I call it. That's what
if they force white people to deal with us, we can do better.
If we force the policy holders to uphold the policies, that's what this is. I don't like how you're framing that or categorizing that. No, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that neoliberal abandonment is what happened, right? The moment that we are not holding the politicians accountable, or the moment that we lose sight of what's going on, we are
black
neoliberal.
People?
We black people, then that means that we are going with neoliberal abandonment. We are allowing them to abandon the height of our movement.
You're fighting for us black people to assimilate into a white culture, to integrate with them, and then think that our voice is going to be heard and they're the majority.
Integrate into what? We built this country. This is our country.
To integrate into their society. No, because it's two different cultures, right? There's different cultures, but you don't want to be a different culture. Once you integrate with them,
what do you mean? What do you mean by different culture?
Yes, we have different.
This is American. There's American
have a different culture. Oh, black people don't have a different culture than white people.
I would argue it's regional, but that's a separate conversation.
Okay, so you're saying that because if you don't have a different culture, then you being black shouldn't matter, right? Y'all are all the same.
That doesn't have anything to do with integration. That's a non sequitur. That has nothing to do with integration. What are we talking about right now? Again,
it has something to do with your argument. Your argument is about integration, right? Is integration. That's us assimilating with them. You feel
that's not what integration is. Can I read the definition? Because I don't like the definition that you keep giving for integration. Do you mind if I read the
definition?
Okay. Because I don't like to have that, right? So the integration meaning, right? Integration means the action or process of integrating, right? Right? That's the exact textbook definition of it, right? The process of combining different parts or things to form a unified function, right? It's not anything about whites and acquiescing to whatever you just said.
Yes, it is. It definitely is. This is a debate about black and white. Because there's nothing else to integrate. They're not integrating men and women. They're integrating black people into society.
We're
their
integrating men and
society.
women. As a black woman and a black
No,
man,
you're
not
not
a man and a
integrating.
woman.
Yes, a black
We're
woman
being
and a black
integrated
man into
into
a white society.
institutions. No,
A
we're
white
being.
society.
It's
The
not
majority of
society.
the majority of this country is white. It was built on that, right? So we're integrating into their society. And once you do that, like I said, we separate. And then now, how are you going to get your vote out there to enforce, to make them deal with us and make them treat us like equal if we're not together? We're all separated into society, right?
Why
That's
you
the
are
problem
no?
with
That's
integration.
that's not what integration means. That's what you categorize it
That
as
is what
black flight.
integration means.
You're saying you're conflating the Great Migration and integration and making it seem like that's how a bunch of black people got
You
around.
can migrate.
Like
We could have all migrated
every
together.
city
There's plenty of
where
black places.
every city where we are, there's black people that live amongst each other. In every city in America, that's what you find.
Right. And you know
So
what you
again,
find
I would
today,
argue
as you
that
pointed out,
integration.
that we segregated ourselves. Right?
No, we
Not
were
only did they try to
redlined.
already segregate us with
We were
redlining, right?
redlined.
Yeah, we had that too. Then now we're segregating ourselves. We're going back to that. So because of where we're living, because of regional things, because of all of that, right? So I'm confused about why it is that you keep saying that integration helped us when you can't name one thing the integration did. But I mean, this is a little better after integration. You're blaming the integration
So I gave you
on it
3
being
things
better,
actually.
or
I gave you payroll. I said education, and I talked about like an economic, like getting access to institutions. I gave you three different answers actually. You don't accept any of those three?
no, because everybody makes a little bit more money now. That's why the wage gap is still there.
But the wage gap is not the same. It's called convergence. The word is called convergence, right?
Right.
We're
So you're saying
converging
that
on the
they
gap
gave you a little
faster and
piece of
faster.
something and you was okay with that. We're not, though, because as
We're
you just
converging
said,
faster and faster.
they're not enforcing things for us, right? So we still need them to help us to get up.
That's not what that says. Even
That's definitely what you're
with
saying.
lack of enforcement, we're still up over the 1930 mark. We're still up
You
before segregation.
You said that they have to enforce these laws so that we can actually continue to do this. So we still need help from them because they put us in integration, and now we need them to help us get over the hump that they gave us.
It just sounds like you're arguing that segregation, we had more money and we was popping and we was living it up.
No. I like desegregation. Integration is unnecessary, I feel. We can still be separate. But integration being equal that's not real, and you're showing me that. You keep showing me that. That was the thing that they sold us. Integration. We're supposed to be equal with them. That was what was sold.
But even if you're arguing for segregation, you're not arguing to end integration. You just said it yourself.
All right. All right. That's the end of the rapid fire round.
I think she won.
New York Transit line. Two, and then a three, and then a.
Let's bring both competitors up. As y'all can see, you see the live chat is spoken. Let me make sure I got this right. Jeez, that chat burning up right now. I went right past it. Okay, there you go. All right, so we had 115 votes and 54% gave it to Honey. All right, so that's one vote. And let's see, we got the judges' votes are in, and both judges gave it to Honey. So congratulations to Honey for the victory. Shout
Yeah, I thought so as well.
out to Honey. Shout out to Lucky too for coming through, and both of y'all putting on the show. What's going on, Honey? How you feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Lucky. I don't know. That's all.
All right, Lucky, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, what's good? You got something you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, it was the first debate. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready for the second one. Appreciate it, Honey. Appreciate the judges. You know what I'm saying? On to the next
one. Fire. Hey, Rogue C. Fire. Let me see. Where is this? Let's scroll down. Miss Leonelli. Let's go ahead. This. Let me see. Rogue C. Let me see. SD Irby Fatal. Fasting. Okay. Now what is these two things up here? Eric J, thanks for the sub. Vato Bulldog, thanks for the sub. Let's see, refresh. We up to 35, so we got what, 6 subs? Thank you for the subs. The other people who I don't see, because I only see Eric J and Vato. Let's come back over here. I can pull this down like this. And shrink this up. And then we wanted to see. What is that lady name? Here we go. There we go. Hello, my love. I had a prayer for you. I want to be with my baby. Over the sea. Let me see. We all set up.
Yeah.
I only say that because that's one thing we can actually do. We play a little baseball. We used to be good at basketball, but fucking SAT scores and shit like that. Now we can't even get them athletes. Damn. We go out there and play football. We be running that old 1938 offense and fuck around and beat a couple people and get ranked, and then play a real team and they beat the shit out of us. But anyway, I know them ladies was wondering why the fuck we talking about this. They don't want to hear this shit.
No, they don't.
We do. We understand our place. This is man banter. We are enjoying ourselves.
Okay, well, here's a place where I want y'all to be at. I'm gonna start off with you ladies, and I want to ask y'all a real question about something I'm about to show y'all, and I'm gonna let y'all go too. Here, do y'all think if you had to, Polly, you and Melon, do y'all think that the black women, if y'all had to say what their you had to say on a level of 1 to 10, their confidence level in general, where would you put black women's confidence level?
Shouldn't be, but I'd put it at a 20.
Miss Polly?
I actually think it's low. I think it's like 5.
Okay. I think Melon understand where I'm going.
I know what you're saying though.
A versus what it is. I want to show y'all something. You two ladies. Take a look.
I'll never be that confident. I will never be that confident.
but she's not done.
I will never be that confident.
Oh, but she is not done.
Did you see it? Okay. Magic. These from Shaper Mint. Yeah. Okay. And they got this little band right here. Keeps it secure all day. They do not roll down because I know some of them other brands roll down. We don't want that. If you need some comfortable, breathable shapewear that actually shapes,
Okay. You first, Melon. I brought this up and I said, black women seem to have a lot of confidence in things that everybody else thinks or that maybe even should be viewed as something you should be ashamed of. What do you think about that statement?
I feel like this would be a moment where I would say offended by everything, ashamed by nothing. Like we can't even shame her because we're going to get flagged and banned and attacked, but that shouldn't be allowed, right? Back in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, we did not look like this. She wouldn't even been as bold to feel like she was a part of our, like the Girls That Care type of squad back then. But now it's, oh, we're all beautiful. We're all this, that. No, we're not. She deserves to be shamed, not by men, but by other women. This is why we're at the bottom of the totem pole. Like, but she thinks it's okay because somebody's still bending her over. So, but I don't. That was
in her section. It was niggas. Blanche, you see it all the time because you be over on Instagram like I do. Don't it be niggas over there? No matter what that woman is doing, niggas are telling them you're the greatest. Strange thing to watch. So you're right about that. And not only that, but the reason why, and I'll say this, the reason why I agree with you isn't even because aesthetics. She has 2 children, and she was in the yard playing with the 2 children.
Just 2, not 7.
Just 2. She hard to get pregnant. You never. They like my man with when Bruce Bolton told his son that his wife was pregnant. He said, "How can you tell?"
I remember that part.
Oh, I love Game of Thrones. He said, "You know, my wife is pregnant." He said, "How can you tell?" And he didn't finish. He didn't stop there. He said, "Because she's so fat." Oh, my boy, Game of Thrones. But anyway, the problem is the two kids she had, they both were huge, which means you're passing that down, that unhealthy situation down to your children, and you don't even care enough. Because yeah, it might I do a lot of fuck shit, so my kids don't have to. You shouldn't say I'm fat as fuck and my kids, and I think, and I'm gonna ask you, Miss Polly, I think that a lot of times black women say, because my mother said it, she said it was okay. I went through it and I'm all right. So you should be able to go through it and it's all right. It was a weird train of thought that she never thought I should have better than her. She said because she went through it, I should go through it. Why do you think black women's self-esteem is as openly high as it appears?
Oh, it's kind of, for me, when I'm seeing that, like I said, I don't think the confidence there. But that's just, I'm like, they're trying to amp themselves up by having other people tell them that they're attractive. So now they have it that the comment sections, anything that's negative, they can even hide it from themselves. So they don't even have to actually see any negative comments. They can only see positive ones. So I think that there's a miscommunication too of how important that men actually look at women in the attractiveness that you deem. Like you would think, oh, they're just coming at you because they want to hit something. You know, a lot of times some of these men, they're like, listen, all the women out here, I can only get this one or this one. At this point, they'll go to the bottom of the barrel just to have sexual access. And so if you're not aware of that, you're just going to think, oh, you're the hottest thing in the world. You're not. He wants to get what he gets and gets on his way. And they don't see themselves as that. So
remember you were saying it's false. So do you think, like, if I'm sleeping with that big woman, you don't think that big woman realized it was 4:05 in the morning and I told her she got to leave by 4:30?
They lied to themselves.
Maybe you got 25 minutes. You got to get out. You don't think that she knows, hey, this nigga don't take me to dinner. He don't take me to the movies. You don't think she knows I'm just there for the...
I'm going to tell you the craziest thing. Hope is very, very powerful. When you do that, when men indulge in these sexual activities with these women, you're giving them hope that maybe the narrative is incorrect. And then they'll hold on to that hope that it's not.
Sorry. Go ahead. The problem is that so I find it hard to believe that majority of these men that are laying with these women come from a two-parent household environment, right? So I think that it's coming from the single mother, all women are beautiful, you love us all type of vibe, especially since most of the time when we have a child, we don't usually take the time to bounce back, go to the gym and get it back. So because you had this child, you think they're supposed to accept the gut, the stretch marks, the sagging and everything else. So you're raising him to not shame what should be shamed. And this is why fathers are important, are vital, because even if you bended it over because you wanted to know what it felt like, because I doubt very many people are swimming in there, so it probably felt great. You're supposed to pull out. You don't leave your children in there. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they don't deserve, a little scratchy scratch, but you don't reproduce with that. She shouldn't even be able to get pregnant. She was too big. You should have a size structure of who you're having a child with, because she's going to eat, she's going to gain. Like, she didn't have a fighting chance at all.
I don't think she was probably always that big. I just think a lot of times people don't give a shit. Like, I wasn't always this big, but I'm 50 and I ain't trying to impress nobody anymore. But there are women who I've seen and they were fine in high school. By the time we got 30, this bitch was out of line. She didn't give a shit. I think it goes back to what Miss Polly was saying. I think sometimes, okay, she puts on 20 pounds. You know how many black girls I've seen and they were fine sit up there and tell me, well, I want to gain some pounds so I can have some butt. So their first thoughts is they're trying to put weight on. And what people don't understand is once that weight start coming, man, it don't stop. Men will tell you once it starts, like it's where first you be like, man, I don't never gain no weight. Once it start, that shit seemed to not stop. And I don't think those women get it. I had a girl tell me, I'm not fat. Because I told her, we was arguing. I said, shut up, you fat bitch. She said, I ain't fat. I'm only 180 pounds.
What?
But that's what I'm saying. So
unless she's 7'1", she's fat.
but there's somebody who's telling us in the black community to keep saying she got ass. And whatever they have to get the ass, because why do you think this fat ass girl is still turning around? Niggas is so ass crazy. You don't believe me? Look on Instagram. There are pages dedicated to just showing ass. Women don't even. They had some video came out today, and I'm so tired of it. Woman, Floyd Mayweather's Sugar Shane Mosley's supposed daughter getting ready for a fight. And first off, they said supposed because they knew it wasn't his daughter. But all the girl was doing was hitting the bag, and you could tell she didn't know how to throw a punch. She was doing it like this, but all she had on was tight pants and was shaking her ass every time she hit. And it was full of comments. The same niggas that spend all day on Instagram following ass after ass after ass after ass, and they don't get tired of seeing ass. Nigga, you don't watch ass since 2022. Ass all day. And this nigga still wake up to see ass.
Can I make a comment that may be inappropriate, and I retract it if it's hurtful, but maybe they worry about the ass so much because they don't know if the face and the makeup and all the other stuff is
exactly. You see where I was going. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic. This type of shit is
maybe the back might be the best way.
Fantastic say the brotherfuckers, like the shout out to Mr. Fantastic. This is the brotherfucker type thing. The fact that it doesn't matter and it's just ass.
Don't care about your face, well, fuck a dude.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Fantastic. And also, right, because you're saying like you got older and you gained weight, it's not the same for men and women. Tommy, if you go hard for the next 3 months, it won't matter. Like, we don't bounce back like that. It's going to take us to see any type of result a year if you let it go too far. But men, you guys, when you guys gain weight, it's literally because of some sort of comfort, like the hard work you put in. So now you're able to relax a little bit more and you might gain some. But if you want to, 3 months and you him again. So it's not the same.
So you said if I res direct for the next few months, you said if I go
hard.
Res
I'm gonna entertain you since you keep wanting it. Go hard.
Lance, you knew that the resurrection just meant he got hard again.
I think that's like you said. So I do like I do consider dating women. So when I look at them, I'm looking at them not like just they're just cute. So I have noticed like women in my same age range that I'm like, especially on the dating like, okay. Interesting. And I'm not saying that I think a lot of women get all like sensitive about the fact that, I've had kids and all this. I've probably had more kids than all of y'all, a good amount. And I got big too. Like, and then in between, you're not sure about how to,
Well, hold on. Are we talking about how many we got or how many we claim?
No, I mean, I actually have. I've physically had more kids than probably more.
I was just saying, because if it was, go ahead.
No, I know what you're saying. But I say that's not an excuse. That's not that I had to let that's not an excuse. You can get big. You don't know how to eat. You're trying to you're laying up. You're getting big. Listen, I was on DoorDash like it was out of line. 2020. But I'm starting to lose weight now too, just for health purposes and all that. I don't think we put that at the forefront as Black women for our own selves. We just think, we're supposed to be a big mama at the end of no, we're not, and I'm not, and that's not gonna work. No.
Blanche, do you think it has something to do with us as Black men, like as they said, that a lot of Black men are saying, I'll still hit it, which is making them say it doesn't matter what I do?
Well, Black men don't have any standards, and that's the problem. Black men have very low standards. I've seen them my whole life, and they weak for vagina. So Black men will pretty much hit anything, and if it's offered to them, they pretty not gonna turn it down either. That's what I've seen most of the time. And an old girl that was in the video, she has multiple guys that will not just sleep with her, but actually take her. Like, y'all will be shocked at what's out there. These men are at an all-time low. They will take her out. They will wine and dine her. She turned around. I saw 4 sets of wings. I'm like, is she a dragonfly? So I'm just like, these men will do anything for these women. So that big girl, to me, they're more confident now. If you see a big Hispanic woman, she not gonna do that. A big white girl, they ain't gonna do that. Other race women, when they get big, they may have a guy, they're not just flagrant. But what she did in that video is just, to me, is normal. I see them out in public. They come to the gym like that. They come to and they don't care. I mean, they just, because think about it. Who gonna tell me it look bad? Nobody. They come in the gym, they get compliments. Huh?
And somebody gonna try to holler them. I saw that Sam's. All them black women with that was not only were they way overweight, but they all had on tight clothes. Every one of them.
So it's hard to tell. It's hard for us to say something to them when their DM is flooded. And I know it seems crazy, but these girls are getting gassed up because these men are just, it's disgusting. What these guys say to these women is disgusting. And I heard it was an epidemic of men not being able to, I guess, go out with chicks and have dates. And they call them incels, I guess, or something. But yeah, it's crazy. I don't know.
But for me, is it really the men though? Because a bigger woman has always been able to get sexual intimacy, but it was behind closed doors. I think it's more on the women because we won't shame them. It's like, yes, girl, you look amazing. Oh, I love that they're making this in plus size, and we condone the behavior. So to me, I think it's more of us because we're making them have no shame.
What do you say to that?
Yeah, I would go with that.
Is it that though? Is it that though? And I probably would go more along with it is the dudes. Because why else would they be so confident? It's like the ladies used to come on Kevin Samuels. They would say whatever, but at the end of the day, they got people in their DMs liking videos. It's interesting. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me see. Support group for men whose wives are getting fat. Why fat women get destroyed in dating. Fat acceptance and body positivity. A big woman can get millionaires, but tall men can't get dimes. Yee. White men don't like fat women. That's Miss Pat. The absurd standards of fat women, 500K. Fat women cannot understand why men aren't attracted. A fat woman doesn't understand why men aren't attracted to her. Fat, greedy, lazy woman desiring top-tier men. A fascinating breakdown by Six the Goddess. Lazy, greedy, undisciplined. Want top-tier men. What are you saying about this, Six the Goddess? Something is wrong with her. Men don't have to accept, oh, this is Kevin Samuels, but they are accepting. Fat girl can only get blind men. Well, that's a comedian. Yee. Hey, man. Interesting. We're going to skip past this a little bit. Or is the whole show about to be about fat women?
Yeah, like that's what I was like, maybe I should have said that. Like you said, like what is like it no longer means what it used to mean. So saying you're married, like people now are just staying married or getting married for a tax break. Or a lot of people, I hear it all the time. Obviously, I told you I'm in management, so like I hear young ladies all the time just run through and be like, I just want to break up with this man, but I can't pay rent by myself. Or when I get enough, I'll and they're legit just staying with people or being with them just to pay half rent.
Yeah, but they're dating.
Yeah,
This woman,
yeah.
I will say this: what's the percentage of Black women today in 2026 that are married? What's the percentage of them?
27%.
Yeah, it's not many.
24 now. So if you're part of the 76% that are unmarried, it's hard for you to tell somebody who's part of the 24% that got somebody to do it, you ain't shit. Because if only 24% of people could do something, we'd be proud of it. If you was in the top 24% of whatever the fuck it was, you'd be pretty proud of it. But we're saying, nah, bitch, anybody could get married. That's not true at all. There's niggas that's got several babies by several bitches and ain't never been married. You know them.
But that's also that chink in the armor that they're trying to find. They're trying to find what sets you off.
Mm-hmm.
But also men are starting to wake up and understand that marriage has no value. So that 24% that is married, who like technically speaking, there's probably only 5 to 10% of you that are actually married with any type of quality, because men are starting to understand they can't find anything worth marrying. So yet again, I say, who cares about your marriage?
But the numbers also show that the majority of people who are doing well financially do get married.
It's a business transaction, though.
Hey, you're still on the wrong. You're statistically wrong there too. The majority of rich people get married. So we can't say they're not quality, because this man is a well sought after man. Tiger Woods was well sought after, still got married. Michael Jordan was well sought after, still got married. Kobe Bryant was well sought after, still got married. LeBron James was well sought after, still got married. Denzel Washington was well sought after, still got married. I can sit up here and name you men who could get any bitch they wanted, and they got married.
But they would fall under the 5 to 10% that I said would be of quality, though.
But it's got to be way higher than 5%, 10%. If I can name you, if only 24% are married, and then I can name you all of the quality guys, meaning typically one thing that people will tell you, like somebody talked about the tax breaks. If you are a man that of means, you typically aren't going to be single. Heads of companies aren't single. Even when these niggas is gay, they get a wife. The niggas running for government. You see no single nigga up there running for government. Who run for president? He by himself. We don't even trust him. The mob don't even trust a single man. I need you to have a wife. I need you to have some shit where you got some skin in the game. Most high-level positions, they don't respect you when you by yourself, because you A, gonna fuck somebody else's wife. B, you gonna tell somebody else's husband cheating. You have no skin in the game. So most of the men who are doing well in life, they understand you can be rich by yourself, but typically when you want to create wealth, you kind of need a family.
But sorry, I'm going to yield. But is this a fair argument? Because most of the men that are high figure men, it's not a lot of them. So technically, go ahead.
What are we talking about? Oh, I'm asking, like, what are we talking about? Because when we're talking about high figure, I still think a guy that makes 100,000, that's a high figure dude.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
There's rare guy who gets to make this type of money and he doesn't marry someone. The dudes who do porn, they get really high amount of money on porn. They'll fuck around and get a wife. That woman was talking about it last night. For some odd reason, it's better for a man who has something to have a wife.
But it's all back on the fact of if he married a wife of quality, correct? Like
they're not always doing that.
Okay.
Because most of them are doing like they're marrying for aesthetics, or it helps like with Tiger Woods. That was what his money went way higher when he got that wife because that wife projected something. His money dropped when he lost that wife because it stopped projecting something. And you can look at him now and see how he's living his life. A wife would have helped him out right now. If he had a wife, he wouldn't be out there just hiding.
He was more sellable though. All right, so you can sell Tiger Woods to more masses because you have more families out there. So more marketable. That's the word I was looking for. I would have said sellable, but he's more marketable. And the same thing, even like we talk about all the time, if President Obama had a white woman, black people probably wouldn't have voted for him, right? Or even more black women. No.
If he'd have been single, people wouldn't have voted.
Single or had a white woman.
Cory Booker got a wife, got that girl, got engaged because he was running for president.
Yep.
Soon as he dropped out, what did him and her do?
They broke up.
Broke up immediately. Mayor Giuliani, when he ran, he got married a fourth time just to run.
Yep. Because
you project an image. You project an image.
Exactly. You're right, Snowman. The image, right? You got to put this image up. What was that one down there? He got called. It was in Florida. Gilliam. And he got called
Andrew Gillum.
Yeah, Andrew Gillum. And it turns out he loved to fuck men. Right? He's a brother fuck, as Mr. Fantastic would say.
He was getting drilled.
Right. He was
getting drilled. He wasn't
bitching.
Yeah, he was catching. He was catching.
God damn.
3 kids. 3 of them.
Yes. And
aren't you guys kind of proving the fact that who cares if you get married though with these talking points? Even when you say Kobe, the way his wife embarrassed him when he stepped out, she tried to ruin his legacy. Will Smith, look what Jada's done.
Oh, I can't let you say that about Kobe's wife. Kobe's wife was actually a lot of black women talk shit about Kobe's wife. That woman stood beside him as he was sitting on the stage saying he cheated. She was holding his hand.
Yeah, but isn't it the fact that she made him publicly have to come out and apologize for what he did in the first place?
I think he did that. I think he did that.
Okay.
Okay.
That was part of his plea.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, misspoke.
He had to do that in order to stay out of jail.
Okay, I misspoke then.
Yes, that woman, and think about it. No black woman would have sat there by this man while he was saying this shit. He did. And she still, to this day, there's not even a man who can say he slept with this woman, and Kobe been dead since 2020.
Okay, I yield.
I went to jail 2 weeks, and my bitch was fucking 8 niggas.
Oh, Lord.
I wasn't even gone that long. I said, damn. That's like a nigga going to jail and start sucking dick. Talking about some, I'm in there. I'm like, you in there for a DUI. You got that bad?
Tommy got home. Tommy got home and the dude knocked on the door. I'm here for the gangbang.
Right.
Which movie was that?
Damn, you couldn't wait. Hell, my little brother tried to take over my car. He talking about, I thought you wouldn't come home. I think I didn't kill nobody. But that's what I'm saying. So I look at it and say, yes, but I'm asking y'all then, aren't we giving mixed messages? We're telling that black girl, all them niggas doing is fucking you. They ain't trying to marry you. Then when the girl get married, we say, well, your nigga ain't shit. When is it that's a good thing? When is it a good thing?
Well, I think the thing, like, it's that same woman getting married, the same one who's getting the 2 o'clock call. It's the same woman, or we're just talking about a different woman? I don't think they're the same.
That fat ass woman ain't nobody marrying that fat lady. That woman is up there single as shit on Instagram. No one married her.
Most of the so she's
black women, whether you think they look good or not, they're single. That is a fact.
Yeah,
they got the fattest ass. Niggas fuck them, get them pregnant, will not stay with them.
Somebody sick of this shit somewhere.
I'll live with you, lady. I'm not marrying you because we know.
That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. And I think when it comes to the weight thing, it's like you just have to actively push yourself to move around. And a lot of people just get still. They don't move very much. You gotta actively get up and make yourself move around. Stretch, move around, squat. You can do calisthenics. You just gotta have a lot of motion. You're supposed to make yourself sweat. Sweat, get sun.
So, as what Melvin was saying, to marry someone, that's a look. And you men who are
Matter of fact, we're gonna go for a little bit more. I guess they are just gonna talk about fat people.
You know what? I beat this woman and she stayed. Maybe I should look at her and think, wow, that's pretty cool. You stayed past some shit that I would tell our own daughter not to stay past.
Whose world is it?
But if that was
whose world is it? Whose world is it?
Whose world is it?
Uh-huh.
It's their
the world is fine.
No. It's a man's world.
It's a man's
world.
It's nothing without a woman, but it's a man's world.
No, yes. When it comes to building a family and building legacy, she is just as important of a piece to the success of that. So yeah, he don't need her. She got money. She don't need him. But together, if they're trying to build what they have, which is their family, which is why they decided to get married in the first place, because they didn't need each other. There was no dependency on them. Oh, I need you to make my life, or I need you to make my life. They didn't need each other. The money had nothing to do with this. The contracts, the fact that she made more, it had nothing to do with this. They got fuck you money. So that's not a factor. It was the power play of him doing what he wanted to do and not honoring his word as a man. And it was her move of her trying to show him that, yes, I gave you this grace over and over again, but you ain't just gonna keep doing what the fuck you want to do on me. Because at the end of the day, I am Giselle, motherfucker. I'm not Katie, the fucking cleaning lady.
But then men and women are not equal, though. That's not a who cares.
It's not about being equal, but as a man, if you set the tone, he's the fucking thermostat. He was wrong for setting the temperature to say, I'm gonna do this and just let me do this, because she did what he asked them to do. And if you're gonna do that, you gotta stand by it. Or if you want to try to renegotiate it, you gotta come with hat in hand. And Tom Brady ain't gonna fucking do that, because he ain't never had to do it. That was the problem. That's where the ego comes into play. But that was
for me. He made the right. But it doesn't. But if that's who. But if she wanted to, if she really wanted to teach some sort of lesson, right, without, I guess, ruining her legacy, because now that you went and fucked the trainer and had a baby, as far as I'm concerned, he made the right decision. You could have still left and kept your legs closed, stayed single, stayed on your purpose, and seen if he was going to come get you. Now he can't even come get you. He can't then now.
But her ego is just as big. This
but that's
is
the
most
problem.
beautiful. She's
It does.
She's the most beautiful.
It doesn't matter.
She is arguably the most beautiful woman in the world at that time.
No, she was.
And
she ain't that no more.
She had money. She had it all.
I don't care.
Listen.
I'm sorry.
I understand that, but there is a part of her ego that comes into play too. She has just as much of a right to play into her ego as he did. Yes, he's the man. Yes, he's supposed to call the shots. Yes, he's supposed to run shit. He fucked up.
So Brian,
if he's gonna
no way he fucked up.
Absolutely he did.
Why y'all keep saying in this scenario that a man and woman is equal?
Right, when this man says he fucked up, that's what is weird to me about hearing them talk. I don't mind opinions. But when somebody tell you, I love this woman, even if it's a hoe, why y'all quick to say, no, you don't? Yes, he do. He told you he did. Y'all that damn assholish that y'all tell people what they said they messed up. You gonna tell them they didn't?
Yeah, because listen, the fact of the matter is things had changed. The stakes had changed. He didn't think he was going to be the most winningest quarterback of all time. He was a 6th-round pick. He ended up getting a starting job. He told her what he was in the beginning of his career, like, yo, if I can win just a couple Super Bowls, then cool. But once he started running the whole show,
It's a ghost. It's a ghost talking.
She got but
I'm looking at everybody's mouth like,
I'm trying to see
that.
I had no idea who that was.
Okay, go ahead.
No, but listen, fellas, it's like, okay, when
That was a mind fuck right there.
Oh, okay, I
crazy.
see that. When he
Go
was
ahead,
young,
Slicer.
starting out, they got together, right? Of course, he told her, look, the Super Bowl or two, I'm through, I'm good. And he didn't think it'd come that fast. And so once he knew he could continue to keep playing, you got to understand, Giselle should have been able to understand, like, yo, you doing some shit that's unbelievable, that's unprecedented. So if God has blessed you with this capability of continuous
Absolutely.
and to win these Super Bowls and to lead these teams and so on and so forth,
We're talking about
then
legacy
you
now.
goddamn do that. Like
The legacy.
yeah,
the legacy
you know,
is not with her. The legacy is.
Oh, I brought you up here to agree with me, Nick. Bring you up now. Just
What's going on, Cody? Salute.
Woman is not the legacy, the man is. And Brian, based off what you're saying in this scenario, so you're agreeing to the fact that a man and a woman is equal. That a man and a woman can be equal.
I'm not saying that they're equal. They have different roles, but her role is just as important in their legacy. When you're talking about, I need just as much as a woman needs me to be the man that I am, just as much as I need a woman to be the woman that I need her to be. And if she did that for him, she stopped her shit. Understandably so, she stopped her shit to raise their children. So therefore, she understood this is the most important part of the whole thing that we're doing. Just like he said it. What was to her, what's important to her more than her being on the runway, being on every fucking cover of every magazine and being at the fucking tip top of fashion was her family. And it was for him too. That's why they were able to agree. However, in the agreement, there was a time frame. He did not honor that part. And I'm not saying that just because he wanted to keep playing that he can't. But there is a lot of negotiation, and you are the one that have to assume the responsibility to do that.
But you
just can't say,
supposed-
"Oh, fuck that, baby. I know you was getting ready to do your thing, but shit, I got 2 more years I can go, and
Would
I
a
might
good
get to win
woman-
another Super Bowl."
Would
So
a good
fuck all
woman,
that.
would a good
You
woman that understands
you
her role,
can't
her place,
leverage-
and her structure, you can do
Okay.
that.
Here's
She
the-
took
here's the
on the
reason why
last
you
name
can't.
of her father, though. So there's a bigger issue that we're trying to negate.
Here's the reason why
Yes.
you can't. Here's the reason why you can't. An extra Super Bowl ain't bigger than the family.
Thank
you. His name is gonna ring through generations.
Right. Fucking Rob
That's
Reiner.
more
Hold
important.
on.
That's
Hold
more
on.
important than how
Hold
she
on.
feels.
Rob Reiner will live as one of the greatest fucking actors and greatest fucking directors of all time. However, his son fucking murdered him because he wasn't there to raise his fucking son.
But that's because you had a child with a woman that didn't make sure while you were on your purpose.
He has just as much responsibility as she does. You can't.
As a
negate
woman,
that.
you are supposed to be the foundation. A man, a man is not supposed to be at home with the children 24/7. You're not. Even if you have enough financial means to do so, you're supposed to show, especially young boys, that you go out there and you go out there to get it. It's
Not
your
true.
purpose. That's what you're supposed to be doing.
Not
and
true.
a good woman, when that child is in confusion, like, where's daddy? Why isn't he here? Daddy has a purpose. You'll understand one day. This is what daddy has to do. Daddy doesn't love you any less. He wishes he could be here, but don't take this hurt with you, because when daddy gets a moment, you're all that daddy is going to see. He does all this for you, for our generations, our children's children. Is why daddy's not here right now.
I'm actually doing that right now. And what I have to do and what my responsibility is to make sure that I am guiding my children. At the end of the day, I'm the coach. Yes, my wife does the day-to-day. She irons the clothes. She cooks the food. She makes sure that everybody has everything. She gets the clothes. She's in charge of wardrobe in the house. However, all of that shit is governed by me. I go to work. I go to work every day and I earn a living to take care of my family. However, I am still the thermostat in my house, and my children not only see it, but they hear it from me.
And in your absence, she's following your structure, right? Your foundation, even when you are not home, correct?
Yes, she is. But I still have an obligation to not only provide, but I must also be present and have a presence in my home.
That doesn't mean 24 hours in a day.
Those two things will come with a lot of responsibility and sacrifice. So I can't always be out. I can't always be live. I can't always be doing the things that I want to do. That's my purpose, because I have to have a presence and I still have to be present.
We're talking about a fairy tale here, because in the real world, we need to be talking about this based off the real world, because your children do not stay with you forever, right? And it's going to be extremely hard for them to understand that they have to leave the nest. And what if you've built a business, right, that they need to run in your absence? If they're so used to being coddled, how do you think that this is going to work even when you are no longer here? How is it going to live on through the ages? If you need to always be present, you're not teaching them the hard lesson.
You know how? You know how? Because the foundational years are when it needs to be most important, which is why she stayed home.
Yeah, but that's when she takes a back seat. So by the time the child is able to run with the father, why is the child not with you? Going and doing whatever it is the father is doing. She's only as important for those nurturing years. So I don't understand why you can't be out doing whatever and take he or she right along with you if the money is good like that. The tutor should be on the road with us as well.
I can answer, but Tommy wants to go. Tom, hold on. Tommy wanted to say something. Go ahead, Tommy.
Just want to interject something. Weren't we talking about it earlier when we said if a man get a good wife, he's supposed to get that woman right from her father? Didn't somebody say that earlier?
Yes.
How you get that daughter right from her father when her father ain't there? How you do that?
We're not talking about, are we talking about a single parent household?
No, the father. We're talking about.
You just talking.
Okay, so we're talking about a 2-parent household, right?
You did not. Where was this father? You were saying a single father. So if I messed up,
I'm talking about a 2-parent. I'm talking about a 2-parent household.
Okay. It's a 2-parent household, right? I said she got. If you married his daughter, you cannot get her from him because, as the man just stated, 6 months out of the year for 20 years, he wasn't there. And that's playing, not practice, not spring, summer football that they had to be in. Not any of that. Not traveling because he's got to do PR. No, that's just 6 straight months of football playing. Now, that being said, how do you get that daughter from that dad if he's not there, number one? And number two, y'all kept saying that's his legacy. If Tom Brady had quit 4 years earlier, he still would be the greatest quarterback in history of the game. 4 years earlier, there was no doubt he won one more championship, which still put him way over everybody else. If he had quit before then, he was the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. Same with Michael Jordan. He did not have to play with the Wizards to be considered the greatest to ever do it.
Right. How do we know that
here? I was saying this. At this point, when you're doing it that long, you're now doing it over long.
Yes.
And that's what he's realized now. I did it over long.
He loved that thing too much.
No, but how do we know
everything.
this? How do we know that this last championship that he went back to go win is making it where somebody that'll come up, a younger whatever, might not be able to outdo him because he went back to go get that another championship? Like how do we know?
It doesn't matter because at some point or another that record's gonna get broken. It was him and himself within his own self that he kept wanting to play. That's all it was. He didn't know if the team and the season would be aligned perfectly for him to win a Super Bowl. He just wanted to play. That's
and
all
where did that come? Where did that voice come from? You talking about something so you're telling me that he was supposed to? We're not talking about him trying to pick coochie over. You're talking about a man that internally his purpose. This is something that he was internally fighting with. He should have never have to been fighting with her.
Yeah, but he gave his purpose to her under false pretenses. He wanted to play.
I already said that though.
Play. Right, but that's the thing. The fact that he did that.
That's the start.
You don't just get you don't just get to say, oh well, fuck it, we just keep going.
Yeah, you do. Listen, if you
God don't work like that.
Miss Polly want to say something. She has not been able to say nothing, and I was concerned. I was concerned, Miss Polly, but now she's speaking. So let her do it.
No, it's okay. I actually was listening, but I've been up since 4 this morning for work, and I think it's time. I think it's.
That's. I'm gonna interrupt this heated debate to tell us that you're leaving.
I'm sorry. I know. I'm just saying bye. He did it. I didn't do all that. I didn't even do all that.
5 in the morning.
But Miss Polly, thank you for bringing the topic. Okay, it hasn't been this spicy over here since we got over here. So shout out to you.
Yeah, I got good topics. I try. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. I'll listen. So y'all keep going. All right.
I like this thing. Y'all keep going. I didn't mean to cut y'all off. I just knew the little lady had put her hands up.
I want to bed too. I'm out of y'all.
I gotta go to bed.
Good night, Corey.
But
fuck y'all. I mean, my bad. It came out.
Yeah, no, I mean, when Tommy, when you say 6 months out of the year he wasn't there, I'm like, he used to go home every night. I mean, even if he get a little bit of time, I'm sure he's seen his kids almost, for the most part, especially when they got older. They used to go to the training camps. You'll see him throwing the ball with his sons, training camps, and he take them to practice with him, stuff like that. So it wasn't like he just never got to see his kids. I think it was more about her and the time she was getting to spend with him. It wasn't about his kids.
Let me ask you this.
Ask you something, brother. Do you get married to just not be with your mate?
Yes, in a sense, hell yeah. We come together like butt cheeks when it's time to. Listen, when we in the crib, you got your room, bitch, I got mine. And we come together in between time and
yes, but it's different. Have you ever taken a road trip before?
Of course.
Have you taken one by yourself?
Yes.
How long? What was the longest or ballpark longest time?
18, 19 hours from Vegas.
Okay, you ever taken a road trip with someone?
Yes.
Okay, how long? About how long was that one?
About the same.
Okay, so is it different riding in the car by yourself than riding in the car with somebody?
I mean, yes, of course. I mean,
okay,
in a sense, yeah.
If you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go far, go alone.
In a marriage, being in the house with someone and that person not being in the house, there is a difference. The amount of time that you are just like, that's why I said the whole thing about having a presence and actually being present. Those are two different things, but they are both impactful. You are there and being in the house with somebody. It is different for your spouse and your children. You can't just expect your wife to just sacrifice everything and doing what you want her to do and don't think that she has the need to want to be around. What wife don't want to be around her husband?
But listen,
seems balanced. Seems balanced. What's going on, Empress Carmen? Good to see you this morning. I hope the babies are doing well. Yeah, You do want to be physically there, present, and you do want to be present. So you're actually hearing her and you're actually hearing the kids. And sometimes you might have to be like me and go, is this something you want me to fix? Or are you just venting? But you have to actually be present while you're present. And those folks have to as well. Because you can literally be around people and they can literally be seeing you going through something and still not get it. And it's just not that complicated.
Loves her
You act
husband.
like you
Same
act like
thing
he
for-
was
But if he
never
making
there.
that much money, why couldn't she go be wherever he was?
Because
You
she
act like
wanted
he
to
was never
just
there, though. That's the
be
problem.
with-
You act
no,
like
I'm
he
not
was never
saying
there.
that. No, I'm not saying that he was never there. I'm saying that what are they there for? Am I here just to let you go do your career and that's it?
You
No.
are here. You are here to bring forth my vessels and continue my legacy. That is your DNA design as a woman. We are here to bring forth your legacy and your children. That is the bottom line of it. The whole essence of a woman, the shapeliness, the reason why we attract you to us is for you to be fruitful and multiply within our womb. So what are we talking about? Her
So why
career
would you-
doesn't even matter. She's going somewhere else with it.
So why would it be a thing to where if she's supposed to be a helpmeet, why does that not require him to play a part in that? Y'all making it seem like just because this nigga's the great Tom Brady, he can do whatever the fuck he wants and he doesn't have any responsibility to him, to her, and his kids.
Is she the head or that?
And his responsibility.
He does have responsibility to his kids and to his wife. And he does have to be present, and he does have to be present while he's present, so he even know them. Them folks are just 24 hours pumping, going to get it, don't even be knowing they people. They be coming home to strangers because they don't be present when they're present. There's some folks that get off work, have to have a drink at the bar, have to go sit in the garage, and when they come in, they kind of just nod head and whatever else, and then they sleep. And then when they force a beer around, hey man, I agree with the brother. You're not just supposed to be barking orders and then bah.
He goes beyond what he does out in the world. Your daddy not being there, it matters. And we all know this, but we giving Tom a pass. Bullshit.
It ain't even about Tom no more. I'm kind of speaking in general at this point. But is she the head or the backbone? Right?
Exactly.
She comes from his rib, does she not? What are we talking about?
Yes.
Her career never mattered.
She comes from his rib, but there is a okay, so tell me this. What responsibility does Tom Brady have?
Show us, since we're bringing up, show us where in the Bible it said that what you said to that woman that you were going to do, you don't have to do it. Show where it says that.
No, but Tommy, I will agree with you guys. I've already said that it's an agreement he should have never made. So that's where I would want to understand the history of the.
But we have to, if I should have never fucked that girl raw and I got AIDS, nobody get to tell me I'm a man, so therefore I don't have AIDS. No, I got it. Tom made that deal. He made it.
Fine.
It's not her fault that he chose her. Because if y'all keep saying a man chooses a woman, he chose her.
Yes.
And chose her knowing who she was, what she wanted, what she liked. And not marry a woman that liked getting skeeted on in the face and then tell her, I'm a skeet in your face, and then decide I want to save my energy. And then wonder why she's unhappy. Tell her that God told her she should remain happy and faithful, even though I pulled the rug off from up under her.
By your logic, y'all saying that Tom Brady could have just came home and been like, hey, you know what, Giselle? I like dick now too. So I'm gonna bring these niggas up in the house every once in a while. And because I'm Tom Brady.
That's not the same.
No.
That's not the same.
Hell, he's trying to bring Antonio Brown in the house.
You gotta roll with it. That's what I'm saying. You can't just break your word on something that you've given it to. And
Yes,
just
word
say,
is
this
bond.
what it is.
Word is bond.
That's what I'm saying.
Word is bond, but it should have never been bond with her. That's my whole thing. Word is bond amongst other men and what you say to God. You're not supposed to hearken unto the voice of a woman. The bond should have never been with her. I said that from jump.
And if she sacrificed to honor his request,
you are meant to sacrifice.
Wait, just let me ask the question. If she sacrificed to honor his request, then does he not owe her anything? Does he not have an obligation or responsibility to that? Or can he just fucking break his word and she just got to roll with it?
I gave you children. I gave you children. I gave you legacy. My last name, women marry basically. Well, she, like I said, this is disrespectful from jump because she took her daddy's last name. So I have a problem from that alone. He should have never even been over there. She took her father's last name. What the fuck are we talking about? She never even fucking respected you. If it wasn't about this, it was going to be about something else because she really wanted her goddamn daddy.
It's kind of a business.
Never stop to think could it possibly be he didn't like that bitch? How about that?
Well, he
has regrets.
He didn't like him either.
Hold on, we're saying this, and he would saying he, like he literally is saying.
Why would he say that he meant yes?
Okay, I mean, of course you
talking about a dude who had his pick
20-some years,
and he still like he can get a woman half her age. I think
Right
what he
now.
realized is what he got with this woman is 1 in a million. You ain't gonna find that shit nowhere else. He cannot find another woman that can have any man on earth chose him, and a woman who's worth $1 billion. She was worth $1 billion when they got married. And what y'all aren't checking on is this. Look at how well he did from the time they were married. Look at how well he did financially. Look at how all that legacy you're talking about he was able to gain in football. He got it being married to her.
Oh wow!
So are you saying he would have never got there if he wasn't married to her?
He wouldn't have had it like that.
Okay.
If
How
he
would you
already
know
was
it?
single.
Aren't we making an assumption again?
Yeah, right. You man, tell them. I can't tell you how that feels. I want y'all to listen to Brian. How good does it feel for a working man who's trying to put food on the table at home to know your wife ain't out there fucking?
I tell my wife all the time, there's no way I would be able to do what I do the way I do it if I didn't have her. The fact that I know that she is taking care of my family, taking care of my house, and she ain't giving that pussy away, that shit matters to me.
Yeah,
that
but as soon as shit got hot, she went and gave the pussy away and had a child. So what did he?
She didn't care.
Yes, but
That's
that's the thing, though. But all I'm saying is, y'all are giving Tom Brady this out, and I don't know why. Because if he is the person that sets the if you set the agreement, how do you get to go back on it without any
nigga's a quarterback? He called the play.
Hey, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Scott. It reminds me of Scottie Pippen. Y'all are treating. Ooh, Scottie Pippen got a contract. He got a contract, and fucking Reinsdorf said, "Man, I wouldn't sign this shit if I was you." But because he was in the moment thinking about the money he wanted right now, he signed it. And then when he signed it, years down the road, he had buyer's remorse and was like, I shouldn't have signed this shit. And then instead of just being accountable for it and responsible for it, he like, nah, the Bulls, y'all doing me bogus. Y'all ain't taking care of me. Y'all won't renegotiate my contract. Well, Scotty, you knew before you signed this contract, we are notorious for not renegotiating contracts. So you knew that wasn't an option from the beginning. Why would you do something? Why would you do something and then once it ain't working out for you, just think you can just do whatever the fuck you want to do and everybody else just got to go along with it? That is another level of ego that nobody can condone and say, yeah, that's just how it is. That's bullshit.
As far as I'm concerned,
I want you to address him and what's on the screen. What do you think about that?
She gave him stability in order for him to be as great as he,
I don't agree with that.
As great as he was. Yes. That shit matters.
I don't agree with that. Wasn't he who he was before he got there? right? He already had a name before she got there, right? Y'all said the money didn't matter, so we're giving her way to. This is why y'all look. I'm gonna say it like this. This is why we're having the problem that we're having nowadays with women. Do you guys see what you're doing? We are not equal. You are above me. You are the head. It's just that simple. It doesn't have to be this hard. You yielded because you were supposed to, because you let that man dominate your body. You let that man give you children. If you wanted to stay modeling, you should have never had the children. And then we could have had a discussion about neither one of us bending, because now you as a woman, your duty became the children once you decide to let him do that to you.
Let me put this in a different perspective. Melanie, do you have?
That's crazy, Melanie.
Everybody who watching, y'all see, she had no problem calling me out, and I like it. She said, "Y'all niggas," and she was looking at me and said, "It was the reason." Look, y'all niggas, Thomas. Oh Lord, but she had no problem saying it, and that I like the strength of. But go ahead, I really like that she stood on this and said, "Y'all are the problem," because I talk like that. I'm gonna say it's because of y'all. If I had it said, I would hope she wouldn't get mad. That if I said it's because of this shit, so I respect the fact that she said it. But y'all go back and I was proud of that moment. You said that. I said I don't agree with this motherfucker, but I like that. She was like, y'all the reason this shit going on.
For sure. And let me ask you this, Melanie. Do you have expectations in a relationship?
Yes, I expect to be led.
Okay. Whatever those expectations are, whatever those expectations are, within those expectations, are there certain ones that you would call non-negotiable or deal breakers?
Something that will put my life in danger.
Okay, so you would consider that a deal breaker. Like if you do this, then we can't go. Okay.
With my life, if it's something that could end my life, that's it. That's the one non-negotiable.
Just that.
So that's your deal breaker or your non-negotiable.
Yes.
Do you not think that it's possible for someone who is, and the perspective that I'm trying to give is being on a different level in life, to where the problems that a certain group may have may not be the same level of problems that another group may have? When you're talking about people that are on a certain level, have a certain status, you're talking fame, fortune on both sides. They may have deal breakers or non-negotiables that they feel, this is where I draw the line for me and my relationship.
Yep. And you're supposed to be respecting each other. It's not supposed to be a dictatorship. If we both agree that the buck stops at me, I had a last word, and that I made the agreement, the buck stops at me. I made that agreement. I said I was going to do this. I got to do that. We got 16 people in the building. If you have not hit the like button, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Let me see. This is the second channel. My original channel is the Night's Lair. This channel is Serve Night. This channel will have 20-minute clips and shorts from older shows. I will be back in the Night's Lair soon. But yeah, we are doing a layer show here today. We are not doing a Sir Night show. Sir Night shows will not be live. They will be 20-minute clips and shorts from older shows. This is a backup channel.
And if we can agree upon this, we can go on. However, if you are to violate one of these non-negotiables or deal breakers, we cannot. So all I'm asking is, if that is possible, can it be that you could say this may have been a deal breaker for her?
It wasn't a deal breaker.
I just want to ask.
No, because Melanie don't know this. I know this. It wasn't a deal breaker for her.
Wait a minute. Hold on, man.
Oh my goodness, bro. You just said a whole soliloquy. Let me answer.
But Brian is a co-host.
Well, ask you to answer what he wants you to say, like deal with the words he said, not go to something else. If you're going to address it, sure. He wants you to stay there. You can expand past that, but he wants you to make sure you stay focused on the thing he asked. That's all. Am I right, Brian?
I will agree.
That is all I want.
I will agree that you are correct. but we're talking about demands that you shouldn't be allowed to make as a woman. The only thing that you should be able to demand is that your life is not put in danger. If it's something that's putting your life or the children's lives in danger, now you have to go against him because you are responsible for these children to make sure they came through your womb. But that's it. This isn't even something that should have caused him to get divorced and all this other shit.
Exactly.
Somebody on her end should have corrected her. This is stupid.
It was his promise, not her demand.
Let me please say this real quick. It wasn't a deal breaker because he went well past the time frame that he told her. So she accepted it. She get well past that time frame.
100%.
So it wasn't a deal. If it was a deal breaker, soon as he broke the deal, then it would have been over. She would have left. But
have you never gotten to the point where you got to bending? I'm just asking. Have you ever bent for someone and then said, "I bent, but I'm not gonna break. I'm out"? You've never done this?
It ain't no breaking because everybody knew at the time. Like,
have you ever said somebody tell you, "Hey, bro, I'll pay you back next week," and that was the deal you made? And then he came and said, "I ain't got it this week. I'll pay you next week," and you let next week pass. Fourth week, you felt like you was getting played. Does it never happen?
I listen. That's totally different from this relationship.
She let the first year go.
Somebody you money and you talking about a marriage. Come on, we got to make this make sense.
I don't know, but both of us. Matter of fact, one means more. You said that's money. You mean you care more about getting your money than getting your happiness in your marriage?
My whole point is it wasn't a deal breaker. If it was a deal breaker,
apparently
she would move the goalpost and now say she's bending on a deal breaker.
Hold on.
I can't believe I can't believe y'all saying this.
It's like here's the thing.
I'm for real because patience is a virtue. If she waited that long, if she allowed him to go that long,
hold on, real quick, because when Tommy speaks, if somebody else speaks while he's speaking, it drowns out his mic. So let's.
Got you.
Go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to land real quick, Tommy, because if she knew, all right, she said, okay, I'm cool. You can continue to keep playing. And she came out in interviews and talked about how she cool with it. They been broke that deal long time ago. And you wait till you see that he's coming down to his last leg, right? And now you want to divorce him? Like, you know, he about to retire the next year or two once he was in 2021. Of course. Yeah, because you already accepted it this long. You might as well see it through.
This nigga
how do you know this?
Hold on. This nigga told the media, my nigga, I mean white guy. He told the media, I can play in my 50s.
50s.
When she left.
He could still be playing today.
Ryan, when you don't speak, you'll have to mute up in between because you have like a little echo in your background.
I'm gonna let Ryan go ahead and speak. I know you've been trying to get back and forth up here. What is it you'd like to add to Ryan?
Oh, okay. Two things. One, like football, like I love the game. I wanted to throw in this because I actually felt bad about this whole situation with him. Two, I dated a Brazilian, so I understand how they are. She sacrificed for 25 years for this man, and she waited patiently. If he would have walked away in 2020, after he won that last Super Bowl, none of this would have happened. They would have been just fine. It was those last 2 seasons, and she still wasn't sure that he was going to dip after that, where she was like, dude, how long am I supposed to wait? So I get it. Like, Brady's the GOAT. He's the man. But however, he gave up his family for 2 extra seasons that meant nothing. Nothing. That's crazy. His legacy was set in the NFL for life, for centuries. But his legacy with his family was not. Was it worth it? Hell no. That's just how I feel.
Here's my unmute, but y'all keep trying to down this. You guys are confused.
I'm not confused at all.
Your purpose. That is what you're supposed to put first.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what she had to deal with dating an athlete like that.
It doesn't matter.
It matters completely because he wasn't around half. He wasn't around half of the year every year for a quarter of a century. How does that matter? So she's just supposed to take care of everything while he's off.
Go to where he is.
Yeah, but even
I
Just said she got millions of billions.
No,
Take
it's not
her
about
ass
the money.
to
It's
the
not
field.
about the money.
But
It's not about the money.
But to your point,
But what I'm
to your point, Melanin, just because she's where he is doesn't mean that she has him the way she wants him. That's what I'm saying.
You're not supposed to, because then he'd be
being on
pussy
the
with it.
road. Being on the road is different than being at home.
100%.
Flying all around the world with your family. What are you gonna do with your kids? Maybe I don't
100%.
want my kids to grow up on the road with a tutor. Maybe I want my kids to socialize in a private school that I'm paying for. Maybe
6 months
I
out of the
want
year,
my
they can do that.
maybe I don't want my wife with me every day because I'm locking in on the playbook and I
You
got
got
4
6
brand new
months
wide
with 'em.
receivers
6
I
months out
gotta
of the
sync
year.
up with.
Maybe the kids want that at home.
Wait, so I don't have the time to give to her because I'm locking in with these 4 new wide receivers that I gotta have ready in the next 8 weeks to go. So I can't, even though she's in the same state with me, I can't spend time with her because I'm in my playbook. We can't watch the Notebook. We don't have. I don't have time for that.
When he went to Tampa,
a good woman would understand this, right?
We're gonna move forward a lot a bit. They're still talking about it.
But I'm not gonna sit up here and watch this plane crash. I'm gonna get out with the parachute I got, which is I can get a divorce. She didn't do wrong. So you would be saying she was out of line. She should have continued along with this marriage to where this nigga's out here fucking Denny's waitresses and having them call your house on Thanksgiving. You're telling me something that, as much as I agree, I am not going to tell no woman, and I would damn sure not tell my daughter. Let a nigga do what he want because y'all married. That's what God asked. Because the Bible I read does not say this. When people read the Bible, when people quote the Bible and misquote it, that hurts my feelings. It's like,
Let's move forward some more. They still talking about that, huh?
since I was little, we never got in trouble for it. Most people who get caught, they get caught being exactly the word that you just said, reckless.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how, what's his name? Epstein. Once they let him go in Florida off that case, he should have stopped.
Yep.
Did he?
Nope.
Tupac, once he got shot in that elevator and he went to jail for something he didn't do, he should have stopped. Did he?
Yep.
They told Biggie, do not go to fucking California. You just said, don't make it fun in California. Don't go. What did he do?
He went.
Invincible.
Yep.
Invincible. This is not going to happen to me. Young Dolph had no business sit up there in a car that anybody can recognize from anywhere else.
That's a fact.
Tell these niggas, you couldn't kill me with 100 shots.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Look at the shit that Lil Durk did. You trying to slide for somebody that's dead and gone, and you're gonna do it to the point to where you're implicating yourself, telling people, don't use no phones, y'all, but I'm gonna rent this car and I'm gonna send y'all niggas there. It's like, why the fuck would you do that when you did not have to do that? Who's shicey now? Nigga, what did you really think was gonna happen? This ain't 1990 where you can dangle motherfucking Vanilla Ice from the goddamn hotel window like he fucking Big Red and fucking 5 Heartbeats. You can't do that shit today. But you think you gonna hold this nigga at gunpoint, rob this nigga, and he's just gonna let you out of your contract and you just gonna live your life and tell this story on some fucking show 20 years later? No, nigga. The shit don't work that way. We watch too much TV. I think we can do shit. Yes.
He just got out. Another example.
On parole, right?
Of a woman who was smart enough to walk away, and you can look at it and say it saved her life. J-Lo loved Puffy.
Yep.
J-Lo saw that shit Puffy did. She didn't turn and look back. She didn't give him another chance. Black women said, see, that's how a bitch leave. You went, no. Said, what you just did, I cannot have that in my life.
Do that, nigga. I'm good.
She's still J-Lo. He's in jail.
Yep.
What's going on, MOT?
I can deal with a lot of things. That, and even when we talk about what Gisele Bundchen did, like they say, well, she went to a nigga that didn't make as much as Tom Brady. Remember what y'all just pointed out? You said because he make all this money, she should have acquiesced to everything she did. That's probably exactly why she went with a nigga that didn't have that kind of money.
Do you know how good? Do you know how good I'm gonna make Gisele feel while I'm teaching her karate?
The Karate Kid, boy.
That bitch is going to. I'm going to make her fall in love with me because she's fucking Gisele, and I'm Brian, the black karate man. That's what.
Think about it. She went from seeing a nigga half the year to this nigga was every day, and that's probably the most to her than anything else.
Yep.
That he's there every day because she didn't need nobody's money.
Value system is different,
and that was the only thing she was missing, having someone
Yes.
there every day.
She literally had it all. She just wanted to enjoy it. That's like you. That's like you. Just think you win the lottery, $400 million. You gonna buy everything you buy. Okay, you done bought all the shit you want. You done went every place you don't wanted to go. That part comes next is what do you really want and what do you value most? That's what you're going after. And if you get that close to like Gisele, she had killed the model and shit. She's worth $1 billion. And she has probably one of, if not the most sought after bachelor in the fucking free world. She has him. Kick-ass athlete who everybody loves and adores. But she couldn't even spend time with. How long do you not do that?
You got the world in front of you. What do they say?
There we go. Move forward a lot a bit.
Most of us don't know the history of a lot of things that we indulge in.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I look at it and say, well, she's not a saint.
No.
Because if you fuck the karate man that quick, you might have already been fucking the karate
man. Yes.
Oh, so you've been playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, like, or at least you had been thinking about fucking the karate man because you shouldn't have moved to him that fast. That was pretty fucking fast.
Ain't nobody gonna do karate that long.
They were, because remember, she actually filed for divorce like 2 years before she actually got divorced. He talked her into coming back. And that's why I'm on her side. Because one of the reasons he talked her into coming back was he said he's gonna quit. He said, okay, I know you're gonna leave, I'm gonna quit. And he admits it.
Oh.
Hmm?
I didn't know all this.
He wants. And I think that's probably why the karate man got that pussy. Because karate man was probably sitting there while he was working out and be like, because men do this shit all the time. That's why I hate niggas being around a woman that he knows.
Hey, man. They know, not he knows. They know. They've been flirting. He been bringing coffee or whatever. They know. Gonna move around. Let's see. Going to check out La Pif. Copy. Add it to the stage.
The beauty in us being different. Like, I know, like, I feel like women, even though to us an oil change and getting tires changed is easy as fuck, right?
No, it's not.
It's easy.
I'm
not saying that it's
easy when you know how to do it.
I'm not saying that it's easy to do it. I'm just saying it's easy to like go and get it done, right? Even though those things are like easy and second nature to us as men, I think women take solace in not having to worry about it. Like, just even though it's simple, like, yo, my man worries about that, and I appreciate that. And the vice versa with like, I don't want to have to wash dishes, or I don't want to have to braid my daughter's hair. Like when I look at girls braid hair, I'll be like, I don't know how you can sit down for 3 hours, 4 hours and do these little tiny braids. I could never. And I would never do it, right? And I am appreciative that somebody else is willing to do that and might enjoy doing that, right? So I feel like we're not being appreciative of what makes us different, if that makes sense.
But how did we typically show that, Mont? Like, I think you make valid points, right? Your observation is priceless. I think generally most men actually do what you just said. We take the very little things, not to dismiss, but take the little things women do, and we expand it. We make it valuable, but they minimize ours. And I think that's the disconnect. And what I hear sometimes in these conversations is that, even I think BK said it, women are doing essentially what we do, working. They're getting a paycheck. So now that there's this like almost equation of equality from the way our society runs and functions now in their eyes. And now we're actually exploring, well, what does a relationship look like? And we're trying to, kind of mine it out now. That's the disconnect, that you're saying do equal of the work in the household. And it's still like, okay, let's say that happens. Well, when we go out, I know you share this sentiment, Mont, you don't let your woman drive. I don't let my woman drive. Like, so are we going to do that too? And that's why I think it's problematic, because there is no sharing of equality. It's just not going to happen, at least in my opinion. And I'll land.
And that's what I was going to say too. Like, we as women, oftentimes we're the ones that speak on equality. We want to be equal when that's going to be impossible, because we
I don't want to be equal at all.
Yeah, right. But then we complain about certain things that, are like hard or things like that. But it's like, we created that for ourselves, but then we're the same one who complain about it and things like that. But we also want the things that are equal, that are benefiting us, as to what Will said, but then don't want to approach. We don't want to make the first move. We don't want to propose to men. We don't it's like we do these things that, like I said, benefit us, but then it's like basically taking what we want and then leaving what we don't. And it's kind of like, if we want equality, then why not take 100%?
It's a buffet. It's a buffet. Good morning, my Reed. It's a buffet. You pick and choose what you want. I'll take a little bit of this. I'll take a little bit of that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this. So the rules for the men don't change. They hard pressed. And then there are no rules on the other side. Let's see, we got people fluctuating. Let me see what we got going on. We ain't heard this and we ain't seen this person. But let's see. Should have went to.
Got to get our shit together. It's about to go down.
A nickel bag gets sold in the park. I want in.
Tell them to bring me my money.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Oh, honey, I got to get my hands on some.
And then I'm gonna get that money.
I approach him with my.
I like that. I want to just, I need that.
I take your money.
Shout out to the shout outs. The Cash App is scrolling on the bottom. Y'all know it. $ KNIGHTISH1. The PayPal is there too. PayPal.me/IDLNO. Please support the situation.
Of equality, you're kind of like, you know what I mean? It's not really equality in that sense.
We live in a world of convenience. I just wanted to make a point. I think that, I know, True, you asked, like, what do women want? I think that we talk about different dynamics. Like, I don't know if everybody agrees with the men on this panel providing 100% full, financial stability, taking care of everything. If everybody agrees with a man has to drive, I know relationships that are total opposite of that. And I think there are people who agree with 50-50. And if a woman makes more than a man, they're okay with her providing that. And then maybe they pick up somewhere else. I think that we just got to understand that people have different dynamics of relationships. And
Yeah, you have to look at your relationship and work your relationship. What works for you might not work for somebody else. And it probably be a lot of dynamics like that. The only thing in that, though, is that person that makes more money that's with somebody they choose should not be trying to diminish the other person. That's the only thing.
just because we think of, like, the traditional or the biblical, men provide, women do X, Y, and Z in the household. It's no longer like that. There are stay-at-home dads. There are women who are making a significantly larger amount than maybe their counterpart, and they are okay with that. So we got to just, I feel like, normalize that people have their own things that work for them. And Willie's, your case is just not, it's not typical, but I will say I think it's harder for women nowadays to accept a man who is who will fully provide, right, financially, and then take that lead, supporting role position, the household. I think women don't even understand, like, wait, what is my role? What do I need to do? Like, how am I able to be like, that's a submission, level of submission. How are they even doing that? It's not typical.
To Willie's point, I do think that, like, a woman will look at Willie, she'll come into his situation and be like, he pay all the bills, pay for everything, pay for every single thing, right? And she will say, well, all you do is pay for stuff.
Hey, well, listen, mine is on point. We do make it better. We do enlarge what our women want, right? Let's just keep it the bean. When it came down to, hey, women don't like cooking and, having to.
Whoa, where did you pop up from? I thought I was going directly to Lapeef. Okay, that's not okay. This is you reacting to Lapeef. I was like, where did that person pop up from? So now I gotta go to Lapeef. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, give me a second. Now I gotta find out what show that was. Wait until marriage. Picking and choosing.
You gotta say that it takes you 4 hours to clean. Me and Trev would prove to you that the shit y'all take 4 hours to do, we can get done in an hour, 2 tops. So it's not about just how hard it is, about how efficient you are at doing it. And just not pretend like women aren't hyper efficient at doing things. You get distracted, you take breaks, wine break, you want to scroll for a minute, you have your phone in your hand, you gotta multitask. Dude, we tend to sit and lock in and get shit done so we can get it over with. So that 4 hours.
Let me see. Why Women Don't Want to Date You Anymore is the name of the show. Let's see. Why a woman. Okay, he's chopped it up. He doesn't have a whole show here. Let me see. Yeah, that must have been a recent show. Manipulation, Cardi B. me see. Ugly Truth. Yeah, it must be a new show, so let's do that. Let me see. Teammates.
Are using the word equality way too much, because any woman,
like women, even though
Okay, now we got it.
to us an oil change and getting tires changed is easy as fuck, right?
No, it's not.
It's easy. I'm
Well,
not saying that it's
easy
easy
when
to
you
do
know
it.
how to do it.
I'm not saying that it's
Right.
easy to do it. I'm just saying it's easy to like go and get it done, right? Even though those things are like easy and second nature to us as men, I think women take solace in not having to worry about it. Like, just even though it's simple, like, yo, my man worries about that and I appreciate that. And the vice versa with like, I don't want to have to wash dishes, or I don't want to have to braid my daughter hair. Like, when I look at girls braid hair, I'll be like, I don't know how you can sit down for 3 hours, 4 hours and do these little tiny braids. I could never. And I would never do it, right? And I am appreciative that somebody else is willing to do that and might enjoy doing that, right? So I feel like we're not being appreciative of what makes us different, if that makes sense.
But how did we typically show that, like, I think you make valid points, right? Your observation is priceless. I think generally most men actually do what you just said. We take the very little things, not to dismiss, but take the little things women do, and we expand it. We make it valuable, but they minimize ours, and I think that's the disconnect. And what I hear sometimes in these conversations is that, even I think BK said it, women are doing essentially what we do, working. They're getting a paycheck. So now that there's this like almost equation of equality from the way our society runs and functions now in their eyes, and now we're actually exploring, well, what does a relationship look like? And we're trying to kind of mine it out now. That's the disconnect, that you're saying do equal of the work in the household, and it's still like, okay, let's say that happens. Well, when we go out, I know you share this sentiment, Mont, you don't let your woman drive. I don't let my woman drive. Like, so are we going to do that too? And that's why I think it's problematic, because there is no sharing of equality, just not.
And that's okay that they do whatever they do, but they have to be okay with other people doing whatever they do. Yes, that's what he said, my read. Taking a vehicle somewhere and letting the mechanic do it. Yeah. Let me see. Excuse me.
Gonna happen, at least in my opinion. And I'll land.
And that's what I was gonna say too. Like, we as women, oftentimes we're the ones that speak on equality. We want to be equal when that's gonna be impossible, because we
No, I don't want to be equal at all.
Yeah, right. But then we complain about certain things that are like hard or things like that, but it's like we created that for ourselves, but then we're the same one who complain about it and things like that. But we also want the things that are equal, that are benefiting us, as to what Will said, but then don't want to approach. We don't want to make the first move. We don't want to propose to men. We don't, like, it's like we do these things that, like I said, benefit us, but then it's like basically taking what we want and then leaving what we don't. And it's kind of like, if we want equality, then why not take 100% of equality? You're kind of like, you know what I mean? It's not really equality in that sense.
As I said the first time, it's a buffet. You get to pick and choose.
Live in a world of convenience. I just wanted to just make a point. I think that, you know, I know True, you asked like, what do women want? I think that we talk about the different dynamics. Like, I don't know if everybody agrees with the men on this panel providing 100% full, you know, financial stability, taking care of everything. If everybody agrees with a man has to drive, I know relationships that are total opposite of that. And I think there are people who agree with 50-50. And if a woman makes more than a man, they're okay with her providing that, and then maybe they pick up somewhere else. I think that we just got to understand that people have different dynamics of relationships, and just because we think of like, you know, the traditional or the biblical, you know, men provide, women do X, Y, and Z in the household, it's no longer like that. There are stay-at-home dads. There are women who are making a significantly larger amount than maybe their counterpart, and they are okay with that. So we got to just, I feel like, normalize that people have their own things that work for them. And Willie's, you know, your case is just not, it's not typical, you know. But I will say, I think it's harder for women nowadays to accept a man who is who will fully provide, right, financially, and then take that lead, supporting role position, the household. I think women don't even understand, like, wait, what is my role? What do I need to do? Like, how
Yeah, that's a lot of these things is being said wasn't just said recently. I remember being a kid hearing, I don't need no man. So once that indoctrination get into the mindset, into the lexicon, I don't need no man, I don't need no man, I don't need no man. People start responding to that. Oh, you don't need no man. Okay. People are making decisions and changing legislation and talking in this manner. When I listen to Bell Hooks and who was that, Gloria Steinem, and when I listened to those women that was talking the other day, yeah, they're saying they want like woman land in Oregon. Woman land in Oregon, there are no men in there. The women do everything themselves. There are women that are literally saying, yes, not equity like she's about to say. No, domination and control. Power.
how am I able to be like, that's a submission, level of submission. How are they even doing that? It's not typical.
To Willie's point, I do think that like a woman will look at Willie, she'll come into his situation and be like, he pay all the bills, pay for everything, pay for every single thing, right? And she will say, well, all you do is pay for stuff. A woman will do that, right? Because it doesn't seem like he's going to work and busting his ass every day, right? Because he's not doing a physical, you know, certain type of job. But she's not taking into consideration what he's done to get there, to earn the right to not have to actually he was in the military for I don't know how many years and like all these type of things, right? So women, and I think this is where you just communicate, right? Because as humans, we might overlook things in other people's situations. We might be only seeing it from our perspective, but that's where we communicate in relationships. And you tell her like, hey, I know you might feel like I'm not doing anything. I'm just giving money, right? But these are all of the things.
Let me see. So when you say that, the last comment you just made, y'all all want to be left alone? That's the consensus you get from your friend group? Because I've been on quite a few panels lately, and what I keep hearing Well, I keep hearing ladies talking about being cougars and let the young man come in for a little while. She got snacks and stuff for him. And then, yeah, he can go home afterwards. Let me see. And even if they're male centered, they seem to be alone as well. I don't know. I just think that, to each his own. To each his own.
That I am doing, and vice versa. I know you may feel like I'm only cleaning up the house, but this is how I spend my time every day, and this is how it feels to be in the house and do this. Like, I think it all comes down to communication.
That type of woman would never in life get close to my situation. I vet too good for that now. Like, if you think that just because I can do what I want when I want, that I'm finna sit here, I can take my free time and help you do your job, that means I get to have like 10 bitches. That's what that means. Because then I'll just have them help you do your job, and you just have to shut the fuck up about it, because that's stupid. Like I said it before you came on the show, that women they extrapolate to the power of everything. So if they have to do 9 things today and all you did was go to work, you only did one thing and they did 9. So what they did means more than you, and that's just not. Yeah.
Go ahead, Bo.
We are using, and by we I mean y'all, are using the word equality way too much, because any woman with a bit of sense does not want equality. Equity is the word. I don't. You said that, but everyone else keeps saying equality. I
don't want to be equal to nobody.
Nobody said that we wanted.
Only one person said that, to be fair, Bo.
True said equal. Yeah, True said equality. Shaya said equality. I haven't heard Becky say anything. The lady who said we think, looks like her name is Beretta. I don't remember her saying equality. I think it was just True and Shaya.
My bad. But to be fair,
Yeah,
only one person said
I'm
that.
the one who said about housework being equal.
No, because
So then 3 of y'all said it. True, Shaya, and Becky.
Shaya.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did, because you keep saying stuff about equality, and women
I'm
should
talking about
propose too if they want
women.
equality.
Yeah,
women don't want equality.
Okay, so
they
what?
don't want equality.
You have to speak for yourself.
Equity is the word. Equity is everything that I have been talking about. I just want you to meet me where I am. Our finances need to meet in the middle, whatever that means. 75-25, 70-30, It doesn't matter. Whatever it is. And then our home life needs to equal that amount because if I get off late, you should not be waiting on me talking about some what's for dinner. I'm gonna slap you across your forehead.
You just walk in the door with
So can I?
Because
right. Hold on,
here's the
you're right.
thing.
Can
You're
I
right.
say
You shouldn't
something?
be waiting.
You
don't
said
know
that
why.
I was the one that
Hold
said.
hold on, y'all. Let
Oh,
her finish. Let her finish.
Okay, so I
Oh,
never mentioned.
hold on. Shay,
She's muted, so I don't know if she wants to talk or still talking.
Yeah, she was still
I'll
talking.
be real quiet when people be talking, but for some reason, when I talk, everybody
Go
just
ahead, bro. You got it. The floor is yours, man.
Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And now I don't even know where I was. Just go ahead. God damn it.
Okay, can I say something? Yeah, I never said for myself I want equality. And when I was mentioning women.
You didn't say it for yourself, you said for women. You were speaking in general. And then you said how that equality looks like a buffet. We were listening.
And a lot of women speak about equality, actually. It doesn't have to be you, because you were kind of using we and me interchangeably. So I was kind of confused with your argument, if you were speaking about yourself or if you're speaking about women. I, a lot of the times, hear women speak about equality and how they think that men and women are the same, and we are not the same. And I've mentioned that, I think about like 2 to 3 times. But I've been on panels many times emphasizing on the fact that I hear about equality all the time. So it doesn't have to be you, but I would say that if you don't see yourself with this like whole equality thing, then you're actually the minority. I do think a majority of women talk about how we're the same, and all these different type of feminist talk that I hear all the time on the internet. And I don't actually think it's necessarily an internet thing. I think this is something that happens in real life. But I also think that subconsciously,
The thing is this. You have to have a meeting of the minds with your significant other. And if people are saying in general something about equality, something about autonomy, something about sexual liberation, no slut shaming, no body shaming, no nothing, that means one side is beyond reproach while the other side has to say somewhat close to traditional stuff. You anticipate me walk on the outside of the curve. You anticipate a coat over a puddle. And if the person's not doing that, and in fact, it ain't even that deep. You anticipate aesthetics and utility. If I don't look like what you want to bang, and I can't do what a man is supposed to do, I'm invisible. It's not that complicated. So no matter how people feel, it's just not that complicated. Whoever you get around, you got to listen, for example, I'm not trying to convince nobody of anything. It's aesthetics. You see me, this is what it is. It's no convincing. It ain't no nothing else. This is what it is. When I see you, that's what it is. Now it's just about understanding exactly who people are. And you got to cut off the representatives. We grown. We don't need to lie. We don't need to be something we're not. Just be who you are and be honest about it. It should not feel transactional, because I don't want the girlfriend experience.
they don't know that we are actually not the same. But I think that just like overall, I think it's just like their mindset and this delusion actually that they think that we are the same. But for myself, I don't think that. Just to clear that up.
I think it's an immaturity in some of them. Whereas they need to, I know a lot of people say no tit for tat, and I believe in no tit for tat.
Let's see, Mai's last comment. Yeah, I don't all this stuff about tradition, whatever else, I heard that on the interweb. No, I want you to be who you are. Don't try to fake the funk. I am a regular black dude. Just older now. I like regular black women. You don't have to do no faking and fronting. Long as you can hold a conversation, I like an intelligent person. I like somebody that's gonna be on my team with me. I'm gonna be on their team. It's just not that complicated. So when I get around people and they go into their rigmarole, if I first get around you and you say to me, "Oh, what do you do for work?" That's the first thing you say to me. I'm probably just gonna have a look of like disappointment maybe and just walk away from you. We can't have a whole trick conversation. Well, don't you want? No. Let's talk to each other real. Because if you say something like that to me, it's gonna sound transactional. It's gonna sound transactional, and you wouldn't want me to say what I say if somebody look at me like a trick. And then the other thing is, like people are kind of meticulous. I kind of am just the way I am on here. So it's kind of why I stay away from people, because people are so like finicky in particular. Nightish really means, how do you know what I really mean? You're not even listening to me. I think you just hear the troll. I haven't been paying attention. Example, okay, you're talking about food. What is this? Who came in here saying the goofy stuff to me earlier? Was that you? Oh no, that was fasting. That was fasting earlier. Yeah, you pretty much just been talking to people in the chat. Okay. No, I don't want to have a sense of humor. I don't want to have a sense of humor. Even though I do have a sense of humor, I don't want to have a sense of humor right now. I want to do what I want to do the way I want to do it when I want to do it. I'm sitting here trying to entertain y'all by listening to these conversations. And some people, I don't know if they doing a skit or they trolling. I can't tell.
That, but like sometimes people need you to illustrate to them the things that you do. It just is what it is. Sometimes people need to hear that. And I know, at least for me, when I have conversations, the way that I talk, I know that I'm being heard. Like when I talk to women, they're hearing me and I want to hear them, So like I'll find myself having to articulate the differences between men and women and what men are doing and stuff like that. And they'll hear me and they'll change their perspective, at least during that conversation. They'll probably revert back, in a week. But at least during that conversation, they be hearing me. So
if there's the panel in general, do you guys know the difference between equality and equity? So, BK, what's your definition of those two words?
To put it in layman's terms, I would say equality is giving everyone the same thing versus equity is giving everyone the tools to achieve the same thing.
So if that's the definition, why is that not what you guys want or what you said you wanted for women instead of equality?
Well, I was talking about in general, right? When it comes to working hours and putting in effort, right? Into the household. And so I do think a lot of people want equality. They want to. I do think people want to see you putting in just as much work as they put in. They like, and I'm not saying that's the best way to do things, but it is what a lot of people do want. They want to say, okay, if I'm in this kitchen cooking for 4 hours, you know, throughout the week, let's just say they cook 4 times a week, it's an hour to cook, you know, whatever. They want to see you doing 4 hours worth of work somewhere, whether that's at work or at home. They want to look like y'all are matching right time. And yeah, that's essentially.
So that's what you refute. You kind of, now you saying something different earlier, because doing the work that we already proved that the at work part don't count to y'all when y'all come home, have to do work at home. So the at work part is a wash with average couples because they're both working. The part where you still, like, even to your own definition, you still want equality more than equity, because you said if they do four extra hours of house labor, Healing does a half, then that's not equal to you. Even though with the amount of work that it takes for that man to do an hour and a half of work and what it takes you to do your force, it's an equitable distribution of labor and effort based on who you guys are. So that's my point. Like there's a certain time, like when people, like the only time women care about equality is when it's at the expense of men. The only time. There's never a situation where a woman cares about being equal to a man that doesn't benefit her. Because on the opposite side, y'all don't want to be equal to men when it comes to how we address disrespect, how we address physical conflict at all. Because again, if that were to happen, you would lose forever. So it's only times y'all care about being equals is when it's something that benefits you. And that's why I say like that a lot of women have either been corrupted by feminists or just inherently just selfish or shitty people, because those are the only people who would want to have something at the expense of someone else. Nothing that men ask for is at the expense of women. We go take it from other men. We're not going, we compete with other men for the things we want. Nothing is at you guys' expense. But when we try to, if we said like, and the only people who want to be equal to women are trannies and sissies. So y'all don't even date them no way.
Let me see. Bring it down for 1 second. What's going on, Savage? Let's make sure Savage gets his wrench. Let me see. Let's make sure we acknowledge the support for the channel. We're gonna hit him with the
Got me a couple of dollars. Guess what I'm gonna do?
thank you to Adrian Nicole for the Cash App. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Please, people, be like Miss Nicole and support the channel. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think I'm going to have one of those goal things so people can help me reach a goal. Okay, we're going over to Once It All. Okay. Okay, so I was wrong. Here we are. I only saw that short and I thought it was called something else, but it is called She Wants It All.
It kind of like hit too close to home when he said that, you know, that it's not hard to run a household. You know, it's easier to say than done. Somebody that has not run a household like completely like a tight home, like in my case, I had 4 children. I work outside the house and I also taking care of my husband in my house. It was a lot of work because I woke up before anybody else did and I went to bed after everybody else did. And you have to keep up with the meals, the cleanliness, the clothing, whatever is missing from the groceries or whatever. As my husband, the only duty he had, it was just to go to work and come home. I had to do all the work before and after everybody. So it was a lot of work for me. That I chose to do that? Absolutely. That I took pride on doing it? You must believe that. But it is a lot of work, and it's nice when somebody notices and says, "Hey, Mama, the house smells good," or "Hey, dinner was awesome," or "You know what? Let's order pizza tonight so you can just watch your, trash TV or whatnot." That didn't happen very often because it's just the rhythm that we acquire. But it is a lot of work. So to get this credit on that part, it's kind of like a little hard to hard pill to swallow per se.
Period.
The unfortunate part is I didn't discredit anything. What I did is I just gave it a different amount of credit than you see value in. If what you did was so hard, then why didn't you just let your husband stay home and do it? Then you go to work. You have that option. So, and then when we have
no, we did not.
When we have you definitely have the option. You just chose.
He was in the military, so no, I did not have that choice.
It's even worse. So again, you still could have worked because
I did work
as a retired veteran. You definitely could work, and the raising of children is not difficult. You guys, this is what women do in these conversations. You guys tend to, and generally speaking, extrapolate to the power of everything. So because you think that you got to feed the kids, get groceries, change the dog, change the kitty litter, that's 4 things. And you think the man going to work is only one thing. So your 4 things means more than the one thing that he did, which is what allows you to provide, to have that actual ability to not have to do the majority of the financial providing for your household. And that's
not what I said.
About. It's exactly what
I did not say that my 4 things was a lot more than what he did.
That's implied in what she mentioned. Because remember,
okay, do you hear what I said that I work outside the household?
Let me finish, and then when it's time for you to respond to what I'm saying and not what you think I'm going to say. Jay, same thing for you. When you have these conversations, it's as if you guys make it seem the man only does one thing. And what you said was, well, I have to do this, this, and this. And all you have to do is go to work. All he had to do was work. So again, you took all the small things you do, which is part of the one job you had, and made it everything compared to what he had to do. That's the problem, because you don't value what it is he's having to do, because if you did, you wouldn't have said, well, I have to do all of these things. He only has to go to work. And that's the problem that I have when we have these conversations. It's not difficult to run a household. You'd have to run a household if you didn't have kids. It would just be yours. So you don't get credit for doing the stuff you're supposed to do as an adult parent. You chose to be a parent. If no one made you, no one put a gun to your head. You chose and volunteered for that. So because you volunteered for that situation, you set up your marriage, you agreed to the terms and conditions of your marriage. You don't get credit for operating inside of those agreed upon terms and conditions. It's not extra credit. That doesn't mean that what you did isn't important, but what it does mean is that you're not doing anything special or above and beyond what you agreed to do. You have a choice.
I would like. Go ahead.
Okay, so first and foremost, I did not discredit the work that my husband did. I said, he only have one thing to do, which is, waking up, wake up to a nice warm breakfast, with his uniform already ironed in, so he can go and take off and go to work. And when he come back, he will have a nice warm dinner, kids already taken care of, homework already done. And what I'm saying is, I do appreciate what he did, that he will have to come, he will come home to a decent meal. It was never like a five course meal or whatnot, but it was a meal. Kids were already taken care of. I had already done all the pickup, drop off, after curricular activities, all that good stuff. So he will have to just come home and worry about what was in the table for him already warm, like eating his dinner, unwind and watch TV, and then go to bed because, he has to work the next day. By the time he hits to bed, I have to worry about cleaning up the kitchen, prepping up lunch boxes, his lunch for the next day so he can just grab and go. I did appreciate my husband, and that's what I did, everything I did. What I'm saying is that it's a hard work to take care of a household, work outside the household, because let's not forget, I also work outside the house, and I took care of my house and my 4 children and my husband. So it is a hard work. You said it's easy because probably you have never done it yourself. And it's easy a lot to said than done. That's all I'm saying.
Unfortunately, there's nothing speculative or conjecture based on what I've said. I have my kids and I've been running a household of my own for 10 years. And it's not difficult, especially when you enjoy doing it. And with all the other things you mentioned, again, congratulations for being an adult. Like that's what you're supposed to do. You agreed to that outcome in that situation with your husband. So you can't say that. Well,
I'm not denying that. And I said I probably did that.
An argument against it. You've done it 3 times now. All he had to do was go to work. As if like being in the military is easy. And again, I think the only veteran up here, I can tell you, I'm sorry, my bad, True. I forgot, bro. What you being a dependent is not hard. That is one of the easiest jobs a woman will ever have in life, is being a dependent on someone in the military. Your housing is provided for you unless you live off base. You get money for food, you get money for housing, and you have a set budget that you know is going to work in. And then you have all the resources in the world. So let's not act like you also don't get free childcare from the CDCs on base. Let's also not act like you don't get to go to those CDCs and they have schools on base and a commissary and a PX.
I did not live on base.
Anytime a dependent, if it was a civilian woman having this conversation, it would make a little bit more sense, but still be crazy. But for a former dependent to be having this conversation.
When he's deployed, I became a civilian wife because I have to be on my own with my 4 kids. So yes, he did sign up for that. And I did sign up to be a wife and a mother, and a mother for my children. I'm not saying that, but you still missing the point that I still work out like a full-time job outside the house. Like, yes, because military salary do not take care of, a whole entire household and it, to live comfortably. I'm sorry, but I don't know what kind of position in the military you have, but I know that the salary my husband had did not take care of the bills.
Yeah,
so I had to work.
Because he was probably low rank. That makes sense. Like, and your money comes with rank. I get that. However, the military does pay you a livable wage. If you live within your means, you can definitely provide for a family.
No, when you have 4 children, no, it's not enough. And then you have them to do, go into a good education and have extracurricular activities. My daughter's pump, like her cheer, for school, it's almost $3,000 a year. So it's like, that is an extra money that needs to come out of somewhere.
That's my point. You're living above your means. That was my point.
No, it's not above my needs. We 100%. Plan things, and that's the reason I work outside the household, so we can provide a better future for our children, and not just being in a tight budget.
So I do want to get hold on, Jay. I do want to get True in there first, and then we'll come to you. Let's go ahead and make sure we spread the mic, y'all. Go ahead, True.
No, you guys are having a spirited conversation, and like even with Shia, is it Shia Ann? However you say it. I'm sorry,
it's
I'm
Cheyenne.
not talking about Cheyenne. Okay, Cheyenne kind of set the precedence for this, right? But what I heard. And Willie, being spirited, that's my brother right there. He's speaking. Easy. Well, I'm saying from the standpoint because I understand where you're going, right? And this is what I wanted to ask, Cheyenne, and then even Michelle. Would you guys consider yourself good teammates?
I do.
Okay.
Teammate.
Why? Yes. Would you consider yourself a good teammate?
Yes, I can hold down the fort when he has to, delegate his, all his strength into something else. Yes.
Can you elaborate what you mean by teammate?
So basically, if any man acquired you to be his woman, he's acquiring a teammate, which means that there's a function he has, there's a function you have. So I'm asking you on a personal level, and then obviously people are listening. Would you consider yourself a good teammate, Michelle?
Yeah, like we're on the same team. Like we're not opposing teams. Yeah.
Okay, so what does that look like coming from someone like you?
So, like the dynamic of the house?
Just period, your relationship. If you're on a team, this means that you have a job. This means you have a function. Also, he has a function. So you said you're a good teammate. What does that look like in your opinion?
Yeah, so I think that on a team, there's hierarchy. That's just like nobody has to agree with what I'm saying, but this is just like for my belief. Even if like you're on a team, like there's still things that people are supposed to do within a team. So if it's like if I was married, then he would be like leader. He would make the ultimate decision. Not to say that he isn't supposed to help.
She breaking up a little bit. I'm sorry if you're talking, but okay, I'll take that. basically, if I think I know where it really is going with it, the thing about relationship from a male's perspective is that we understand that we have to function on this team, right? And what you
Can you
often
hear me
hear,
now?
I can now. You can finish your point if you want to. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so
No.
sorry. I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi. Please forgive me for that. Okay,
No
so
worries.
like I was saying, is that he would be the head. Not to say that he's not gonna like help out at all. Like if I'm cooking, like he should be able to like wash the dishes. If I'm washing the clothes, he can like help fold. Like I don't really believe in like the gender roles that much for that aspect of it. But like the team aspect, he would be like the head of the house, then I would be like, you know, helpmate and stuff like that, because I'm a Christian, so that's like what I believe. But like we are still working together, and like it's not like he's like, I guess, trying to make it seem like still respecting me as his wife, because like my opinions still do matter in the household, but like that's just like what I would see as the team. Like we are a team, but there's still like duties and stuff like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so taking it back to communication, because that's what the clip kind of incited from the ladies' perspective. What I often find is a lot of women really don't know what a teammate looks like, especially in a relationship. And this is where it kind of unfolds. To Michelle's point, her situation is different. Military, so I would kind of put that to the side. Basically, most women are not in, military spouses or whatever. But what you typically find hearing from women when they talk about relationship dynamics, they have no idea what it is to be a teammate. They're actually terrible at being a teammate, because in their mind, they know what he's supposed to do. But when you often ask women, well, what exactly are you supposed to do on this team? Because the relationship is a team. And you often find that they kind of don't know and have a clear depiction, which they should know. So basically, if you're afforded the ability, we've talked about this. I didn't take you.
Societally, they have not had to know. And a lot of men almost sound like they want automatons. Just understand when you get here, I'm the leader, do X, Y, and Z. I don't want an automaton. I want somebody with their own mind and brain. Like I said, smart. Has boundaries, has standards, knows exactly what she's going to do or want to do or whatsoever. I cook for myself now. If somebody came around, I would still be cooking. I clean up after myself now. If somebody came around, I would still be cleaning. I don't know what happens where folks get to this point where, no, I'm not trying to add more burden, especially at my age. It's not, I mean, these conversations are for new people or people that's about to have families or whatever. There's plenty of people that are just having companions. They're not trying to get some, and they're not my age. They're younger people that are not trying to have children, just trying to have a mate. And it's not a whole lot. We just want to be able to function as, adults. Have things that need to be taken care of, the finances to take care of those things, not be struggling. And you're going to have your friends, and it's a whole,
You and make you and park you and put you in the house and say, I'm paying everything. You're aware this is happening. So basically, I'm going to go function, get this money, go do what I got to do. This is my function on this team. That means that there's things that you also have to do. You will be inconvenienced. You will be stressed out. You will have to give energy yourself. But what it seems like is women don't know that. And they start to highlight the little itty bitty instances like, oh, I have to get in the car, back up backwards, jump on the freeway, jump off the freeway, stop at 3 stores. It's like, stop. Where I think women need to work on being better teammates, just in a general perspective. And we can get along, because it shouldn't be that complicated. If you're afforded the opportunity to dictate your household as a housewife, house girlfriend, whatever, this means that you get to take a lunch break when you want. You ain't got no boss mandating, Jack. This is your ecosystem. You are in control. And if to hear hard is kind of like, you got to be kidding me. But I'll let.
Can I give pushback on that? So I do think we had a talking point about it depends on the quality, right, of someone who's staying at home. So for me, right, I'll take, for example, somebody I know who's a stay-at-home mother, right, and she has a background in education. So her day is very scheduled out, right, from what time she wakes up, cooks breakfast, does learning plans, playtime, like, taking the kid to certain classes, coming home for lunch, nap time, cleans up, certain like this, right? Her day is fully planned from when she wakes her kid up to when dinner is set on the table, right? And for me, that's not an easy job if you actually are doing your job. See, a lot of people aren't raised right, whether they have a stay-at-home mom or not. And, we throw our kids in daycare and we have no problem paying them and acknowledging, teachers, daycare workers, we really need them, right? Because most of y'all couldn't take care of your kids during COVID. Y'all was begging for school to open back up. Let's be honest. Y'all realize raising these kids ain't as easy. Teaching them the things that they need to be taught isn't an easy job. So that's why I said it does depend on the quality of stay-at-home person we're talking. Let's just say it's my friend, right, who's actually organized, doing the activities, doing the things. It's no different than an entrepreneur where you have to set your schedule out, and yeah, it can look like you work for yourself, but in reality, if you want to be successful, that takes discipline, right? And it takes refinement. And it's something that I will admit not everybody has. And that's the real issue. You got to know who you marry and who you date.
Yeah, you do. Well, let me let her finish.
If that person doesn't have that level of discipline and refinement, right, then they probably shouldn't be a stay-at-home person, because you're right. They're not going to be putting in the work. But I think, there's a number of people out there, and we're seeing even people on YouTube who are real homemaking now, right? They're making bread from scratch. They're doing all these things and sewing and doing all these things to contribute to the household. And so is it Michelle?
Now that right there is hard work. If you do the work that my grandparent used to do, where you sewing, cooking from scratch, that was an all-day thing. I sat around one weekend and just watched, working in the garden, picking vegetables, spraying stuff so the bugs don't eat up the plants, dealing with the dogs, washing clothes. Back then, hanging them on a clothesline. It was just constant movement. And then at the end of the night, I don't even wash the dishes every night. And at the end of the night, washing the dishes and everything. And then got stuff prepared for the next day to do it all over again. So yeah, that was hard work. Now when folks got Jiffy, cornbread mix, you don't have to go to the store. You can get Instacart. It's a lot of conveniences now. People have dishwashers. I remember they had a bucket and a scrub board. And have to wring stuff out by hand. Now folks got washers and dryers. It's a lot of more conveniences now. I stopped using a microwave because just think about it. It's a microwave. So I have like it's like a counter oven, and I have the regular oven, but it's like a big old toaster pretty much. But I have to do most of the cooking in that thing on the counter instead of my actual oven. It's a lot of convenience now. And I'm not trying to add more onto your plate, but if you already cook for yourself, just add a little more for me. Same vice versa. Yeah, we're supposed to be one and looking out for each other's best interests.
Michelle said like he just worked. Now being in the military, I have a military family. It's a strenuous job. Never want to join. God bless all of our veterans and people who are
Shout out Dollar Washer. What's going on?
Currently serving and fighting overseas and at home, right? I think it's a little bit different. The level of stress and struggle that they're dealing with going to be different, right? Because you're literally putting yourself on the line and different things. But for the average person where a man is working and a woman is staying home, those dynamics don't always have to be, oh, you just get to be a stay-at-home mom. like I said, if the quality of the person isn't that great, sure. But if you're actually doing it right, you should be clocking in those 8 to 8 hours, like 9 to 5.
Can I just add one more point to that? That's the reason why I said, and what she's saying, that is true. Like, people are doing that. Do I think it's the majority of people? No. So I do agree with Willie and what he's saying. Like, what people are doing, they can't really see it as like a hard work, because not a lot of people are doing above and beyond when it comes to things like that. But that's how it should be done. Like, it shouldn't be to where you're sitting down on the couch half of the day and you're you're watching TV, and then if you're doing it properly, it really should be a system at home. But I don't think people understand that. So yeah, that's what I'd say.
It's unfortunate that stats like this exist, but here's one that's popular amongst military personnel. 60% of the military lives above their means. Of that 60%, 90 of them have spouses that add to bills. So when we say living above your means, like in Michelle's case, again, living above your means or living within your means mean not doing anything that will cost you or have you to have a financial requirement you can't meet, such as having additional children. When in the military, birth control is free, medical is free. Having to not understanding that the sacrifice isn't just a service member, it's going to be you. Nobody should get with someone in the military or in any government structure when their pay is something you can find on Google. An E1 in the military makes around $14,000 a year without BAH. With it, he'll make around 35, 36, depending on where he is. So people, when you have service members getting married, this is part of the counseling they get, because it's important for them to understand this, that, hey, you make this 40 grand now, you have a baby, that you cut that in, it's 18,000 because the kids are going to cost so much. And that's one of the things that we have an issue with, is that we see dependents complaining about things. And it's not the same thing as a civilian complaining about it. I still feel the same way. However, a military spouse has 1,000% more support than a civilian woman would, who's just married to someone that's a stay-at-home mom. A lot of the dependents in the military are stay-at-home moms because they leverage the support they have. So when we hear stories, I just know better. It got so bad. I wouldn't approve chicks requests to go get married for people that were under E5, because I knew what was going to happen to them. And it's then now I'm dealing with the spouses calling, and then you get deployed, and it's just a shit show. But when we're talking about that woman, she probably, that's what a lot of military dudes deal with. Those are the kinds of women that a lot of military guys could deal with. He's been gone, he's been at work for 10 hours. So she wants him to come back in the house and take over because, she's been with the kids all day. That's not her job.
Well, you can say that when somebody is a little bit more educated. Well, we married right after high school. I was 17, he was 19, and he got deployed immediately after. So, we were kids. And we had to, learn. And for the most part, throughout majority of his, time in the military, he was deployed. So I have to do the work. And yes, we chose to have children, and we knew that it was going to be hard. But we also chose to have children because we also know that he's present. And this earth was not guaranteed that he might go deployed and he'll come back in a casket, which he actually did. So me having my children, knowingly that they were going to be expensive, yes, but we did it because I also understood that was the only piece of him that I could have if he was gone, which actually happened. So you can try to educate me all you want about finances, but we did what we needed to do, and then I continued to do that on his absence.
There's nothing wrong with that. And again, sorry for your loss. That's
I was gonna say sorry for your loss, but I do want to highlight two things. One thing that Willie said, and one thing that you said, Michelle. So Willie, I think when women say, and I've heard this so many times, even with my own circle, when women say, well, it diminishes the role immediately. So I would never discredit a man going to work. I think men have, especially Black men, have the weight of the world on their shoulders, and we don't understand a lot of times the pressure. And, I've shared this so many times, just in general, my own podcast, but, Michelle, I don't see her complaining I think that it's just that wordplay as far as just. And I think that sometimes we have to, it's not about giving somebody credit for, you know.
What up, Shiesty Bum? Good morning. I'm trying to think. Didn't somebody, I think somebody did. I'm not sure. Let's forget it.
Give them a pat on the back. Oh, you went to work today. Great job. Oh, you know, you stayed home today. You made all the breakfast, dinner. Great job. It's about just being appreciated no matter what role you have every day. That's gonna allow you to come home and be happy and not want to just drive past and sit in your car. I know for me, when in my past relationship, I was a helpmate. Yes, I worked full time. He worked full time, but you best believe I did whatever he needed to do, whatever he needed me to do. I made his lunch every day without any complaints. We took turns taking care of the kids, picking them up from, you know, different places with sports or things like that. We, you know, tag teams. All right, look, you got this, I got that. Cool. It was great communication. So we knew what each other was doing, but I would never take away from Cheyenne, the hierarchy, because I think that's important. I do believe in a sense of gender roles. I do believe that the man is leading and they should have a level of respect. You know, I just think it's that play on words when we say just, it just diminishes that. And I think that that's a trigger for men.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a trigger, but it's words have meanings. So if you say it just, you devalue whatever it is you're talking about. And again, you know, the worst that she had, the worst experience a dependent can have. However, that doesn't change the fact that, again, what happened before was things that, again, we tell military members about living outside of their means. Like, you know, the unfortunate part is when you do lose a spouse, you get a big check at the back end of that too. So it does help.
No, not really. No, sir. I don't know. Until you die, you have a, you know, significant other on the other end. It's not, it doesn't compensate the loss of income for one time, you know, payment for the loss of your lifetime partner.
Yeah,
it's not a huge chunk of change. I'm sorry, but unless you have a separate life insurance, unless you have a separate life insurance, it will not compensate the loss of income. No, it's not.
SGLI is $400,000 for every service member. So, I mean, unless it's changed in the past 30 days. But again, you do get compensated for that. But also,
and with today's economy, how long did that carry you?
Depends on how financially literate the person is.
I'm sorry, you said $400,000 for that forever? Yeah. So if someone's making $100,000 a year, that covers for 4 years?
Technically, yeah. And then you also get a lot of other benefits. You can still qualify for disability and Social Security for that spouse. You just have to know to apply for
it. You still get Social Security on top of that $100,000.
And you go to school for free in most states.
Okay.
Excuse me, the kids will go to school for free. So there's a lot of benefits for the military that a lot of people may not know about.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Damn it.
But there might be something, I'm not sure if you do know about some of the resources, but maybe, you know, y'all can kind of connect in the back to try to make that happen if so. And also too, you got to keep in mind some of the things that men just don't tell you that they're going through. You know, some men just take it on the chin. Take it on the chin. They can be going through a lot. It can be heavy. You know, I've been there. I'm not the type of person that just go complaining and just saying everything. I just understand that that's just a part of life. It's just the way it is. You know, as men, we sometimes just carry the burden of everything around us. And one of the last things we want to do is make sure that we create worry within our household. So I think a lot of people need to just understand that. And there's nothing wrong with it. Some men embrace it. Some men associated with being a man, sadly, but unfortunately. But it's just one of those things that we're just not going to complain. We're just going to just either fix it, make it happen, or we going to just process it in our own way.
Well, one thing is just I never complained, like, because I understood how mentally and physically demanding his job was. I never, you know, got into his face and said, you know, you're not doing this or you're not doing that or you're never here, you're never there. Like, I never complained. I took my role and I did it gracefully and proudly. and then on his absence, and then I have to do now 2 jobs instead of 1, which was his, mine, the household and the kids and everything else. And I had to carry on and bury my pain and buried everything and just carry on. But you know what? I signed up for that, and you know I didn't expect the pity or you know that support from anybody, because you know whoever wanted, like whatever family member, which I didn't have any family in Arizona when that happened. It was just me and my kids. So I just have to, you know, just chin up and carry on.
Let's see, we're moving forward.
Brother. And we got, what's that, Shaka Carter? $39.62, $3 super sticker. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. The best way to support is hit the like button. That's all I'm asking for. Let's go and move on to our next topic. Y'all ready? That was fun. Let me position us really quickly. Go. Why women don't want to date you anymore.
A study just came out and it said that most men today are more compatible with other men. No, I am not coming for your sexuality or calling you gay. Based on your education level, your emotional intelligence, your income level, your communication skills, you are more compatible with your bros than you are with the woman that you want. It went on to say that women are dominating in these 4 key areas, and it's affecting the entire dating market. My goal is not to bash you, bro. My goal is to just bring you awareness so you know what you're up against. First and most obvious one is financial independence. Biologically, historically, bro, women mate across and up. This means that they date men who do better than them in life. The reason is because women, they risk their bodies, their health, risk their independence, their life to have kids and to raise a family. And in order to make up for that, they want to date men that they know can provide for that family. Now, the women are doing better than the men financially. So they're not dating for survival anymore. They're not dating for family and shit anymore. They're dating men who can bring or provide an upgrade to their life because they don't need to bank on men for finance anymore. The second area they're dominating in is education. The average woman reads about 15 books per year. The average man reads less than 7. Now, this is deeper than some fucking books. It is simply an indication that the knowledge and education gap is growing. And now conversations aren't even intriguing. You get on that date, you get on that phone call, you have nothing to talk about. If you can't stimulate a woman's mind, you will never get to her physical. The third area is emotional intelligence. This is probably the biggest one, fellas. And it is so bad that there's this proposal called Red Shirt the Boys. Scientific evidence backs the idea that delaying when boys start school could improve academic and developmental outcomes. Basically, they want to keep all the young boys back a year or 2 just to keep up with women. Let that sink in. And then the fourth, and this one is obvious, but just health and self-care. Women on average go to the doctor more, typically take care of their skin and their bodies more, and just overall prioritize their health and their well-being more. Now, for the men that got even a little bit of money, a little bit of emotional intelligence, go to the gym and take care of themselves, the dating pool is vast for us. This shit is easy. The competition is super low, fellas. So hope this video helped.
Did you see the response video from I forgot what his name is. I think he's the Ant CEO, but he destroyed the argument. So it'd be easy to have the conversation now because he told us what you can punch holes in, like women are the knowledge gap.
Yeah, I would love to punch holes into that argument. So many things wrong with that. As far as the educational gap, we have to understand that the curriculums available today are prioritizing females over males. That's for one. And as far as getting money, there's still women complain about the wage gap while simultaneously complaining about men not making enough money at the same time. The fact is it's 82 cents for every dollar made by men. So that's another lie. Emotional intelligence is something that women use to, it's always weaponized most women are not emotionally intelligent, and
You're still more emotions.
yeah, they're filled with emotions and not intelligent about it, right? And I had a video recently about this. One of the main things about emotional intelligence would be communicating, and women cannot communicate. If you are expected to read a woman's mind and pick up on all signs, all social cues, you're not communicating. That's actually stupid and backwards when you could really just say what's on your mind and speak to someone else like they're a person who you would at least give the credit to understand you. So that's another fallacy. I could keep going. I'm gonna let somebody else get it, but I'll revisit in a minute.
And he what he did was he tried to make a point about the education gap or the knowledge gap between men and women, and he used that. He referenced how many books people read, right? The thing is, women don't read books to learn. Women largely read books about being entertained. They read fantasy books. They read smut novels. They read the same type of shit they watch on TV. So they're not reading anything about calculus or business strategy or advanced thermodynamics. They're reading about Linda from the grocery store fucking the box boy in the car because she hates her husband at home because he works too much. They're reading about shit like that. Because if he had used the college thing, being enrolled there, then where that argument would be opened up to hole punching is that women do go to school more than men. They enroll in college more than guys. They're getting bullshit degrees. They're getting degrees that one, they're in finishing, and two, they're not finishing a lot of the degrees either. And then he was smart to leave off the home ownership part because we also know that women are the most foreclosed on and the most evicted group of men and women in the Black community. So he took talking points that he could use and he could spin a little bit and say, hey, I'm just telling you guys you're more compatible with men because no, the reason why men are so compatible with men is because we are men. That's why. We are still compatible with the women that we like because we have things in common with those women. So he tried to take the Derek Jackson with a little bit of Yada Awakening with a little bit of Poppy Chulo and then put that shit into a video of Average Nigga and a Hyundai Sonata, which is just don't land.
What would be considered a BS degree?
Any degree that you have to spend more money getting than is going to help you earn.
Liberal arts, ethnic studies,
going to University of Texas, spending $200,000 to get a degree in English, to go be an English teacher to make $40,000 and never pay off your student loans for 40 years. That most art degrees,
sociology,
all the soft sciences that people go get degrees in and then get out of school and can't make money. Like if you look at some of these clips, they have like advanced theories of women in horror movies. It's a degree. Like who the fuck created that?
So I love statistics and information. I'm a researcher, so
I don't know how. You just said the average person makes $65,000 a year and they don't.
Yeah, the average person across all America. Now we want, and this is what I'm about to get to. Let's just talk about Black people, right? The median income for a Black male is
55 to 60.
Yeah, well, no, it's now. Well, last time I checked, it was $52,000, and for a Black woman, it was $49,000. So we're talking about a gap of $3,000. So when he was like, "Oh, they want to date across," the average are like they're making the same amount of money just about by the time you. The difference, though, is that unfortunately, Black women carry typically heavier debt than Black men. So that's something that people don't account for, is that unfortunately Black women are carrying more debt, and some of that is schooling. So Black women do go to school, right? And I would tell anybody who's watching this now or later, if you are going to get one of those soft degrees, please go to an in-state college where the tuition is less than $10,000 and you're not strapping debt more than what your 5-year income trajectory is. Please, I'm begging you, don't go to unless you have connections and your best friend mom owns an art gallery and she's going to hire you. Please don't do it. Okay. So that's just one thing. So that whole thing about income and education, there is a gap, but it's not relating to income, right? So while yes, Black women are more educated, they carry a large percentages of bachelor's degrees and all of that. to his point, right? Willie's point, they're getting educations and things that aren't going to generate the income to make up that difference. So they're stagnant, like income wise, to what, you know what I'm saying, Black men are doing. That was one thing. The other thing was, I agree with the emotional intelligence thing. I think I have an opinion that most people are trash, right? And that's just what I see. I'm not gonna lie. People have.
With that being said, though, with the most people are trash part, you are on an equal footing. So that's what y'all been hearing me say for quite some time. I don't really have a whole lot of stuff to say to beat up a woman about, because they could have a whole lot of stuff to say to beat up on me about my generation. Because, you know, Stanley always says you can't talk about a generation. And my thing is, when people talk about the boomers, for instance, the silent generation, the boomers, and Gen X, that's where the most of your stuff happened, is Black people. The silent generation of them is the people who have the children and themselves who got you this all this legislation after integration. So that little spike there, and right before, well, in segregation, most educated, most money, most home ownership, all that stuff, right? So that's your silent generation now. Was making leaps and bounds. Then in integration, it kind of veered off because we lost a sense of identity. But yeah, let's go with what she said. Let's call it trash. So I'm that. Those people around me are that. And if we can accept exactly who we are, and we don't have these elevated. But listen, I listen to Willie. Willie sound like he comes from a father, and some of us have advantages because we come from healthy families. Those people that come from those healthy families are set. So when people talk about like the D9 and the so-called bourgeoisie, yeah, that's generations of intelligent people. So you wouldn't grow up with people who, because we have a anti-intellectual sentiment. We don't really value intelligence. I don't know how many times I heard as a young person, oh, you read books all day. That will discourage your young people. Why wouldn't you want your young people to be inquisitive and reading? So yeah. All of that matters.
This thing like, oh, people are good. No, they're not. People are terrible. And that's just, you know, based on my religious beliefs, because the Bible says, you know, you're all deceitfully wicked and all the things, and we need saving from Jesus because people aren't good people. So for me, I look at it that majority of people, right, are not positive people. They have to learn to be good. People don't do that. And that's why we end up with people thinking that they're emotionally intelligent and they're not, or that they are logical and they're not, you know, or whatever, is that most people just
aren't. So it's not that we're the most educated, it's that we're the most enrolled.
And graduated. So no, we are the most
enrolled and graduated, but the most educated are Asian women. And the only reason I know this stuff, because when I hear stuff over and over again, I go research it. Just research it. And then, as she just said moments ago, a lot of BS degrees. So of that group, there are some really educated women, very intelligent. That's a minority of the majority of them now. Because as she just said, a lot of them get degrees that cost too much. So you're coming with the 49,000, the man got the 52,000, but you got all that debt. And you would want to date above you because, as the Heavy D song says, what the women through line is, what's mine's is mine's, and what's yours is mine's. And why women don't want to date you anymore. I see a lot of people dating. Maybe not marrying, maybe not living with each other, but definitely banging.
Educated with as far as bachelor degrees go, Black women, right? So, but the education doesn't translate to income. And I think that's where people are missing it, right? Because like Willie said, you're getting educated in a degree and spending that much money, and it's not translating to upping your income, because Black women are getting too many degrees in income, and like too many degrees where their career path is not going to elevate them financially. So it's like, yeah, that's great. You have all this knowledge, but you're still going to go work and that, you know, make $60,000, but you just paid $120 for this degree. So that's why I said when Black women are strapped with more debt, so and that sucks away from what you're able to do in life, right? Because you have to pay off your debts and what you can do, what you can invest in, all of that. So education is great, but without the proper application and without, you know, that proper knowledge of what to do with it, the debt to income ratio that people saddle themselves with, and too many people, I think this younger generation is learning though, because of millennials and Gen Zs who messed up with.
Wouldn't that mean we're not educated? Because if we were educated, then we would know what to do with those things.
No, that like it's be informed. They're the most educated and the least informed.
Right. This is what my point is. So
Black women carry more debt on average than they carry as more debt than like the bottom 30 from the 30th country down on the gross domestic product. That's how much debt they carry. But when it comes to what they spend, then they spend more a year than the per capita than like the top 15 or the top 15 countries. So the stuff they're doing with education is
now listen to that. And it's almost like they can't stop themselves from doing it. So you have the student loan debt. That's not paid off. And then you spend. And people need to know that thing right there. You already coming in with debt and you spend all this money. So it's compounding the debt. Just listen to what was just said. Education, it costs too much, that doesn't pan out to make enough money. So you're in debt and you're not able to pay that back. And then you spend the most. So a lot of time when you hear, well, these men can't blah, 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 because we're not working on an even playing field. You'd have been better off just getting a job. Then you wouldn't have no student loan debt. Then we could do some stuff because you don't have no debt. And if you can just curb spending, now you can invest. I shouldn't be talking because I'm broke. That's why I don't get into these back and forth wars on YouTube no more. Somebody drive me, I pay to drop them, and then we go back. Yeah, I'm broke. I treat this like a business. I'm on every single day for at least 6 hours, and we've passed the 6 hours. I'm on every single day for at least 6 hours. This is a business to me. This is a job to me. So the least people could do, if they mess with me, is support the channel. I need the bread.
Women are going to school just to be independent of men. And to Buddy's point,
yeah, to be independent of men, but if you're not making enough money, you're going to need somebody, unless y'all be like, the Golden Girls.
He said that women are outperforming men. No, they're not. The only women who are outperforming men, to his own point, are the women that have men. And it's not because of anything they're doing, because they have access to that man and his resources. Single women are not outperforming anybody or any of their male counterparts. So it's this type of shit is just so readily available. I mean, I'll put the links in the chat.
I will say single Asian women are outperforming
In what?
Except for their own men. So Asians actually.
That's what I said. No women, no women is outperforming their man across the board.
Correct.
And again, for anybody that cares to be right, I put the sites, the links to the sites in the chat and in the back chat. But women aren't outperforming men. The wage gap is not based on their gender.
That goes to.
It's based on the work they choose and the roles they take, how much time they take off from work, and then more importantly, how agreeable they are to salaries. And hiring women is so much easier than hiring men, because I know if I offer BK and True the same job, I can get BK to take less money. She's not going to come in and ask for the money that she's earned, because one, most people even know how to look at it. They don't know how to figure out where their pay bands are. They don't even know to ask those questions. True, you're going to know that though, because men typically are just more disagreeable. Even if you didn't know about like how to ask the pay band question, you're going to be like, so hey, what's the top end of the range for this? Where do you see that I fall? Women don't ask those questions. They're just happy they got a job but don't need a nigga again.
And they'll settle for something like the type of job that's they'll settle for a job that's attached to something of notoriety. What I find oftentimes is that even to tout the degree or going to college, which is great, good, get your education, be smart. But the disparity is not even broad enough to really brag about. Numerically, there's more women than there is men. If you're talking about just the Black community, look, there is more women.
In the Black community, 100, there definitely is.
Okay, well, if we're talking about the Black community, there's like 2 million more women than there is men. Numerically, if you just chop that even in half, if they all went to college, you're gonna outpace us, but it's negligible, especially if you talk about bachelors or more. It's like 3% from the last time I looked it up. But it doesn't account for, again, what you take home, maintaining lifestyles and so on and so forth. The simple fact is that I believe that this is a new phenomenon for women who were born past 1980 or so, the new independence.
And that's the other thing also. Folks be talking about traveling. That's a minority of people too. It's a bunch of people. I don't even think they've traveled to states. So if a person is being honest with you, they could just say up front, oh, I want to get involved with you because I want to travel. So I can just move on. I don't like traveling. It's a job to me. I know people who do. It's too much work for me. And if you have traveled and you're a man, you can't wait to get back home. I'm like that when I go to restaurants. I can't wait to leave the restaurant. Being amongst groups of people is a chore for me. I'd rather throw some on my grill, put the chairs outside, sit in the sun.
So basically, I've met more girls who work at Fortune 500, and then you ask her what she does, and she's a glorified receptionist. Like, she gets coffee, but she's not moving nothing. She's not VP of marketing. She's not necessarily overseeing,
And that's the thing. Traveling is fun for people who like to travel. And typically, that's women. The majority of men I know that travel don't like it. They're just don't want to upset their significant others, so they smile and act like they're having fun. They can't wait to get home. Are there some men who do like it? Yeah. A minority again.
Position of prominence. So therefore, you have a job, great, good, but then you also are being paying the highest taxes because you're an employee. And we can put it apart, but yeah, I'll end.
I was going to say, he said, I can't remember exactly what he said, but because I really, I just feel like he's just saying things. But he was talking about compatibility. So is he saying that this is why men are more compatible with men?
He's saying that men are more compatible with men than they are women, as if that was saying anything.
Yeah, because there was
he's trying to say that they're like DL.
No, he said that he wasn't saying that. But if But that's not an argument that he should be trying to make, though. So.
Well, yeah, because that's not the first time I've heard that. And somebody had made a comment before on something stating that on another viral video saying that, you know, this is women don't understand men. This is why there's so many men rather just hang out with their boys and not be around all these women. And then you want, you know, I understand. I got the brotherhood with, you know, my boys too.
I'd rather hang around my wife and children. There's no dude nowhere that I want to hang out with more than I want to hang out with my wife and kids. And now that my kids are gone and my wife is gone, whatever woman that I would be involved with, I would rather want to hang out with my woman and be annoyed with watching ice skating and Real Housewives or whatever it is she's into.
The only thing I would love to be around them all the time, but the only thing I'm just not gay. I was just trying to understand what exactly he was kind of saying, because I feel like you guys are the same sex. You know, it is a compatibility brotherhood. You guys understand each other's thinking, but it's no different than a woman understanding her female friends' level of thinking and loving to have that kind of relationship. I don't know. I just thought maybe there was a little bit more to it than that.
I don't think he did a good job articulating his point, because we are definitely the society that is now is very different than 75 years ago. Most dudes dealing with women now, and it's just across the board, they're dealing with a different perspective of what women believe they are, not understanding that they're still women. They're not really better than the women of the early century. They have more options. They have a different lifestyle, but it's created this energy that a lot of dudes are combating, basically off the strength that they really do believe that their life is vastly different for whatever reason, because they have jobs, because they can have a credit card, which is so wild that they use that arguing point, because men didn't even have credit cards at a certain point. Credit was it's a very, very new concept. Used to issue credit by your name and having a job or a family name, but you know, I'll leave it there.
And he another point that he fell out. He used a little red jacket. I mean, the red shirt boys thing, talking about there's an idea that if you put boys in school better, they'll do better. It's not to keep up with women. It's just so that they can have similar results as far as in the school system goes. But the issue with schools has been identified, I don't know, for the past 30 years, that you can't teach boys and girls the same way because they don't learn the same ways. And in schools, you have kids. You're telling boys to sit down for 8 hours a day, focus and pay attention. And boys have shorter attention spans than women. Like you're saying, we're more inclined to be active than women are. So you want boys to conform to being taught in the same manner that women are. Women thrive in that. Women thrive in office spaces. That's why most of women are HR. Like that's where women thrive. So like he cherry picked some talking points from whatever like symposium that all these guys attend and made this video.
If you want to understand more about redshirting boys and delaying school start for boys, keep watching. The crux of this issue revolves around certain biological facts and realities that transcend our emotions and feelings about them. This whole issue is about the maturity gap between boy brains and girl brains at the same age. This is a neuroscience reality. Male brains develop more slowly than female brains, especially in the areas that enable or are geared towards traditional classroom success. Those are the areas that deal with self-regulation, planning, future orientation, emotional and cognitive regulation. The biologic fact is also consistent with survey evidence from around the world that this is simply the way boys are, and they are different. And the truth is, if you have ever put boys in the system, is that the educational system from the get-go, from kindergarten, is generally tilted in favor of the style and developmental tendencies of girls. And therefore boys when they are entering at the same age, have a much higher rate of being labeled as problematic or different when they are simply just being normal boys. If you want to learn more about this, if you want to read more about where this is from, including all School Start for Boys, keep watching.
Now, he said redshirting. That makes perfect sense. Like, you should redshirt your kids to play sports. Like, if you have a kid that graduates early, he should do another senior year so he can get an extra year of film and footage and growth and experience under his belt before he goes to college. I don't see that not translating to also just from a scholastic or an academic sense as well. That makes perfect sense. Wait, what he just said. He refuted his point.
Has anybody looked up the data on what happens with boys who go to an all-boys school, which is more catered to boys, and how they perform significantly better than the boys who were forced to acquiesce to the feminine standards of traditional
And the girls
schools?
that in those same schools as those boys. So it's not just they outperform the boys,
Are you
they
asking
outperform the
Troy,
girls too.
or are you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's true. They outperform. They significantly perform better. So what basically the point is, we have to make some sort of a change in the way that boys are taught in school. They're at a great disadvantage from learning in a school that has been prioritizing girls over boys. The entire structure is designed now for females over males, for sure.
Let me get we can't hear you, Jay. You on mute just.
Yeah. Shout out to the shout outs. Everybody, we will be on this channel for a while. So you can see me periodically out through the day on this channel, not in the Night Slayer. So when y'all want to see me, I'll be here. I will be putting it on my community post on the other channel. I'll throw up a couple shorts to let people know that I'm here. But yeah, we've come to the end. I want to say this though. A lot of this stuff shouldn't even be thought about. Water seeks its own level. You're around the right people. You can choose to date up or do whatever else, and bless your heart. Hope you can get that opportunity. It's my time. Good to see you. I missed you. And yes, y'all know what I always say at the end. Be great.
We'll shut this motherfucker down.
That's all, folks.